This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes and Misfortunes of the Famous Moll Flanders, who was born at Newgate, and during a life of continued variety for 60 years, besides her childhood, was 12 year a whore, 5 times a wife, whereof once to her own brother, 12 year a thief, 8 year a transported felon in Virginia, at last grew rich, lived honest, and dies a penitent. Written from her own memorandums. By Daniel Defoe. Section 1. The Author's Preface. The world is so taken up of late with novels and romances that it will be hard for a private history to be taken for genuine, where the names and other circumstances of the person are concealed, and on this account we must be content to leave the reader to pass his own opinion upon the ensuing sheet, and take it just as he pleases. The author is here supposed to be writing her own history, and in the very beginning of her account she gives the reasons why she thinks fit to conceal her true name, after which there is no occasion to say any more about that. It is true that the original of this story is put into new words, and the style of the famous lady we here speak of is a little altered. Particularly, she is made to tell her own tale in modester words than she told it at first, the copy which came first to hand having been written in language more like one still in Newgate than one grown penitent and humble, as she afterwards pretends to be. The pen employed in finishing her story, and making it what you now see it to be, has had no little difficulty to put it into a dress fit to be seen, and to make it speak language fit to be read. When a woman debauched from her youth, nay, even being the offspring of debauchery and vice, comes to give an account of all her vicious practices, and even to descend to the particular occasions and circumstances by which she ran through in 60 years, an author must be hard put to wrap it up so clean as not to give room, especially for vicious readers, to turn it to his disadvantage. All possible care, however, has been taken to give no lewd ideas, no immodest turns in the new dressing up of this story, no, not to the worst parts of her expressions. To this purpose, some of the vicious part of her life, which could not be modestly told, is quite left out, and several other parts are very much shortened. What is left, 'tis hoped, will not offend the chastest reader or the modest hearer. And as the best use is made even of the worst story, the moral, 'tis hoped, will keep the reader serious, even where the story might incline him to be otherwise. To give the history of a wicked life repented of necessarily requires that the wicked part should be made as wicked as the real history of it will bear, to illustrate and give a beauty to the penitent part, which is certainly the best and brightest, if related with equal spirit and life. It is suggested there cannot be the same life, the same brightness and beauty in relating the penitent part as in the criminal part. If there is any truth in that suggestion, I must be allowed to say 'tis because there is not the same taste and relish in the reading, and indeed It is too true that the difference lies not in the real worth of the subject so much as in the gusto and palate of the reader. But as this work is chiefly recommended to those who know how to read it, and how to make good uses of it, which the story all along recommends to them, so it is to be hoped that such readers will be more pleased with the moral than the fable, with the application than with the relation, and with the end of the writer than with the life of the person written of. There is in this story abundance of delightful incidents, and all of them usefully applied. There is an agreeable turn artfully given them in the relating, that naturally instructs the reader, either one way or other. The first part of her lewd life with the young gentleman at Colchester has so many happy turns given to it to expose the crime, and warn all whose circumstances are adapted to it of the ruinous end of such things, and the foolish, thoughtless, and abhorred conduct of both of the parties, that it abundantly atones for all the lively description she gives of her folly and wickedness. The repentance of her lover at the bath, and how brought by the just alarm of his fit of sickness to abandon her. The just caution given there against even the lawful intimacies of the dearest friends, and how unable they are to preserve the most solemn resolutions of virtue without divine assistance. These are parts which, to a just discernment, will appear to have more real beauty in them than all the amorous chain of story which introduces it. In a word, as the whole relation is carefully garbled of all the levity and looseness that was in it, so it is all applied, and with the utmost care, to virtuous and religious uses. None can, without being guilty of manifest injustice, cast any reproach upon it, or upon our design in publishing it. The advocates for the stage in all cases have made this the great argument to persuade people that their plays are useful, and that they ought to be allowed in the most civilized and in the most religious government; namely, that they are applied to virtuous purposes, and that by the most lively representations they fail not to recommend virtue and generous principles, and to discourage and expose all sorts of vice and corruption of manners. And were it true that they did so, and that they constantly adhered to that rule as the test of their acting or the theatre, much might be said in their favour. Throughout the infinite variety of this book, this fundamental is most strictly adhered to. There is not a wicked action in any part of it, but is first and last rendered unhappy and unfortunate. There is not a superlative villain brought upon the stage, but either he is brought to an unhappy end, or brought to be a penitent. There is not an ill thing mentioned, but it is condemned, even in the relation; nor a virtuous just thing, but it carries its praise along with it. What can more exactly answer the rule laid down, to recommend even those representations of things which have so many other just objections leaving against them; namely, of example, of bad company, obscene language, and the like. Upon this foundation, this book is recommended to the reader as a work from every part of which something may be learned, and some just and religious inference is drawn, by which the reader will have something of instruction if he pleases to make use of it. All the exploits of this lady of fame, in her depredations upon mankind, stand as so many warnings to honest people to beware of them, intimating to them by what methods innocent people are drawn in, plundered, and robbed, and by consequence how to avoid them. Her robbing a little innocent child, dressed fine by the vanity of the mother, to go to the dancing school, is a good memento to such people hereafter, as is likewise her picking the gold watch from the young lady's side in the park, her getting a parcel from a hare-brained wench at the coaches in St. John Street, her booty made at the fire, and again at Harwich, all give us excellent warnings in such cases to be more present to ourselves in sudden surprises of every sort. Her application to a sober life and industrious management at last, in Virginia, with her transported spouse, is a story fruitful of instruction to all the unfortunate creatures who are obliged to seek their re-establishment abroad, whether by the misery of transportation or other disaster, letting them know that diligence and application have their due encouragement, even in the remotest parts of the world, and that no case can be so low, so despicable, or so empty of prospect, but that an unwearied industry will go a great way to deliver us from it, will in time raise the meanest creature to appear again in the world, and give him a new case for his life. These are a few of the serious inferences which we are led by the hand to in this book, and these are fully sufficient to justify any man in recommending it to the world, and much more to justify the publication of it. There are two of the most beautiful parts still behind, which the story gives some idea of, and lets us into the parts of them, but they are either of them too long to be brought into the same volume, and indeed are, as I may call them, whole volumes of themselves, that is, 1. The life of her governess, as she calls her, who had run through, it seems, in a few years, all the eminent degrees of a gentlewoman, a whore, and a bawd, a midwife and a midwife keeper, as they are called, a pawnbroker, a child taker, a receiver of thieves, and of thieves' purchase, that is to say, of stolen goods, and, in a word, herself a thief, a breeder up of thieves and the like, and yet, at last, a penitent. The second is the life of her transported husband, a highwayman, who, it seems, lived a 12 years' life of successful villainy upon the road, and even at last came off so well as to be a volunteer transport, not a convict, and in whose life there is an incredible variety. But, as I have said, these are things too long to bring in here, so neither can I make a promise of the coming out by themselves. We cannot say indeed that this history is carried on quite to the end of the life of this famous Moll Flanders, as she calls herself, for nobody can write their own life to the full end of it, unless they can write it after they are dead. But her husband's life, being written by a third hand, gives a full account of them both, how long they lived together in that country, and how they both came to England, and after about 8 years, in which time they were grown very rich, and where she lived, it seems to be very old, but was not so extraordinary a penitent as she was at first. It seems only that indeed she always spoke with abhorrence of her former life, and of every part of it. In her last scene at Maryland and Virginia, many pleasant things happened, which makes that part of her life very agreeable, but they are not told with the same elegancy as those accounted for by herself, so it is still to the more advantage that we break off here. End of Section 1. The Author's Preface. Read by Denny Mike in Modesto, California, winter 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Push, Atlanta, Georgia, USA. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe, Section 2. My true name is so well known in the records or registers at Newgate and in the Old Bailey, and there are some things of such consequence still depending there relating to my particular conduct, that it is not to be expected I should set my name or the account of my family to this work. Perhaps, after my death, it may be better known. At present it would not be proper, nor thought, though a general pardon should be issued, even without exceptions and reserves of persons or crimes. It is enough to tell you that as some of my worst comrades who are out of the way of doing me harm, having gone out of the world by the steps and the string, as I often expected to go, knew me by the name of Moll Flanders. So you may give me leave to speak of myself under that name till I dare own who I have been as well as who I am. I have been told that in one of our neighbor nations, whether it be in France or where else I do not know, they have an order from the king that when any criminal is condemned, either to die or to the galleys, or to be transported if they leave any children, as such are generally unprovided for by the poverty or forfeiture of their parents, so they are immediately taken into the care of the government, and put into a hospital called the House of Orphans, where they are bred up, clothed, fed, taught, and when fit to go out, are placed out to trades or to the services, so as well to be able to provide for themselves by an honest, industrious behavior. Had this been the custom in our country, I had not been left a poor, desolate girl, without friends, without clothes, without helper in the world, as was my fate, and by which I was not only exposed to very great distresses, even before I was capable either of understanding my case or how to amend it, but brought into a course of life which was not only scandalous in itself, but which in its ordinary course tended to the swift destruction of both soul and body. But the case was otherwise here. My mother was convicted of felony for a certain petty theft scarce worth naming, viz., having an opportunity of borrowing 3 pieces of fine holland of a certain draper in Cheapside. The circumstances are too long to repeat, and I have heard them related so many ways that I scarce be certain which is the right account. However it was, this they all agree in, that my mother pleaded her belly, and being found quick with child, she was respited for about 7 months. In which time, having brought me into the world, and being about again, she was called down, as they term it, to her former judgment, but obtained the favor of being transported to the plantations, and left me about a half a year old, and in bad hands, you may be sure. This is too near the first hours of my life for me to relate anything of myself but by hearsay. It is enough to mention that I was born in such an unhappy place. I had no parish to have recourse to for my nourishment in my infancy, nor can I give the least account of how I was kept alive, other than that, as I have been told, some relation of my mother's took me away for a while as a nurse, but at whose expense, or by whose direction, I know nothing at all of it. The first account that I can recollect, or could ever learn of myself, was that I had wandered among a crew of those people they call gypsies, or Egyptians, but I believe it was but a very little while that I had been among them, for I had not had my skin discolored or blackened, as they do very young to all the children they carry about with them, nor can I tell you how I came among them, or how I got from them. It was at Colchester, in Essex, that those people left me, and I have a notion in my head that I left them there. That is, that I hid myself, and would not go any farther with them. But I am not able to be particular in that account. Only this I remember, that being taken up by some of the parish officers of Colchester, I gave an account that I came into the town with the gipsies, but that I would not go any farther with them, and that so they had left me. But whither they were gone, that I did not know, nor could they expect it of me, for though they send round the country to inquire after them, it seems they could not be found. I was now in a way to be provided for though I was not a parish charge upon this or that part of the town by law, yet as my case came to be known, and that I was too young to do any work, being not above 3 years old, compassion moved the magistrates of the town to order some care to be taken of me, and I became one of their own, as much as if I had been born in the place. In the provision they made for me, it was my good hap to be put to nurse, as they call it, to a woman who was indeed poor, but had been in better circumstances, and who got a little livelihood by taking such as I was supposed to be, and keeping them all necessaries, till they were at a certain age, in which they might be supposed they might go out to service or get their own bread. This woman also had a little school, which she kept to teach children to read and to work, and having, as I said, lived before that in good fashion, she bred up the children she took care of with a great deal of art, as well as a great deal of care. But that which was worth all the rest, she bred them up very religiously, being herself a very sober, pious woman, very housewifely, clean, and very well mannered, and with good behavior, so that in a word, expecting a plain diet, coarse lodging, and mean clothes, we were brought up as mannerly and as genteelly as if we had been at the dancing school. I was continued here till I was 8 years old, when I was terrified with news that the magistrates, as I think they called them, had ordered that I should go to service. I was able to do but very little service wherever I was to go, except it was to run of errands and be a drudge to some cookmaid, and this they told me of often, which put me into a great fright, for I had a thorough aversion to going to service, as they called it, that is, to being a servant, though I was so young, and I told my nurse, as we call her, that I believed I could get my living without going to service, if she pleased to let me, for she had taught me to work with my needle, and spin worsted, which is the chief trade of that city. And I told her that if she would keep me, I would work for her, and I would work very hard. I talked to her almost every day of working hard, and in short, I did nothing but work and cry all day, which grieved the good, kind woman so much that at last she began to be concerned for me, for she loved me very well. One day after this, as she came into the room where all we poor children were at work, she sat down just over against me, not in her usual place as mistress, but if she set herself on purpose to observe me and see me work. I was doing something she had set me to. As I remember, it was marking some shirts which she had taken to make, and after a while she began to talk to me. "Thou foolish child," says she, "thou art always crying," for I was crying then. "Prithee, what dost thou cry for?" "Because they will take me away," says I, "and put me to service, and I can't work housework." "Well, child," she says, "but though you can't work housework, as you call it, you will learn it in time, and they won't put you to hard things at first." "Yes, they will," says I, "and if I can't do it, they will beat me, and the maids will beat me to make me do great work, and I am but a little girl, and I can't do it." And then I cried again, till I could not speak any more to her. This moved my good motherly nurse so that she from that time resolved I should not go to service. Yet so she bid me not cry, and she would speak to Mr. Mayor, and I should not go to service till I was bigger. Well, this did not satisfy me, for to think of going to service was such a frightful thing to me that if she had assured me I should not have gone till I was 20 years old, it would have been the same to me. I should have cried, I believe, all the time, with the very apprehension of its being to be so at last. When she saw that I was not pacified yet, she began to be angry with me. "And what would you have?" says she. "Don't I tell you that you shall not go to service till you are bigger?" "Aye," said I, "but then I must go at last." "Why, what," she said, "is the girl mad? What would you be? A gentlewoman?" "Yes," says I, and I cried heartily till I roared out again. This set the old gentlewoman a-laughing at me, as you may be sure it would. "Well, madam," forsooth, says she, jibing at me, "you would be a gentlewoman, and pray, how will you come to be a gentlewoman? What, will you do it by your fingers' end?" "Yes," says I again, very innocently. "Why, what can you earn?" says she. "What can you get at your work?" "3d," said I, "when I spin, and 4d when I work plain work." "Alas, poor gentlewoman," said she again, laughing, "what will that do for thee?" "It will keep me," says I, "if you will let me live with you." And this I said in such a poor and petitioning tone that it made the poor woman's heart yearn to me, as she told me afterwards. "But," says she, "that will not keep you and buy you clothes too." "And who must buy the little gentlewoman clothes?" says she, and smiled all the while at me. "I will work harder then," says I, "and you shall have it all." "Poor child, it won't keep you," says she. "It will hardly keep you in victuals." "Well, then I will have no victuals," says I, again very innocently. "Let me but live with you." "Why, can you live without victuals?" says she. "Yes," again says I, very much like a child, you may be sure, and still I cried heartily. I had no policy in all this. You may easily see that it was all nature, but it was joined with so much innocence and so much passion that, in short, it set the good motherly creature a-weeping too, and she cried at last as fast as I did, and then took me and led me out of the teaching room. "Come," says she, "you shan't go to service, you shall live with me," and this pacified me for the present. Some time after this, she was going to wait on the mayor, and talking of such things as belonged to her business, at last my story came up, and my good nurse told Mr. Mayor the whole tale. He was so pleased with it that he would call his lady and his 2 daughters to hear it, and it made mirth among them, you may be sure. However, not a week had passed over, but on a sudden comes Mrs. Mayoress with her 2 daughters to the house to see my old nurse, and to see her school and the children. When they had looked about them a little, "Well, Mrs.," says the Mayoress to my nurse, "and pray, which is the little lass that intends to be a gentlewoman?" I heard her, and I was terribly frightened at first, though I did not know why neither. But Mrs. Mayoress comes up to me. "Well, miss," says she, "and what are you at work upon?" The word miss was a language that had hardly been heard of in our school, and I wondered what sad name it was she called me. However, I stood up, made a curtsy, and she took my work out of my hand, looked on it, and said it was very well. Then she took up one of my hands. "Nay," says she, "the child may come to be a gentlewoman for aught anybody knows. She has a gentlewoman's hand," says she. This pleased me mightily, you may be sure. But Mrs. Mayoress did not stop there, but giving me my work again, she put her hand in her pocket, gave me a shilling, and bid me mind my work, and to learn to work well, and I might be a gentlewoman for aught she knew. Now, all this while my good old nurse, Mrs. Mayoress, and all the rest of them did not understand me at all. For they meant one sort of thing by the word gentlewoman, and I meant quite another. For alas, all I understood by being a gentlewoman was to be able to work for myself, and to get enough to keep me without that terrible bugbear going to service, whereas they meant to live great, rich, and high, and I know not what. Well, after Mrs. Mayoress was gone, her 2 daughters came in, and they called me for the gentlewoman too. And as they talked a long while to me, and I answered them in my innocent way, but always, if they asked me whether I resolved to be a gentlewoman, I answered yes. At last one of them asked me what a gentlewoman was. That puzzled me much, but, however, I explained myself negatively, that it was one that did not go to service, to do housework. They were pleased to be familiar with me, and liked my little prattle to them, which it seems was agreeable enough to them, and they gave me money too. As for my money, I gave it all to my mistress nurse, as I called her, and told her she should have all I got for myself when I was a gentlewoman, as well as now. By this and some other of my talk, my old tutoress began to understand me about what I meant by being a gentlewoman, and that I understood by it no more than being able to get my bread by my own work. And at last she asked me whether it was not so. I told her yes, and insisted on it, that to do so was to be a gentlewoman. For, says I, there is such a one, naming a woman that mended lace and washed the ladies' lace heads. She, says I, is a gentlewoman, and they call her Madame. Poor child, says my old nurse, you may soon be such a gentlewoman as that, for she is a person of ill fame, and has had 2 or 3 bastards. I did not understand anything of that, but I answered, I'm sure they call her Madame, and she does not go to service nor do housework, and therefore I insisted that she was a gentlewoman, and I would be such a gentlewoman as that. The ladies were told all this again, to be sure, and they made themselves merry with it, and every now and then the young ladies, Mr. Mayor's daughters, would come and see me, and ask where the little gentlewoman was, which made me not a little proud of myself. This held a great while, and I was often visited by these young ladies, and sometimes they brought others with them, so that I was known by it almost all over town. I was now about 10 years old, and began to look a little womanish, for I was mighty grave and humble, very mannerly, and as I had often heard the ladies say, I was pretty, and would be a very handsome woman, so you may be sure that upon hearing them say so made me not a little proud. However, that pride had no ill effect upon me yet. Only, as they often gave me money, and I gave it to my old nurse, she, honest woman, was so just to me as to lay it all out again for me, and gave me headdresses, and linen, and gloves, and ribbons, and I went very neat, and always clean. For that I would do, and if I had rags on, I would always be clean, or else I would dabble them in water myself. But, I say, my good nurse, when I had money given me, very honestly laid it out for me, and would always tell the ladies this or that was bought with their money, and this made them oftentimes give me more, till at last I was indeed called upon by the magistrates, as I understood it, to go out to service. But then I was come to be so good a workwoman myself, and the ladies were so kind to me, that it was plain I could maintain myself. That is to say, I could earn as much for my nurse as she was able by it to keep me. So she told them that if they would give her leave, she would keep the gentlewoman, as she called me, to be her assistant and teach the children, which I was very well able to do, for I was very nimble at my work, and had a good hand with my needle, though I was yet very young. But the kindness of the ladies of the town did not end there, for when they came to understand that I was no more maintained by the public allowance as before, they gave me more money oftener than formerly, and as I grew up they brought me to do work for them, such as linen to make, and laces to mend, and heads to dress up, and not only paid me for doing them, but even taught me how to do them, so that now I was a gentlewoman indeed, and I understood that word. I not only found myself clothes and paid my nurse for my keeping, but got money in my pocket, too, beforehand. The ladies also gave me clothes frequently, of their own or their children's, some stockings, some petticoats, some gowns, some one thing, some another, and these my old woman managed for me like a mere mother, and kept them for me, obliged me to mend them, and turn them and twist them to the best advantage, for she was a rare housewife. At last, one of the ladies took so much fancy to me that she would have me home to her house for a month, she said, and to be among her daughters. Now, though this was exceeding kind in her, yet, as my old good woman said to her, unless she resolved to keep me for good and all, she would do the little gentlewoman more harm than good. Well, says the lady, that's true, and therefore I'll only take her home for a week, then that I may see how my daughters and she agree together, and how I like her temper, and then I'll tell you more, and in the meantime, if anybody comes to see her as they used to do, you may tell them only that you have sent her to my house. This was prudently managed enough, and I went to the lady's house, but I was so pleased there with the young ladies, and they so pleased with me, that I had enough to do to come away, and they were as unwilling to part with me. However, I did come away, and lived almost a year more with my honest old woman, and began now to be very helpful to her, for I was almost 14 years old, was tall of my age, and looked a little womanish. But I had such a taste of genteel living at the lady's house that I was not so easy in my old quarters as I used to be, and I thought it was fine to be a gentlewoman indeed, for I had quite other notions of a gentlewoman now than I had before. And as I thought, I say, that it was fine to be a gentlewoman, so I loved to be among the gentlewomen, and therefore I longed to be there again. About the time that I was 14 years and a quarter old, my good nurse, mother, as I rather to call her, fell sick and died. I was then in a sad condition indeed, for as there is no great bustle in putting an end to a poor body's family when once they are carried to the grave, so the poor good woman being buried, the parish children she kept were immediately removed by the church wardens. The school was at an end, and the children of it had no more to do but just stay at home till they were sent somewhere else. And as for what she left, her daughter, a married woman with 6 or 7 children, came and swept it all away at once, and removing the goods, they had no more to say to me than to jest with me, and to tell me that the little gentlewoman might set up for herself if she pleased. I was frighted out of my wits almost, and knew not what to do, for I was, as it were, turned out of doors to the wide world. And that which was still worse, the old honest woman had 22 shillings of mine in her hand, which was all the estate the little gentlewoman had in the world. And when I asked the daughter for it, she huffed me and laughed at me, and told me she had nothing to do with it. It was true the good poor woman had told her daughter of it, and that it lay in such a place, and that it was the child's money, and had called once or twice for me to give it to me, but I was unhappily out of the way somewhere or other, and when I came back she was past being in a condition to speak of it. However, the daughter was so honest afterwards as to give it to me, though at first she used me cruelly about it. Now I was a poor gentlewoman indeed, and I was just that very night to be turned into the wide world, for the daughter removed all the goods, and I had not so much as a lodging to go to, or a bit of bread to eat. But it seems some of the neighbors, who had known of my circumstances, took so much compassion of me as to acquaint the lady in whose family I had been a week, as I mentioned above, and immediately she sent her maid to fetch me away. And 2 of her daughters came with the maid, though unsent. So I went with them, bag and baggage, and with a glad heart, you may be sure. The fright of my condition had made such an impression on me that I did not want now to be a gentlewoman, but was very willing to be a servant, and that any kind of servant they thought fit to have me be. But my new generous mistress, for she exceeded the good woman I was with before, in everything, as well as in the matter of estate. I say, in everything except honesty. And for that, though this was a lady most exactly just, yet I must not forget to say on all occasions that the first, though poor, was as uprightly honest as it was possible for anyone to be. I was sooner carried away, as I have said, by this good gentlewoman. But the first lady, that is to say the mayoress that was, sent her 2 daughters to take care of me, and another family which had taken notice of me when I was the little gentlewoman, and had given me work to do, sent for me after her, so that I was mightily made of, as we say, nay, and they were not a little angry, especially Madame the mayoress, that her friend had taken me away from her, as she called it. For, as she said, I was hers by right, she having been the first that took any notice of me. But they that had me would not part with me, and as for me, though I should have been very well treated with any of the others, yet I could not be better than where I was. Here I continued till I was between 17 and 18 years old, and here I had all the advantages for my education that could be imagined. The lady had masters home to the house to teach her daughters to dance, and to speak French, and to write, and others to teach them music, and I was always with them. I learned as fast as they. And though the masters were not appointed to teach me, yet I learned, by imitation and inquiry, all that they learned by instruction and direction, so that, in short, I learned to dance and speak French as well as any of them, and to sing much better, for I had a better voice than any of them. I could not so readily come at playing the harpsichord or the spinet, because I had no instrument of my own to practice on, and could only come at theirs in the intervals when they left it, which was uncertain. But yet I learned tolerably well too, and the young ladies at length got 2 instruments, that is to say, a harpsichord and a spinet too, and then they taught me themselves. But as to dancing, they could hardly help my learning country dances, because they always wanted me to make up even number, and on the other hand, they were as heartily willing to learn me everything that they had been taught themselves, as I could be to take the learning. By this means I had, as I have said above, all the advantages of education that I could have had if I had been such a gentlewoman as they were with whom I lived. And in some things I had the advantage of my ladies, though they were my superiors, but they were all gifts of nature, and which all their fortunes could not furnish. First, I was apparently handsomer than any of them. Secondly, I was better shaped. And thirdly, I sang better, by which I mean I had a better voice. In all which you will, I hope, allow me to say, I do not speak my own conceit of myself, but the opinion of all that knew the family. I had with all these the common vanity of my sex, viz., that being really taken for very handsome, or if you please, a great beauty. I very well knew it, and had as good an opinion of myself as anybody else could have had of me, and particularly I loved to hear anybody speak of it, which could not but happen to me sometimes, as was a great satisfaction to me. End of section 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nocturna. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. 3. Thus far I have had a smooth story to tell. Thus far I have had a smooth story to tell of myself, and in all this part of my life I not only had the reputation of living in a very good family, and a family noted and respected everywhere for virtue and sobriety, and for every valuable thing, but I had the character too of a very sober, modest, and virtuous young woman, and such I had always been. Neither had I yet any occasion to think of anything else, or to know what a temptation to wickedness meant. But that which I was too vain of was my ruin, or rather my vanity was the cause of it. The lady in the house where I was had 2 sons, young gentlemen of very promising parts and of extraordinary behaviour, and it was my misfortune to be very well with them both, but they managed themselves with me in quite a different manner. The eldest, a gay gentleman that knew the town as well as the country, and though he had levity enough to do an ill-natured thing, yet had too much judgment of things to pay too dear for his pleasures. He began with the unhappy snare of all women, viz., taking notice upon all occasions how pretty I was, as he called it, how agreeable, how well carriaged, and the like. And this he contrived so subtly, as if he had known as well how to catch a woman in his net as a partridge when he went a-setting. For he would contrive to be talking this to his sisters, when, though I was not by, yet when he knew I was not far off, but that I should be sure to hear him. His sisters would return softly to him, "Hush, brother, she will hear you. She is but in the next room." Then he would put it off and talk softlier, as if he had not know it, and began to acknowledge he was wrong, and then, as if he had forgot himself, he would speak aloud again, and I, that was so well pleased to hear it, was sure to listen for it upon all occasions. After he had thus baited his hook, and found easily enough the method how to lay it in my way, he played an opener game, and one day, going by his sister's chamber when I was there, doing something about dressing her, he comes in with an air of gaiety. "Oh, Miss Betty," said he to me. "How do you do, Miss Betty? Don't your cheeks burn, Miss Betty?" I made a curtsy and blushed, but said nothing. "What makes you talk so, brother?" said the lady. "Why," says he, "we have been talking of her below stairs this half-hour." "Well," says his sister, "you can say no harm of her, that I am sure, so 'tis no matter what you have been talking about." "Nay," says he, "'tis so far from talking harm of her that we have been talking a great deal of good, and a great many fine things have been said of Mrs. Betty, I assure you, and particularly that she is the handsomest young woman in Colchester, and, in short, they begin to toast her health in the town." "I wonder at you, brother," says the sister. "Betty wants but one thing, and she had as good want everything, for the market is against our sex just now, and if a young woman have beauty, birth, breeding, wit, sense, manners, modesty, and all these to an extreme, yet if she have not money, she's nobody. She had as good want them all, for nothing but money now recommends a woman. The men play the game all into their own hands." Her younger brother, who was by, cried, "Hold, sister, you run too fast. I'm an exception to your rule. I assure you, if I find a woman so accomplished as you talk of, I assure you, I would not trouble myself about the money." "Oh," says the sister, "but you will take care not to fancy one, then, without the money." "You don't know that neither," says the brother. "But why, sister," says the elder brother, "why do you exclaim so at the men for aiming so much at the fortune? You are none of them that want a fortune, whatever else you want." "I understand you, brother," replies the lady very smartly. "You suppose I have the money, and want the beauty. But as times go now, the first will do without the last, so I have the better of my neighbours." "Well," says the younger brother, "but your neighbours, as you call them, may be even with you, for beauty will steal a husband sometimes in spite of money, and when the maid chances to be handsomer than the mistress, she oftentimes makes as good a market, and rides in a coach before her." I thought it was time for me to withdraw and leave them, and I did so, but not so far but that I heard all their discourse, in which I heard abundance of the fine things said of myself, which served to prompt my vanity, but, as I soon found, was not the way to increase my interest in the family, for the sister and the younger brother fell grievously out about it, and as he said some very disobliging things to her upon my account, so I could easily see that she resented them by her future conduct to me, which indeed was very unjust to me, for I had never had the least thought of what she suspected as to her younger brother. Indeed, the elder brother, in his distant, remote way, had said a great many things in jest, which I had the folly to believe were in earnest, or to flatter myself with the hopes of what I ought to have supposed he never intended, and perhaps never thought of. It happened one day that he came running upstairs towards the room where his sisters used to sit and work, as he often used to do, and calling to them before he came in, as was his way too, I, being there alone, stepped to the door and said, "Sir, the ladies are not here. They are walked down to the garden." As I stepped forward to say this towards the door, he was just got to the door, and clasping me in his arms, as if it had been by chance, "Oh, Mrs. Betty," says he, "are you here? That's better still. I want to speak with you more than I do with them." And then, having me in his arms, he kissed me 3 or 4 times. I struggled to get away, and yet did it but faintly neither, and he held me fast, and still kissed me, till he was almost out of breath, and then, sitting down, says, "Dear Betty, I am in love with you." His words, I must confess, fired my blood. All my spirits flew about my heart and put me into disorder enough, which he might easily have seen in my face. He repeated it afterwards several times, that he was in love with me, and my heart spoke as plain as a voice, that I liked it. Nay, whenever he said, "I am in love with you," my blushes plainly replied, "Would you were, sir." However, nothing else passed at that time. It was but a surprise, and when he was gone I soon recovered myself again. He had stayed longer with me, but he had happened to look out at the window and see his sisters coming up the garden, so he took his leave, kissed me again, and told me he was very serious, and I should hear more of him very quickly, and away he went, leaving me infinitely pleased, though surprised, and had there not been one misfortune in it, I had been in the right, but the mistake lay here, that Mrs. Betty was in earnest, and the gentleman was not. From this time my head ran upon strange things, and I may truly say I was not myself, to have such a gentleman talk to me of being in love with me, and of my being such a charming creature, as he told me I was. These were the things I knew not how to bear. My vanity was elevated to the last degree. It is true I had my head full of pride, but knowing nothing of the wickedness of the times, I had not one thought of my own safety or of my virtue about me, and had my young master offered it at first sight, he might have taken any liberty he thought fit with me, but he did not see his advantage, which was my happiness for that time. After this attack it was not long, but he found an opportunity to catch me again, and almost in the same posture. Indeed, it had more of a design in it on his part, though not on my part. It was thus. The young ladies were all gone a-visiting with their mother. His brother was out of town, and as for his father, he had been in London for a week before. He had so well watched me that he knew where I was, though I did not so much as know that he was in the house. And he briskly comes up the stairs, and seeing me at work, comes into the room to me directly, and began just as he did before, with taking me in his arms and kissing me for almost a quarter of an hour together. It was his younger sister's chamber that I was in, and as there was nobody in the house but the maids below stairs, he was, it may be, the ruder. In short, he began to be in earnest with me indeed. Perhaps he found me a little too easy, for God knows I made no resistance to him, while he only held me in his arms and kissed me. Indeed, I was too well pleased with it to resist him much. However, as it were, tired with that kind of work, we sat down, and there he talked with me a great while. He said he was charmed with me, and that he could not rest night or day till he had told me he was in love with me, and if I was able to love him again, and would make him happy, I should be the saving of his life, and many such fine things. I said little to him again, but easily discovered that I was a fool, and that I did not in the least perceive what he meant. Then he walked about the room, and taking me by the hand, I walked with him, and by taking his advantage, he threw me down upon the bed, and kissed me there most violently, but, to give him his due, offered no manner of rudeness to me, only kissed a great while. After this, he thought he had heard somebody come upstairs, so got off from the bed, lifted me up, professing a great deal of love for me, but told me it was all an honest affection, and that he meant no ill to me, and with that he put 5 guineas in my hand, and went away downstairs. I was more confounded with the money than I was before with the love, and began to be so elevated that I scarce knew the ground I stood on. I am the more particular in this part, that if my story comes to be read by any innocent young body, that they may learn from it to guard themselves against the mischiefs which attend an early knowledge of their own beauty. If a young woman once thinks herself handsome, she never doubts the truth of any man that tells her he is in love with her, for if she believes herself charming enough to captivate him, 'tis natural to expect the effects of it. This young gentleman had fired his inclination as much as he had my vanity, and, as if he had found that he had an opportunity, and was sorry he did not take hold of it, he comes up again in half an hour or thereabouts, and falls to work with me again as before, only with a little less introduction. At first, when he entered the room, he turned about and shut the door. "Mrs. Betty," said he, "I fancied before somebody was coming upstairs, but it was not so. However," adds he, "if they find me in the room with you, they shan't catch me a-kissing of you." I told him I did not know who should be coming upstairs, for I believed there was nobody in the house but the cook and the other maid, and they never came up those stairs. "Well, my dear," says he, "'tis good to be sure, however." And so he sits down, and we begin to talk. And now, though I was still all on fire with his first visit, and said little, he did, as it were, put words in my mouth, telling me how passionately he loved me, and that though he could not mention such a thing till he came to this estate, yet he was resolved to make me happy then, and himself too, that is to say, to marry me, and abundance of such fine things, which I, poor fool, did not understand the drift of, but acted as if there was no such thing as any kind of love but that which tended to matrimony, and if he had spoke of that, I had no room, as well as no power, to have said no, but we were not come that length yet. We had not sat long, but he got up, and, stopping my very breath with kisses, threw me upon the bed again, but then, being both well warmed, he went farther with me than decency permits me to mention, nor had it been in my power to have denied him at that moment, had he offered much more than he did. However, though he took these freedoms with me, it did not go to that which they call the last favour, which, to do him justice, he did not attempt, and he made that self-denial of his a plea for all his freedoms with me upon other occasions after this. When this was over, he stayed but a little while, but he put almost a handful of gold in my hand, and left me, making 1,000 protestations of his passion for me, and of his loving me above all the women in the world. It will not be strange if I now begin to think, but alas, it was but with very little solid reflection. I had a most unbounded stock of vanity and pride, and but a very little stock of virtue. I did indeed case sometimes with myself what young master aimed at, but thought of nothing but the fine words and the gold. Whether he intended to marry me, or not marry me, seemed a matter of no great consequence to me, nor did my thoughts so much as suggest to me the necessity of making any capitulation for myself, till he came to make a kind of formal proposal to me, as you shall hear presently. Thus I gave up myself to a readiness of being ruined without the least concern, and am a fair memento to all young women whose vanity prevails over their virtue. Nothing was ever so stupid on both sides. Had I acted as became me, and resisted as virtue and honour require, this gentleman had either desisted his attacks, finding no room to expect the accomplishment of his design, or had made fair and honourable proposals of marriage, in which case, whoever had blamed him, nobody could have blamed me. In short, if he had known me, and how easy the trifle he aimed at was to be had, he would have troubled his head no farther, but have given me 4 or 5 guineas, and have lain with me the next time he had come at me. And if I had known his thoughts, and how hard he thought I would be to be gained, I might have made my own terms with him, and if I had not capitulated for an immediate marriage, I might for maintenance till marriage, and might have had what I would, for he was already rich to excess, besides what he had in expectation. But I seemed wholly to have abandoned all such thoughts as these, and was taken up only with the pride of my beauty, and of being beloved by such a gentleman. As for the gold, I spent whole hours looking upon it. I looked the guineas over and over 1,000 times a day. Never poor vain creature was so wrapped up with every part of the story as I was, not considering what was before me, and how near my ruin was at the door. Indeed, I think I rather wished for that ruin than studied to avoid it. In the meantime, however, I was cunning enough not to give the least room to any in the family to suspect me, or to imagine that I had the least correspondence with this young gentleman. I scarce ever looked towards him in public, or answered if he spoke to me when anybody was near us. But for all that, we had every now and then a little encounter, where we had room for a word or two, and now and then a kiss, but no fair opportunity for the mischief intended, and especially considering that he made more circumlocution than, if he had known by thoughts, he had occasion for, and the work of appearing difficult to him, he really made it so. But as the devil is an unwearied tempter, so he never fails to find opportunity for that wickedness he invites to. It was one evening that I was in the garden, with his 2 younger sisters and himself, and all very innocently merry, when he found means to convey a note into my hand, by which he directed me to understand that he would to-morrow desire me publicly to go of an errand for him into the town, and that I should see him somewhere by the way. Accordingly, after dinner, he very gravely says to me, his sisters being all by, "Mrs. Betty, I must ask a favour of you." "What's that?" says his second sister. "Nay, sister," says he very gravely, "if you can't spare Mrs. Betty to-day, any other time will do." Yes, they said, they could spare her well enough, and the sisters begged pardon for asking, which they did, but of mere course, without any meaning. "Well, but, brother," says the eldest sister, "you must tell Mrs. Betty what it is. If it be any private business that we must not hear, you may call her out. There she is." "Why, sister," says the gentleman very gravely, "what do you mean? I only desire her to go into the High Street." And then he pulls out a turnover. "To such a shop." And then he tells them a long story of 2 fine neckcloths he had bid money for, and he wanted to have me go and make an errand to buy a neck to the turnover that he showed, to see if they would take my money for the neckcloths, to bid a shilling more, and haggle with them. And then he made more errands, and so continued to have such a petty business to do, that I should be sure to stay a good while. When he had given me my errands, he told them a long story of a visit he was going to make to a family they all knew, and where he was to be such and such gentlemen, and how merry they were to be, and very formally asks his sisters to go with him. And they as formally excused themselves because of company that they had notice was to come and visit them that afternoon, which, by the way, he had contrived on purpose. He had scarce done speaking to them and giving me my errand, but his man came up to tell him that Sir W. H.'s coach stopped at the door, so he runs down and comes up again immediately. "Alas!" says he aloud, "there's all my mirth spoiled at once. Sir W. has sent his coach for me, and desires to speak with me upon some earnest business." It seems that Sir W. was a gentleman who lived about 3 miles out of town, to whom he had spoken on purpose the day before, to lend him his chariot for a particular occasion, and had appointed it to call on him, as it did, about 3 o'clock. Immediately he calls for his best wig, hat, and sword, and ordering his man to go to the other place to make his excuse. That was to say, he made an excuse to send his man away. He prepares to go into the coach. As he was going, he stopped a while, and speaks mighty earnestly to me about his business, and finds an opportunity to say very softly to me, "Come away, my dear, as soon as ever you can." I said nothing, but made a curtsy, as if I had done so to what he said in public. In about a quarter of an hour I went out too. I had no dress other than before, except that I had a hood, a mask, a fan, and a pair of gloves in my pocket. so that there was not the least suspicion in the house. He waited for me in the coach in a back lane, which he knew I must pass by, and had directed the coachman whither to go, which was to a certain place called Mile End, where lived a confidant of his, where we went in, and where was all the convenience in the world to be as wicked as we pleased. When we were together, he began to talk very gravely to me, and to tell me he did not bring me there to betray me, that his passion for me would not suffer him to abuse me, that he resolved to marry me as soon as he came to his estate, that in the meantime, if I would grant his request, he would maintain me very honourably, and made me 1,000 protestations of his sincerity and of his affection to me, and that he would never abandon me, and, as I may say, made 1,000 more preambles than he need to have done. However, as he pressed me to speak, I told him I had no reason to question the sincerity of his love to me after so many protestations, but— and there I stopped, as if I left him to guess the rest. "But what, my dear?" says he. "I guess what you mean. What if you should be with child? Is not that it? Why then," says he, "I'll take care of you and provide for you, and the child too. And that you may see I am not in jest," says he, "here's an earnest for you." And with that he pulls out a silk purse with 100 guineas in it, and gave it to me. "And I'll give you such another," says he, "every year till I marry you." My colour came and went at the sight of the purse, and with the fire of his proposal together, so that I could not say a word, and he easily perceived it. So putting the purse into my bosom, I made no more resistance to him, but let him do just what he pleased, and as often as he pleased, and thus I finished my own destruction at once. For from this day, being forsaken of my virtue and my modesty, I had nothing of value left to recommend me, either to God's blessing or man's assistance. End of 3. Thus far I have had a smooth story to tell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nocturna. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. Section 4. But things did not end here. But things did not end here. I went back to town, did the business he publicly directed me to, and was at home before anybody thought me long. As for my gentleman, he stayed out, as he told me he would, till late at night, and there was not the least suspicion in the family either on his account or on mine. We had, after this, frequent opportunities to repeat our crime, chiefly by his contrivance, especially at home, when his mother and the young ladies went abroad a-visiting, which he watched so narrowly as never to miss, knowing always beforehand when they went out, and then failed not to catch me all alone, and securely enough, so that we took our fill of our wicked pleasure for near half a year, and yet, which was the most to my satisfaction, I was not with child. But before this half year was expired, his younger brother, of whom I have made some mention in the beginning of the story, falls to work with me, and he, finding me alone in the garden one evening, begins a story of the same kind to me, made good honest professions of being in love with me, and, in short, proposes fairly and honourably to marry me, and that before he made any other offer to me at all. I was now confounded, and driven to such an extremity as the like was never known, at least not to me. I resisted the proposal with obstinacy, and now I began to arm myself with arguments. I laid before him the inequality of the match, the treatment I should meet with in the family, the ingratitude it would be to his good father and mother, who had taken me into their house upon such generous principles, and when I was in such a low condition, and, in short, I said everything to dissuade him from his design that I could imagine, except telling him the truth, which would indeed have put an end to it all, but that I durst not think of mentioning. But here happened a circumstance that I did not expect indeed, which put me to my shifts, for this young gentleman, as he was plain and honest, so he pretended to nothing with me but what was so too, and knowing his own innocence, he was not so careful to make his having a kindness for Mrs. Betty a secret the house, as his brother was. And though he did not let them know that he had talked to me about it, yet he said enough to let his sisters perceive he loved me, and his mother saw it too, which, though they took no notice of it to me, yet they did to him, and immediately I found their carriage to me altered more than ever before. I saw the cloud, though I did not foresee the storm. It was easy, I say, to see that their carriage to me was altered, and that it grew worse and worse every day, till at last I got information among the servants that I should, in a very little while, be desired to remove. I was not alarmed at the news, having a full satisfaction that I should be otherwise provided for, and especially considering that I had reason every day to expect I should be with child, and that then I should be obliged to remove without any pretences for it. After some time, the younger gentleman took an opportunity to tell me that the kindness he had for me had got vent in the family. He did not charge me with it, he said, for he knew well enough which way it came out. He told me his plain way of talking had been the occasion of it, for that he did not make his respect for me so much a secret as he might have done, and the reason was that he was at a point that if I would consent to have him, he would tell them all openly that he loved me, and that he intended to marry me. That it was true his father and mother might resent it, and be unkind, but that he was now in a way to live, being bred to the law, and did not fear maintaining me agreeable to what I should expect, and that, in short, he believed I would not be ashamed of him, so he was resolved not to be ashamed of me, and that he scorned to be afraid to own me now, whom he resolved to own after I was his wife, and therefore I had nothing to do but to give him my hand, and he would answer for all the rest. I was now in a dreadful condition indeed, and now I repented heartily in my easiness with the eldest brother, not from any reflection of conscience, but from a view of the happiness I might have enjoyed, and had now made impossible. For though I had no great scruples of conscience, as I have said, to struggle with, yet I could not think of being a whore to one brother and a wife to the other. But then it came into my thoughts that the first brother had promised to make me his wife when he came to the estate. But I presently remembered what I had often thought of, that he had never spoken a word of having me for a wife after he had conquered me for a mistress. And indeed, till now, though I said I had thought of it often, yet it gave me no disturbance at all, for as he did not seem in the least to lessen his affection to me, so neither did he lessen his bounty, though he had the discretion himself to desire me not to lay out a penny of what he gave me in clothes, or to make the least show extraordinary, because it would necessarily give jealousy in the family, since everybody knew I could come at such things no manner of ordinary way, but by some private friendship, which they would presently have suspected. But I was now in a great strait, and knew not what to do. The main difficulty was this. The younger brother not only laid close siege to me, but suffered it to be seen. He would come into his sister's room and his mother's room and sit down and talk 1,000 kind things of me and to me, even before their faces, and when they were all there. This grew so public that the whole house talked of it, and his mother reproved him for it, and their carriage to me appeared quite altered. In short, his mother had let fall some speeches as if she intended to put me out of the family, that is, in English, to turn me out of doors. Now I was sure this could not be a secret to his brother, only that he might not think, as indeed nobody else yet did, that the youngest brother had made any proposal to me about it. But as I easily could see that it would go farther, so I saw likewise there was an absolute necessity to speak of it to him, or that he would speak of it to me, and which to do first I knew not, That is, whether I should break it to him or let it alone till he should break it to me. Upon serious consideration, for indeed now I began to consider things very seriously, and never till now, I say, upon serious consideration, I resolved to tell him of it first. And it was not long before I had an opportunity, for the very next day his brother went to London upon some business, and the family being out a-visiting, just as it had happened before, and as indeed was often the case, he came according to his custom to spend an hour or two with Mrs. Betty. When he came, he had sat down a while. He easily perceived there to be an alteration in my countenance, that I was not so free and pleasant with him as I used to be, and particularly that I had been a-crying. He was not long before he took notice of it, and asked me in very kind terms what was the matter, and if anything troubled me. I would have put it off, if I could, but it was not to be concealed. So after suffering many importunities to draw that out of me which I longed as much as possible to disclose, I told him that it was true, something did trouble me, and something of such a nature that I could not conceal from him, and yet that I could not tell how to tell him of it neither, that it was a thing that not only surprised me, but greatly perplexed me, and that I knew not what course to take, unless he would direct me. He told me with great tenderness, that let it be what it would, I should not let it trouble me, for he would protect me from all the world. I then began at a distance, and told him I was afraid the ladies had got some secret information of our correspondence, for that it was easy to see that their conduct was very much changed towards me for a great while, and that now it was come to that pass that they frequently found fault with me, and sometimes fell quite out with me, though I never gave them the least occasion, that whereas I used always to lie with the eldest sister, I was lately put to lie by myself, or with one of the maids, and that I had overheard them several times talking very unkindly about me. But that which confirmed it all was that one of the servants had told me that she had heard I was to be turned out, and that it was not safe for the family that I should be any longer in the house. He smiled when he heard all this, and I asked him how he could make so light of it, that he must needs know that if there was any discovery I was undone for ever, and that even it would hurt him, though not ruin him as it would me. I upbraided him that he was like all the rest of the sex, that when they had the character and honor of a woman at their mercy, oftentimes made it their jest, and at least looked upon it as a trifle, and counted the ruin of those they had had their will of as a thing of no value. He saw me warm and serious, and changed his style immediately. He told me he was sorry that I should have such thought of him, that he had never given me the least occasion for it, but had been as tender of my reputation as he could be of his own, that he was sure our correspondence had been managed with so much address, that not one creature in the family had so much as a suspicion of it, that if he smiled when I told him my thoughts, it was at the assurance he lately received, that our understanding of one another was not so much as known or guessed at, and that when he had told me how much reason he had to be easy, I should smile as he did, for he was very certain it would give me a full satisfaction. "This is a mystery I cannot understand," says I, "or how it should be to my satisfaction that I am to be turned out of doors. For if our correspondence is not discovered, I know not what else I have done to change the countenances of the whole family to me, or to have them treat me as they do now, who formerly used me with so much tenderness, as if I had been one of their own children." "Why, look you, child," says he, "that they are uneasy about you, that is true, but that they have the least suspicion of the case as it respects you and I, is so far from being true that they suspect my brother Robin, and in short, they are fully persuaded he makes love to you. Nay, the fool has put it into their heads too himself, for he is continually bantering them about and making a jest of himself. I confess I think he is wrong to do so, because he cannot but see it vexes them, and makes them unkind to you. But 'tis a satisfaction to me, because of the assurance it gives me that they do not suspect me in the least, and I hope this will be to your satisfaction too." "So it is," says I, "one way, but this does not reach my case at all, nor is this the chief thing that troubles me, though I have been concerned about that too." "What is it then?" says he. With which I fell to tears, and could say nothing to him at all. He strove to pacify me all he could, but began at last to be very pressing upon me to tell what it was. At last I answered that I thought I ought to tell him too, and that he had some right to know it. Besides, that I wanted his direction in the case, for I was in such perplexity that I knew not what course to take. And then I related the whole affair to him. I told him how imprudently his brother had managed himself, in making himself so public, and that if he had kept it a secret, as such a thing ought to have been, I could but have denied him positively, without giving any reason for it, and he would in time have ceased his solicitations. But that he had the vanity first to depend upon it that I would not deny him, and then had taken the freedom to tell his resolution of having me to the whole house. I told him how far I had resisted him, and told him how sincere and honourable his offers were. "But," says I, "my case will be doubly hard, for as they carry it ill to me now, because he desires to have me, they'll carry it worse when they shall find I have denied him, and they will presently say, 'There's something else in it,' and then out it comes that I am married already to somebody else, or that I would never refuse a match so much above me as this was." This discourse surprised him indeed very much. He told me that it was a critical point indeed for me to manage, and he did not see which way I should get out of it. But he would consider it, and let me know next time we met what resolution he was come to about it, and in the meantime desired I would not give my consent to his brother, nor yet give him a flat denial, but that I would hold him in suspense a while. I seemed to start at saying I should not give him my consent. I told him he knew very well I had no consent to give, that he had engaged himself to marry me, and that my consent was the same time engaged to him, that he had all along told me I was his wife, and I looked upon myself as effectually so as if the ceremony had passed, and that it was from his own mouth that I did so, he having all along persuaded me to call myself his wife. "Well, my dear," says he, "don't be concerned at that now. If I am not your husband, I'll be as good as your husband to you. And do not let those things trouble you now, but let me look a little farther into this affair, and I shall be able to say more next time we meet." He pacified me as well as he could with this, but I found he was very thoughtful, and that though he was very kind to me, and kissed me 1,000 times, and more, I believe, and gave me money too, yet he offered no more all the while we were together, which was above 2 hours, and which I much wondered at indeed at the time, considering how it used to be, and what opportunity we had. His brother did not come from London for 5 or 6 days, and it was 2 days more before he got an opportunity to talk with him. But then, getting him by himself, he began to talk very close to him about it, and the same evening got an opportunity, for we had a long conference together, to repeat all their discourse to me, which, as near as I can remember, was to the purpose following. He told him he heard strange news of him since he went, viz., that he made love to Mrs. Betty. "Well," says his brother a little angrily, "and so I do. And what then? What has anybody to do with that?" "Nay," says his brother, "don't be angry, Robin. I don't pretend to have anything to do with it, nor do I pretend to be angry with you about it. But I find they do concern themselves about it, and that they have used the poor girl ill about it, which I should take as done to myself." "Whom do you mean, they?" says Robin. "I mean my mother and the girls," says the elder brother. "But hark ye," says his brother, "are you in earnest? Do you really love this girl? You may be free with me, you know." "Why then," says Robin, "I will be free with you. I do love her above all the women in the world, and I will have her, let them say and do what they will. I believe the girl will not deny me." It struck me to the heart when he told me this, for though it was most rational to think I would not deny him, yet I knew in my own conscience I must deny him, and I saw my ruin in my being obliged to do so. But I knew it was my business to talk otherwise then, so I interrupted him in his story thus. "Ay," said I, "does he think I cannot deny him? But he shall find I can deny him, for all that." "Well, my dear," says he, "but let me give you the whole story, as it went on between us, and then say what you will." Then he went on and told me that he replied thus: "But, brother, you know she has nothing, and you may have several ladies with good fortunes." "'Tis no matter for that," said Robin. "I love the girl, and I will never please my pocket in marrying, and not please my fancy." "And so, my dear," adds he, "there is no opposing him." "Yes, yes," says I. "You shall see I can oppose him. I have learnt to say no now, though I had not learnt it before. If the best lord in the land offered me marriage now, I could very cheerfully say no to him." "Well, but my dear," says he, "what can you say to him? You know, as you said when we talked of it before, he will ask you many questions about it, and all the house will wonder what the meaning of it should be." "Why," says I, smiling, "I can stop all their mouths at one clap by telling him, and them too, that I am married already to his elder brother." He smiled a little too at the word, but I could see it startled him, and he could not hide the disorder it put him into. However, he returned, "Why, though that may be true in some sense, yet I suppose you are but in jest when you talk of giving such an answer as that. It may not be convenient on many accounts." "No, no," says I pleasantly. "I am not so fond of letting the secret come out without your consent." "But what, then, can you say to him, or to them," says he, "when they find you positive against a match, which would apparently be so much to your advantage?" "Why," says I, "why should I be at a loss? First of all, I am not obliged to give me any reason at all. On the other hand, I may tell them that I am married already, and stop there. And that will be a full stop, too, to him, for he can have no reason to ask one question after it." "Ay," says he, "but the whole house will tease you about that, even to father and mother, and if you deny them positively, they will be disobliged at you, and suspicious besides." "Why," says I, "what can I do? What would you have me do? I was in straight enough before, and as I told you, I was in perplexity before, and acquainted you with the circumstances, that I might have your advice." "My dear," says he, "I have been considering very much upon it, you may be sure. And though it is a piece of advice that has a great many mortifications in it to me, and may at first seem strange to you, yet, all things considered, I see no better way for you than to let him go on, and if you find him hearty and in earnest, marry him." I gave him a look full of horror at those words, and turning pale as death, was at the very point of sinking down out of the chair I sat in, when, giving a start, he said, "What's the matter with you? Where are you a-going?" and a great many such things, and with jogging, and called to me, fetched me a little to myself, though it was a good while before I fully recovered my senses, and was not able to speak for several minutes more. When I fully recovered, he began again. "My dear," says he, "what made you so surprised at what I said? I would have you consider seriously of it. You may see plainly how the family stand in this case, and they would be stark mad if it was my case, as it is my brother's, and for aught I see, it would be my ruin and yours too." "Ay," says I, still speaking angrily, "are all your protestations and vows to be shaken by the dislike of the family? Did I not always object that to you, and you made light thing of it, as what you were above, and would value, and it is come to this now?" said I. Is this your faith and honor, your love, and the solidity of your promises?" He continued, perfectly calm, notwithstanding all my reproaches. And I was not sparing of them at all. But he replied at last, "My dear, I have not broken one promise with you yet. I did tell you I would marry you when I was come to my estate. But you see my father is a hale, healthy man, and may live these 30 years still, and not be older than several are round us in town. And you never proposed my marrying you sooner, because you knew it might be my ruin. And as to all the rest, I have not failed you in anything. You have wanted for nothing." I could not deny a word of this, and had nothing to say to it in general. "But why, then," says I, "can you persuade me to such a horrid step as leaving you, since you have not left me? Will you allow no affection, no love on my side, where there has been so much on your side? Have I made you no returns? Have I given no testimony of my sincerity and of my passion? Are the sacrifices I have made of honor and modesty to you no proof of my being tied to you in bonds too strong to be broken?" "But here, my dear," says he, "you may come into a safe station, and appear with both honor and splendor at once, and the remembrance of what we have done may be wrapped up in an eternal silence, as if it had never happened. You shall always have my respect and my sincere affection. Only then it shall be honest and perfectly just to my brother. You shall be my dear sister, and now you are my dear—" And there he stopped. "Your dear whore," says I. "You would have said it if you had gone on, and you might as well have said it, but I understand you. However, I desire you to remember the long discourses you have had with me, and the many hours' pains you have taken to persuade me to believe myself an honest woman, that I was your wife intentionally, though not in the eyes of the world, and that it was an effectual marriage that had passed between us, as is we had been publicly wedded by the parson of the parish. You know and cannot but remember that these have been your own words to me." I found this was a little too close upon him, but I made it up in what follows. He stood stock still for a while, and said nothing, and I went on thus. "You cannot," says I, "without the highest injustice, believe that I yielded upon all these persuasions, without a love not to be questioned, not to be shaken again by anything that could happen afterward. If you have such dishonorable thoughts of me, I must ask you, what foundation in any of my behavior have I given for such a suggestion? If then I have yielded to the importunities of my affection, and if I have been persuaded to believe that I am really, and in the essence of the thing, your wife, shall I now give the lie to all those arguments and call myself your whore or mistress, which is the same thing? And will you transfer me to your brother? Can you transfer my affection? Can you bid me cease loving you and bid me love him? Is it in my power, think you, to make such a change at demand?" "No, sir," said I. "Depend upon it, 'tis impossible, and whatever the change of your side may be, I will ever be true. And I had much rather, since it has come to that unhappy length, be your whore than your brother's wife." He appeared pleased and touched with the impression of this last discourse, and told me that he stood where he did before, that he had not been unfaithful to me in any one promise he had ever made yet, but that there were so many terrible things presented themselves to his view in the affair before me, and that on my account in particular, that he had thought of the other as a remedy so effectual as nothing could come up to it, that he thought this would not be entire parting us, but we might love as friends all our days, and perhaps with more satisfaction than we should in the station we were now in, as things might happen, that he durst say I could not apprehend anything from him as to betraying a secret, which could not but be the destruction of us both, if it came out, that he had but one question to ask of me that could lie in the way of it, and if that question was answered in the negative, he could not but still think it was the only step I could take. I guessed at his question presently, namely, whether I was sure I was not with child. As to that, I told him he need not be concerned about it, for I was not with child. "Why then, my dear," says he, "we have no time to talk further now. Consider of it, and think closely about it. I cannot be of the opinion still that it will be the best course you can take." And with this he took his leave, and the more hastily too, his mother and sisters ringing at the gate, just at the moment that he had risen up to go. He left me in the utmost confusion of thought, and he easily perceived it the next day, and all the rest of the week, for it was but Tuesday evening when we talked. But he had no opportunity to come at me all that week, till the Sunday after, when I, being indisposed, did not go to church, and he, making some excuse for the like, stayed at home. And now he had me an hour and a half again by myself, and we fell into the same arguments all over again, or at least so near the same, as it would be no purpose to repeat them. At last I asked him warmly, what opinion he must have of my modesty, that he could suppose I should so much as entertain a thought of lying with 2 brothers, and assured him it could never be. I added, if he was to tell me that he would never see me more, than which nothing but death could be more terrible, yet I could never entertain a thought so dishonourable to myself, and so base to him, and therefore I entreated him, if he had 1 grain of respect or affection left for me, that he would speak no more of it to me, or that he would pull his sword out and kill me. He appeared surprised at my obstinacy, as he called it, told me I was unkind to myself and unkind to him in it, that it was a crisis unlooked for upon us both, and impossible for either of us to foresee, but that he did not see any other way to save us both from ruin, and therefore he thought it the more unkind, but that if he must say no more of it to me, he added with an unusual coldness, that he did not know anything else we had to talk of. And so he rose up to take his leave. I rose up too, as if with the same indifference, but when he came to give me, as it were, a parting kiss, I burst out into such a passion of crying, that though I would have spoke, I could not, and only pressing his hand, seemed to give him the adieu, but cried vehemently. He was sensibly moved with this, so he sat down again, and said a great many kind things to me, to abate the excess of my passion, but still urged the necessity of what he had proposed, all the while insisting that if I did refuse, he would notwithstanding provide for me, but letting me plainly see that he would decline me in the main point, nay, even as a mistress, making it a point of honour not to lie with the woman that for aught he knew might come to be his brother's wife. The bare loss of him as a gallant was not so much my affliction as the loss of his person, whom indeed I loved to distraction, and the loss of all the expectations I had, which I always had built my hopes upon, of having him one day for my husband. These things oppressed my mind so much, that in short I fell very ill. The agonies of my mind, in a word, threw me into a high fever, and long it was, that none in the family expected my life. End of section 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe, Moll Flanders, by Daniel Defoe, Section 5. I was reduced very low indeed, and was often delirious and light-headed. But nothing lay so near me as the fear that, when I was light-headed, I should say something or other to his prejudice. I was distressed in my mind also to see him, and so he was to see me, for he really loved me most passionately, but it could not be. There was not the least room to desire it on one side or other, or so much as to make it decent. It was near 5 weeks that I kept my bed, and though the violence of my fever abated in 3 weeks, yet it several times returned, and the physicians said 2 or 3 times they could do no more for me, but that they must leave nature and the distemper to fight it out, only strengthening the first with cordials to maintain the struggle. After the end of 5 weeks I grew better, but was so weak, so altered, so melancholy, and recovered so slowly, that their physicians apprehended I should go into a consumption, and which vexed me most, they gave it as their opinion that my mind was oppressed, that something troubled me, and, in short, that I was in love. Upon this the whole house was set upon me to examine me, and to press me to tell whether I was in love or not, and with whom. But as I well might, I denied my being in love at all. They had on this occasion a squabble one day about me at table, that had like to have put the whole family in an uproar, and for some time did so. They happened to be all at table but the father. As for me, I was ill and in my chamber. At the beginning of the talk, which was just as they had finished their dinner, the old gentlewoman, who had sent me somewhat to eat, called her maid to go up and ask me if I would have any more. But the maid brought down word I had not eaten half what she had sent me already. "Alas," says the old lady, "that poor girl! I am afraid she will never be well." "Well," says the elder brother, "how should Mrs. Betty be well? They say she is in love." "I believe nothing of it," says the old gentlewoman. "I don't know," says the eldest sister, "what to say to it. They have made such a rout about her being so handsome and so charming, and I know not what. And that in her hearing too. That has turned the creature's head, I believe, and who knows what possessions may follow such doings? For my part, I don't know what to make of it." "Why, sister, you must acknowledge she is very handsome," says the elder brother. "Ah, and a great deal handsomer than you, sister," says Robin, "and that's your mortification." "Well, well, that is not the question," says his sister. "That girl is well enough, and she knows it well enough. She need not be told of it to make her vain." "We are not talking of her being vain," says the elder brother, "but of her being in love. It may be she is in love with herself. It seems my sisters think so." "I would she was in love with me," says Robin. "I'd quickly put her out of her pain." "What do you mean by that, son?" says the old lady. "How can you talk so?" "Why, madam," says Robin again, very honestly, "do you think I'd let the poor girl die for love, and of one that is near at hand to be had too?" "Fie, brother," says the second sister, "how can you talk so? Would you take a creature that has not a grout in the world?" "Prithee, child," says Robin, "beauty's a portion, and good humour with it is a double portion. I wish thou hadst half her stock of both for thy portion." For there was her mouth stopped. "I find," says the eldest sister, "if Betty is not in love, my brother is. I wonder he has not broke his mind to Betty. I warrant she won't say no." "They that yield when they're asked," says Robin, "are one step before them that were never asked to yield, sister, and 2 steps before them that yield before they are asked. And that's an answer for you, sister." This fired the sister, and she flew into a passion, and said things were come to that pass that it was time the wench, meaning me, was out of the family, and but that she was not fit to be turned out, she hoped her father and mother would consider of it as soon as she could be removed. Robin replied that was business for the master and mistress of the family, who were not to be taught by one that had so little judgment as his eldest sister. It ran up a great deal farther. The sister scolded, Robin rallied and bantered, but poor Betty lost ground by it extremely in the family. I heard of it, and I cried heartily, and the old lady came up to me, somebody having told her that I was so much concerned about it. I complained to her that it was very hard the doctor should pass such a censure upon me, for which they had no ground, and that it was still harder, considering the circumstances I was under in the family, that I hoped I had done nothing to lessen her esteem for me, or given any occasion for the bickering between her sons and daughters, and I had more need to think of a coffin than of being in love, and begged she would not let me suffer, in her opinion, for anybody's mistakes but my own. She was sensible of the justice of what I said, but told me, since there had been such a clamor among them, and that her younger son talked after such a rattling way as he did, she desired I would be so faithful to her as to answer her but one question sincerely. I told her I would, with all my heart, and with the utmost plainness and sincerity. Why, then, the question was, whether there was anything between her son Robert and me. I told her with all the protestations of sincerity that I was able to make, and as I might well do, that there was not, nor ever had been. I told her that Mr. Robert had rattled and jested, as she knew it was his way, and that I took it always, as I supposed he meant it, to be a wild airy way of discourse that had no signification in it, and again assured her that there was not the least tittle of what she understood by it between us, and that those who had suggested it had done me a great deal of wrong, and Mr. Robert no service at all. The old lady was fully satisfied, and kissed me, spoke cheerfully to me, and bid me take care of my health and want for nothing, and so took her leave. But when she came down, she found the brother and all his sisters together by the ears. They were angry even to passion at his upbraiding them with their being homely, and having never had any sweethearts, never having been asked the question, and their being so forward as almost to ask first. He rallied them upon the subject of Mrs. Betty. How pretty, how good-humoured, how she sung better than they did, and danced better, and how much handsomer she was. And in doing this he omitted no ill-natured thing that could vex them, and indeed pushed too hard upon them. The old lady came down in the height of it, and to put a stop it to, told them all the discourse she had had with me, and how I answered that there was nothing between Mr. Robert and I. "She's wrong there," says Robin, "for if there was not a great deal between us, we should be closer together than we are." I told her I loved her hugely, says he, but I could never make the jade believe I was in earnest. "I do not know how you should," says his mother. "Nobody in their senses could believe you were in earnest, to talk so to a poor girl, whose circumstances you know so well. But prithee, son," adds she, "since you tell me that you could not make her believe you were in earnest, what must we believe about it? For you rambled so in your discourse, that nobody knows whether you are in earnest or in jest. But as I find the girl by your own confession has answered truly, I wish you would do so too, and tell me seriously, so that I may depend upon it. Is there anything in it, or no? Are you in earnest, or no? Are you distracted, indeed, or are you not? 'Tis a weighty question, and I wish you would make us easy about it." "By my faith, madam," says Robin, "'tis in vain to mince the matter, or tell any more lies about it. I am in earnest, as much as a man is that's going to be hanged. If Mrs. Betty would say she loved me, and that she would marry me, I'd have her tomorrow morning fasting, and say to have and to hold, instead of eating my breakfast." "Well," says the mother, "then there's one son lost," and she said it in a very mournful tone, as one greatly concerned at it. "I hope not, madam," says Robin. "No man is lost when a good wife has found him." "Why, but, child," says the old lady, "she is a beggar." "Why then, madam, she has the more need of charity," says Robin. "I'll take her off the hands of the parish, and she and I'll beg together." "Ah, it's bad jesting with such things," says the mother. "I don't jest, madam," says Robin. "We'll come and beg your pardon, madam, and your blessing, madam, and my father's." "This is all out of the way, son," says the mother. "If you are in earnest, you are undone." "I am afraid not," says he, "for I am really afraid she won't have me. After all my sister's huffing and blustering, I believe I shall never be able to persuade her to it." "That's a fine tale, indeed. She is not so far out of her senses neither." "Mrs. Betty is no fool," says the younger sister. "Do you think she has learned to say no any more than other people?" "No, Mrs. Mirthwit," says Robin, "Mrs. Betty's no fool. But Mrs. Betty may be engaged some other way, and what then?" "Nay," says the eldest sister, "we can say nothing to that. Who must it be to, then? She is never out of the doors. It must be between you." "I have nothing to say to that," says Robin. "I have been examined enough. There's my brother. If it must be between us, go to work with him." This stung the elder brother to the quick, and he concluded that Robin had discovered something. However, he kept himself from appearing disturbed. "Prithee," says he, "don't go to shame your stories off upon me. I tell you, I deal in no such ware. I have nothing to say to Mrs. Betty, nor to any of the Mrs. Bettys in the parish." And with that he rose up and brushed off. "No," says the eldest sister, "I dare answer for my brother. He knows the world better." Thus the discourse ended, but it left the elder brother quite confounded. He concluded his brother had made a full discovery, and he began to doubt whether I had been concerned in it or not. but with all his management he could not bring it about to get at me. At last he was so perplexed that he was quite desperate, and resolved he would come into my chamber and see me, whatever came of it. In order to do this he contrived it so that one day after dinner, watching his eldest sister till he could see her go upstairs, he runs after her. "Hark ye, sister," says he, "where is this sick woman? May not a body see her?" "Yes," says the sister, "I believe you may, but let me go first a little, and I'll tell you." So she ran up to the door and gave me notice, and presently called to him again. "Brother," says she, "you may come if you please." So in he came, just in the same kind of rant. "Well," says he at the door as he came in, "where is this sick body that's in love? How do you do, Mrs. Betty?" I would have got up out of my chair, but was so weak I could not for a good while. And he saw it, and his sister too, and she said, "Come, do not strive to stand up. My brother desires no ceremony, especially now you are so weak." "No, no, Mrs. Betty, pray sit still," says he, and so sits himself down in a chair over against me, and appeared as if he were mighty merry. He talked a lot of rambling stuff to his sister and to me, sometimes of one thing, sometimes of another, on purpose to amuse his sister, and every now and then would turn it upon the old story, directing it to me. "Poor Mrs. Betty," says he, "it is a sad thing to be in love. Why, it has reduced you sadly." At last I spoke a little. "I am glad to see you so merry, sir," says I, "but I think the doctor might have found something better to do than to make his game at his patients. If I had been ill of no other distemper, I know the proverb too well to have let him come to me." "What proverb?" says he. "Oh, I remember it now. What?" "Where love is the case, the doctor's an ass." Is not that it, Mrs. Betty? I smiled and said nothing. "Nay," says he, "I think the effect has proved it to be love, for it seems the doctor has been able to do you but little service. You mend very slowly, they say. I doubt there's somewhat in it, Mrs. Betty. I doubt you are sick of the incurables, and that is love." I smiled and said, "No, indeed, sir, that's none of my distemper." We had a deal of such discourse, and sometimes others that signified as little. By and by he asked me to sing them a song, at which I smiled and said my singing days were over. At last he asked if he should play upon his flute to me. His sister said she believed it would hurt me, and that my head could not bear it. I bowed and said no, it would not hurt me. "And pray, madam," said I, "do not hinder it. I love the music of the flute very much." Then his sister said, "Well, do then, brother." With that he pulled out the key of his closet. "Dear sister," says he, "I am very lazy. Do step to my closet and fetch my flute. It lies in such a drawer," naming a place where he was sure it was not, that she might be a little while a-looking for it. As soon as she was gone he related the whole story to me of the discourse his brother had about me, and of his pushing it at him, and his concern about it, which was the reason of his contriving this visit to me. I assured him I had never opened my mouth, either to his brother or to anybody else. I told him the dreadful exigence I was in, that my love to him and his offering to have me forget that affection and remove it to another had thrown me down, and that I had 1,000 times wished I might die rather than recover, and to have the same circumstances to struggle with as I had before, and that his backwardness to life had been the great reason of the slowness of my recovering. I added that I foresaw that as soon as I was well I must quit the family, and that as for marrying his brother, I abhorred the thoughts of it, after what had been my case with him, and that he might depend upon it I would never see his brother again upon that subject, that if he would break all his vows and oaths and engagements with me, be that between his conscience and his honor and himself, but he should never be able to say that I, whom he had persuaded to call myself his wife, and who had given him the liberty to use me as a wife, was not as faithful to him as a wife ought to be, whatever he might be to me. He was going to reply, and had said that he was sorry I could not be persuaded, and was going to say more, but he heard his sister a-coming, and so did I, and yet I forced out these few words as a reply. that I could never be persuaded to love one brother and marry another. He shook his head and said, "Then I am ruined," meaning himself, and that moment his sister entered the room and told him she could not find the flute. "Well," says he merrily, "this laziness won't do." So he gets up and goes himself to look for it, but comes back without it too. Not but that he could have found it, but because his mind was a little disturbed, and he had no mind to play. And besides, the errand he sent his sister on was answered another way, for he only wanted an opportunity to speak to me, which he gained, though not much to his satisfaction. I had, however, a great deal of satisfaction in having spoken my mind to him with freedom, and with such an honest plainness as I have related. And though it did not at all work the way I desired, that is to say, to oblige the person to me the more, yet it took him from all possibility of quitting me, but by a downright breach of honor, and giving up all the faith of a gentleman to me, which he had so often engaged by, never to abandon me, but to make me his wife as soon as he came to his estate. It was not many weeks after this before I was about the house again, and began to grow well, but I continued melancholy, silent, dull, and retired, which amazed the whole family, except he that knew the reason of it. Yet it was a great while before he took any notice of it, and I, as backward to speak as he, carried respectfully to him, but never offered to speak a word to him that was particular of any kind whatsoever. And this continued for 16 or 17 weeks, so that, as I expected every day to be dismissed the family, on account of what distaste they had taken another way, in which I had no guilt, so I expected to hear no more of this gentleman, after all his solemn vows and protestations, but to be ruined and abandoned. At last I broke the way myself in the family for my removing, for being talking seriously with the old lady one day about my own circumstances in the world, and how my distemper had left a heaviness upon my spirits, that I was not the same thing I was before, the old lady said, "I am afraid, Betty, what I have said to you about my son has had some influence upon you, and that you are melancholy on his account. Pray will you let me know how the matter stands with you both, if it may not be improper? For as for Robin, he does nothing but rally and banter when I speak of it to him." "Why, truly, madam," said I, "that matter stands as I wish it did not, and I shall be very sincere with you in it, whatever befalls me for it. Mr. Robert has several times proposed marriage to me, which is what I had no reason to expect, my poor circumstances considered. But I have always resisted him, and that perhaps in terms more positive than became me, considering the regard that I ought to have for every branch of your family. But," said I, "madam, I could never so far forget my obligation to you and all your house, to offer to consent to a thing which I know must needs be disobliging to you." And this I have made my argument to him, and have positively told him that I would never entertain a thought of that kind, unless I had your consent, and his father's also, to whom I was bound by so many invincible obligations. "And is this possible, Mrs. Betty?" says the old lady. "Then you have been much juster to us than we have been to you, for we have all looked upon you as a kind of snare to my son, and I had a proposal to make to you for your removing, for fear of it, but I had not yet mentioned it to you, because I thought you were not thorough well, and I was afraid of grieving you too much, lest it should throw you down again, for we have all a respect for you still, though not so much as to have it be the ruin of my son. But if it be as you say, we have all wronged you very much." "As to the truth of what I say, madam," said I, "refer you to your son himself. If he will do me any justice, he must tell you the story just as I have told it." Away goes the old lady to her daughters, and tells them the whole story just as I had told it her, and they were surprised at it, you may be sure, as I believe they would be. One said she could never have thought it, another said Robin was a fool, a third said she would not believe a word of it, and she would warrant that Robin would tell the story another way. But the old gentlewoman, who was resolved to go to the bottom of it before I could have the least opportunity of acquainting her son with what had passed, resolved too that she would talk with her son immediately, and to that purpose sent for him, for he was gone but to a lawyer's house in the town upon some petty business of his own, and upon her sending he returned immediately. Upon his coming up to them, for they were all still together, "Sit down, Robin," says the old lady, "I must have some talk with you." "With all my heart, madam," says Robin, looking very merry. "I hope it is about a good wife, for I am at a great loss in that affair." "How can that be?" says his mother. "Did not you say you resolved to have Mrs. Betty?" "Ay, madam," says Robin, "but there is one as forbid the banns." "Forbid the banns," says his mother. "Who can that be?" "Even Mrs. Betty herself," says Robin. "How so?" says his mother. "Have you asked her the question, then?" "Yes, indeed, madam," says Robin. "I have attacked her in form 5 times since she was sick, and I am beaten off. The jade is so stout she won't capitulate, nor yield upon any terms, except such as I cannot effectually grant." "Explain yourself," says the mother, "for I am surprised. I do not understand you. I hope you are not in earnest." "Why, madam," says he, "the case is plain enough upon me. It explains itself. She won't have me, she says. Is not that plain enough?" "I think 'tis plain, and pretty rough too." "Well, but," says the mother, "you talk of conditions that you cannot grant. What does she want? A settlement? Her jointure ought to be according to her fortune. But what fortune does she bring you?" "Nay, as to fortune," says Robin, "she is rich enough. I am satisfied in that point. But 'tis I that am not able to come up to her terms, and she is positive she will not have me without." Here the sisters put in. "Madam," says the second sister, "'tis impossible to be serious with him. He will never give a direct answer to anything. You had better let him alone, and talk no more of it to him. You know how to dispose of her out of his way, if you thought there was anything in it." Robin was a little warmed with his sister's rudeness, but he was even with her, and yet with good manners too. "There are 2 sorts of people, madam," says he, turning to his mother, "that there is no contending with, that is, a wise body and a fool. 'Tis a little odd I should engage with both of them together." The younger sister then put in, "We must be fools indeed," says she, "in my brother's opinion, that he should think we can believe he has seriously asked Mrs. Betty to marry him, and that she has refused him." "Answer, and answer not," say Solomon, replied her brother. "When your brother had said to your mother that he had asked her no less than 5 times, and that it was so, that she positively denied him, methinks the younger sister need not question the truth of it when her mother did not." "My mother, you see, did not understand it," says the second sister. "There's some difference," says Robin, "between desiring me to explain it and telling me she did not believe it." "Well, but, son," says the old lady, "if you are disposed to let us into the mystery of it, what were these hard conditions?" "Yes, madam," says Robin, "I have done it before now, if the teasers here had not worried me by way of interruption. The conditions are, that I bring my father and you to consent to it, and without that, she protests she will never see me more upon that head. And to these conditions, as I said, I suppose I shall never be able to grant. I hope my warm sisters will be answered now, and blush a little. If not, I have no more to say till I hear further." This answer was surprising to them all, though less to the mother, because of what I had said to her. As to the daughters, they stood mute a great while, but the mother said with some passion, "Well, I had heard this before, but I could not believe it. But if it is so, then we have all done Betty wrong, and she had behaved better than I ever expected." "Nay," says the elder sister, "if it be so, she has acted handsomely indeed." "I confess," says the mother, "it was none of her fault, if he was fool enough to take a fancy to her. But to give such an answer to him shows more respect to your father and me than I can tell how to express. I shall value the girl the better for it as long as I know her." "But I shall not," says Robin, "unless you will give your consent." "I'll consider of that a while," says the mother. "I assure you, if there were not some other objections in the way, This conduct of hers would go a great way to bring me to consent. I wish it would go quite through it, says Robin. If you had as much thought about making me easy as you have about making me rich, you would soon consent to it. Why, Robin, says the mother again, are you really in earnest? Would you so fain have her as you pretend? Really, madam, says Robin, I think 'tis hard you should question me upon that head, after all I have said. I won't say that I will have her. How can I resolve that point when you see I cannot have her without your consent? Besides, I am not bound to marry at all. But this I will say, I am in earnest in that I will never have anybody else if I can help it. So you may determine for me, Betty or nobody in the world, and the question which of the two shall be in your breast to decide, madam, provided only that my good-humored sisters here may have no vote in it. All this was dreadful to me, for the mother began to yield, and Robin pressed her home on it. On the other hand, she advised with the eldest son, and he used all the arguments in the world to persuade her to consent, alleging his brother's passionate love for me and my generous regard to the family, in refusing my own advantages upon such a nice point of honor, and 1,000 such things. And as to the father, he was a man in a hurry of public affairs and getting money, seldom at home, thoughtful of the main chance, but left all those things to his wife. You may easily believe that when the plot was thus, as they thought, broke out, and that every one thought they knew how things were carried, it was not so difficult or so dangerous for the elder brother, whom nobody suspected of anything, to have a freer access to me than before. Nay, the mother, which was just as he wished, proposed it to him to talk with Mrs. Betty. For it may be, son, said she, you may see farther into the thing than I, and see if you think she has been so positive as Robin says she has been, or no. This was as well as he could wish, and he, as it were, yielding to talk with me at his mother's request, she brought me to him into her own chamber, told me her son had some business with me at her request, and desired me to be very sincere with him, and then she left us together, and he went and shut the door after her. He came back to me and took me in his arms and kissed me very tenderly, but told me he had a long discourse to hold with me, and it was not come to that crisis, that I should make myself happy or miserable as long as I lived, that the thing was now gone so far, that if I could not comply with his desire we would both be ruined. Then he told the whole story between Robin, as he called him, and his mother and sisters, and himself, as it is above. And now, dear child, says he, consider what it will be to marry a gentleman of a good family, in good circumstances, and with the consent of the whole house, and to enjoy all that the world can give you, and what, on the other hand, to be sunk into the dark circumstances of a woman that has lost her reputation, and that though I shall be a private friend to you while I live, yet as I shall be suspected always, so you will be afraid to see me, and I shall be afraid to own you. He gave me no time to reply, but went on with me thus: what has happened between us, child, so long as we both agree to do so, may be buried and forgotten. I shall always be your sincere friend, without any inclination to nearer intimacy, when you become my sister, and we shall have all the honest part of conversation, without any reproaches between us of having done amiss. I beg of you to consider it, and to not stand in the way of your own safety and prosperity, and to satisfy you that I am sincere, added he, I here offer you £500 in money, to make you some amends for the freedoms I have taken with you, which we shall look upon as some of the follies of our lives, which 'tis hoped we may repent of. He spoke this in so much more moving terms than it is possible for me to express, and with so much greater force of argument than I can repeat, that I only recommend it to those who read the story to suppose that as he held me above an hour and a half in that discourse, so he answered all my objections, and fortified his discourse with all the arguments that human wit and art could devise. I cannot say, however, that anything he said made impression enough upon me so as to give me any thought of the matter, till he told me at last very plainly that if I refused, he was sorry to add that he could never go on with me in that station as we stood before, that though he loved me as well as ever, and that I was as agreeable to him as ever, yet sense of virtue had not so far forsaken him as to suffer him to lie with a woman that his brother courted to make his wife. And if he took his leave of me with a denial in this affair, whatever he might do for me in the point of support, grounded on his first engagement of maintaining me, yet he would not have me be surprised that he was obliged to tell me he could not allow himself to see me any more, and that, indeed, I could not expect it of him. I received this last part with some token of surprise and disorder, and had much ado to avoid sinking down, for indeed I loved him to an extravagance not easy to imagine. But he perceived my disorder. He entreated me to consider seriously of it, assured me that it was the only way to preserve our mutual affection, that in this station we might love as friends, with the utmost passion, and with the love of relation untainted, free from our just reproaches, and free from other people's suspicions, that he should ever acknowledge his happiness owing to me, that he would be debtor to me as long as he lived, and would be paying that debt as long as he had breath. Thus he wrought me up, in short, to a kind of hesitation in the matter, having the dangers on one side represented in lively figures, and indeed heightened by my imagination of being turned out to the wide world a mere cast-off whore, for it was no less, and perhaps exposed as such, with little to provide for myself, with no friend, no acquaintance in the whole world out of that town, and there I could not pretend to stay. All this terrified me to the last degree, and he took care upon all occasions to lay it home to me in the worst colours that it could be possible to be drawn in. On the other hand, he failed not to set forth the easy, prosperous life which I was going to live. He answered all that I could object from affection, and from former engagements, with telling me the necessity that was before us of taking other measures now, and as to his promises of marriage, the nature of things, he said, had put an end to that, by the probability of my being his brother's wife, before the time to which his promises all referred. Thus, in a word, I may say, he reasoned me out of my reason, he conquered all my arguments, and I began to see a danger that I was in, which I had not considered of before, and that was of being dropped by both of them, and left alone in the world to shift for myself. This, and his persuasion, at length prevailed with me to consent, though with so much reluctance that it was easy to see I should go to church like a bear to the stake. I had some little apprehensions about me too, lest my new spouse, who, by the way, I had not the least affection for, should be skilful enough to challenge me on another account, upon our first coming to bed together. And whether he did it with design or not I know not, but his elder brother took care to make him very much fuddled before he went to bed, so that I had the satisfaction of a drunken bedfellow the first night. How he did it I know not, but I concluded that he certainly contrived it, that his brother might be able to make no judgment of the difference between a maid and a married woman, nor did he ever entertain any notions of it, or disturb his thoughts about it. I should go back a little here to where I left off. The elder brother having thus managed me, his next business was to manage his mother, and he never left till he had brought her to acquiesce and be passive in the thing, even without acquainting the father other than by post letters, so that she consented to our marrying privately, and leaving her to manage the father afterwards. Then he cajoled with his brother, and persuaded him what service he had done him, and how he had brought his mother to consent, which, though true, was not indeed done to serve him, but to serve himself. But thus diligently did he cheat him, and had the thanks of a faithful friend, for shifting off his whore into his brother's arms for a wife. So certainly does interest banish all manner of affection, and so naturally do men give up honor and justice, humanity, and even Christianity, to secure themselves. I must now come back to brother Robin, as we always called him, who, having got his mother's consent, as above, came big with the news to me, and told me the whole story of it with a sincerity so visible that I must confess it grieved me that I must be the instrument to abuse so honest a gentleman. But there was no remedy. He would have me, and I was not obliged to tell him I was his brother's whore, though I had no other way to put him off. So I came gradually into it, to his satisfaction, and behold, we were married. Modesty forbids me to reveal the secrets of the marriage bed, but nothing could have happened more suitable to my circumstances than that, as above. My husband was so fuddled when he came to bed that he could not remember in the morning whether he had had any conversation with me or no, and I was obliged to tell him he had, though in reality he had not, that I might be sure he could make to inquiry about anything else. It concerns the story in hand very little to enter into the further particulars of the family, or of myself, for the 5 years that I lived with this husband, only to observe that I had 2 children by him, and that at the end of 5 years he died. He had been really a very good husband to me, and we lived very agreeably together, but as he had not received much from them, and had in the little time he lived acquired no great matters, so my circumstances were not great, nor was I much mended by the match. Indeed, I had preserved the elder brother's bonds to me, to pay 500 pounds, which he offered me for my consent to marry his brother, and this, with what I had saved of the money he formerly gave me, about as much more by my husband, left me a widow with about 1200 pounds in my pocket. My 2 children were, indeed, taken happily off my hands by my husband's father and mother, and that, by the way, was all they got by Mrs. Betty. I confess I was not suitably affected with the loss of my husband, nor indeed can I say that I ever loved him as I ought to have done, or was as proportionable to the good usage I had from him, for he was a tender, kind, good-humored man as any woman could desire. But his brother being so always in my sight, at least while we were in the country, was a continual snare to me, and I never was in bed with my husband but I wished myself in the arms of his brother, and though his brother never offered me the least kindness that way after our marriage, but carried it just as a brother ought to do, yet it was impossible for me to do so to him. In short, I committed adultery and incest with him every day in my desires, which, without doubt, was as effectually criminal in the nature of the guilt as if I had actually done it. Before my husband died, his elder brother was married, and we, being then removed to London, were written to by the old lady to come and be at the wedding. My husband went, but I pretended indisposition, and that I could not possibly travel. So I stayed behind. For, in short, I could not bear the sight of his being given to another woman, though I knew I was never to have him myself. I was now, as above, left loose to the world, and being still young and handsome, as everybody said of me, and I assure you I thought myself so, and with a tolerable fortune in my pocket, I put no small value upon myself. I was courted by several very considerable tradesmen, and particularly very warmly by one, a linen draper, at whose house, after my husband's death, I took a lodging, his sister being my acquaintance. Here I had all the liberty and all the opportunity to be gay and appear in company that I could desire, my landlord's sister being one of the maddest, gayest things alive, and not so much mistress of her virtue as I thought at first she had been. She brought me into a world of wild company, and even brought home several persons, such as she liked well enough to gratify, to see her pretty widow, so she was pleased to call me, and that name I got in a little time in public. Now, as fame and fools make an assembly, I was here wonderfully caressed, had abundance of admirers, and such as called themselves lovers, but I found not one fair proposal among them. As for their common design, that I understood too well to be drawn into any more snares of that kind. The case was altered with me. I had money in my pocket, and had nothing to say to them. I had been tricked once by that cheat called love, but the game was over. I was resolved now to be married or nothing, and to be well married or not at all. End of section 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. Section 6. I loved the company, indeed, of men of mirth and wit, men of gallantry and figure, and was often entertained with such, as I was also with others. But I found by just observation that the brightest men came upon the dullest errand, that is to say, the dullest as to what I aimed at. On the other hand, those who came with the best proposals were the dullest and most disagreeable part of the world. I was not averse to a tradesman, but then I would have a tradesman, forsooth, that was something of a gentleman too, that when my husband had a mind to carry me to the court or to the play, he might become a sword, and look as like a gentleman as another man, and not be one that had the mark of his apron strings upon his coat, or the mark of his hat upon his periwig, that should look as if he was set on to his sword when his sword was put on to him, and that carried his trade in his countenance. Well, at last I found this amphibious creature, this land-water thing called a gentleman tradesman, and as a just plague upon my folly I was catched in the very snare which, as I might say, I laid for myself. I said for myself, for I was not trepanned, I confess, but I betrayed myself. This was a draper too, for though my comrade would have brought me to a bargain for a brother, yet when it came to the point it was, it seems, for a mistress, not a wife, and I kept true to this notion, that a woman should never be kept for a mistress that had money to keep herself. Thus my pride, not my principle, my money, not my virtue, kept me honest, though, as it proved, I found I had much better have been sold by my she-comrade to her brother than have sold myself, as I did, to a tradesman that was rake, gentleman, shopkeeper, and beggar all together. But I was hurried on by my fancy to the gentleman, to ruin myself in the grossest manner that every woman did. For my new husband, coming to a lump of money at once, fell into such a profusion of expense that all I had and all he had before, if he had anything worth mentioning, would not have held it out above 1 year. He was very fond of me for about a quarter of a year, and what I got by that was that I had the pleasure of seeing a great deal of my money spent upon myself, and, as I may say, had some of the spending it too. "Come, my dear," says he to me one day, "shall we go and take a turn into the country for about a week?" "Ah, my dear," says I, "whither would we go?" "I care not whither," says he, "but I have a mind to look like quality for a week." "We'll go to Oxford," says he. "How?" says I. "Shall we go? I am no horsewoman, and 'tis too far for a coach." "Too far," says he. "No place is too far for a coach and six. If I carry you out, you shall travel like a duchess." Says I, "my dear, 'tis a frolic, but if you have a mind to it, I don't care." Well, the time was appointed. We had a rich coach, very good horses, a coachman, postilion, and 2 footmen in very good liveries, a gentleman on horseback, and a page with a feather in his hat upon another horse. The servants all called him my lord, and the innkeepers, you may be sure, did the like, and I was her honor the countess. And thus we travelled to Oxford, and a very pleasant journey we had, for, give him his due, not a beggar alive knew better how to be a lord than my husband. We saw all the rarities at Oxford, talked with 2 or 3 fellows of college about putting out a young nephew that was left to his lordship's care to the university, and of their being his tutors. We diverted ourselves with bantering several other poor scholars, with hopes of being at least his lordship's chaplains and putting on a scarf, and thus having lived like quality indeed as to expense, we went away for Northampton, and, in a word, in about 12 days' ramble, came home again to the tune of about 93 pounds expense. Vanity is the perfection of a fop. My husband had this excellence, that he valued nothing of expense, and as his history, you may be sure, has very little weight in it, 'tis enough to tell you that in about 2 years and a quarter he broke, and was not so happy to get over into the mint, but got into a sponging house, being arrested in an action too heavy from him to give bail to. So he sent for me to come to him. It was no surprise to me, for I had foreseen some time that all was going to wreck, and had been taking care to reserve something if I could, though it was not much, for myself. But when he sent for me, he behaved much better than I expected, and told me plainly he had played the fool, and suffered himself to be surprised, which he might have prevented; that now he foresaw he could not stand it, and therefore he would have me go home, and in the night take away everything I had in the house of any value, and secure it. And after that he told me that if I could get away 100 or 200 pounds in goods out of the shop, I should do it. Only, says he, let me know nothing of it, neither what you take, nor whither you carry it. For as for me, says he, I am resolved to get out of this house and be gone, and if you never hear of me more, my dear, says he, I wish you well. I am only sorry for the injury I have done you. He said some very handsome things to me indeed at parting, for I told you he was a gentleman, and that was all the benefit I had of his being so, that he used me very handsomely and with good manners upon all occasions, even to the last, only spent all I had, and left me to rob the creditors for something to subsist on. However, I did as he bade me, that you may be sure, and having thus taken my leave of him, I never saw him more, for he found means to break out of the bailiff's house that night or the next, and go over into France, and for the rest of the creditors scrambled for it as well as they could. How, I knew not, for I could come at no knowledge of anything more than this, that he came home about 3 o'clock in the morning, caused the rest of his goods to be removed into the mint, and the shop to be shut up, and having raised what money he could get together, he got over, as I said, to France, from whence I had 1 or 2 letters from him, and no more. I did not see him when he came home, for he having given me such instructions as above, and I having made the best of my time, I had no more business back home again at the house, not knowing but I might have been stopped there by the creditors, for a commission of bankrupt being soon after issued, they might have stopped me by orders from the commissioners. But my husband, having so dexterously got out of the bailiff's house by letting himself down in a most desperate manner from almost the top of the house to the top of another building, and leaping from thence, which was almost 2 stories, and which was enough indeed to have broken his neck, he came home and got away his goods before the creditors could come to seize, that is to say, before they could get out the commission and be ready to send their officers to take possession. My husband was so civil to me, for still I say he was much of a gentleman, that in the first letter he wrote me from France, he let me know where he had pawned 20 pieces of fine Holland for 30 pounds, which were really worth 90 pounds, and enclosed me the token and an order for the taking them up, paying the money, which I did, and made in time above 100 pounds of them, having leisure to cut them and sell them, some and some, to private families, as opportunity offered. However, with all this and all that I had secured before, I found, upon casting things up, my case was very much altered, and my fortune much lessened, for, including the Hollands and a parcel of fine muslins, which I carried off before, and some plate and other things, I found I could hardly muster up 500 pounds, and my condition was very odd, for though I had no child, I had had one by a gentleman draper, but it was buried, yet I was a widow bewitched. I had a husband and no husband, and I could not pretend to marry again, though I knew well enough my husband would never see England any more if he lived 50 years. Thus, I say, I was limited from marriage, what offer might soever be made me. And I had not one friend to advise with in the condition I was in. Least not one I durst trust the secret of my circumstances to. For if the commissioners were to have been informed where I was, I should have been fetched up and examined upon oath, and all I have saved be taken away from me. Upon these apprehensions, the first thing I did was to go quite out of my knowledge and go by another name. This I did effectually, for I went into the Mint too, took lodgings in a very private place, and called myself Mrs. Flanders. Here, however, I concealed myself, and though my new acquaintances knew nothing of me, yet I soon got a great deal of company about me. And whether it be that women are scarce among the sorts of people that generally are to be found there, or that some consolations in their miseries of the place are more requisite than on other occasions, I soon found an agreeable woman was exceedingly valuable among the sons of affliction there, and that those that wanted money to pay half a crown on the pound to their creditors, and that run in debt at the sign of the Bull for their dinners, would yet find money for a supper, if they liked the woman. However, I kept myself safe yet, though I began, like my Lord Rochester's mistress, that loved his company, but would not admit him farther, to have the scandal of a whore, without the joy, and upon this score, tired with the place, and indeed with the company too, I began to think of removing. It was indeed a subject of strange reflection to me to see men who were overwhelmed in perplexed circumstances, who were reduced some degrees below being ruined, whose families were objects of their own terror and other people's charity, yet, while a penny lasted, nay, even beyond it, endeavoring to drown themselves, laboring to forget former things, which now it was the proper time to remember, making more work for repentance, and sinning on as a remedy for sin past. But it is none of my talent to preach. These men were too wicked even for me. There was something horrid and absurd in their way of sinning, for it was all of force, even upon themselves. They did not only act against conscience, but against nature. They put a rape upon their temper to drown the reflections which their circumstances continually gave them. And nothing was more easy than to see how sighs would interrupt their songs, and paleness and anguish sit upon their brows, in spite of the forced smiles they put on. Nay, sometimes it would break out at their very mouths when they had parted with their money for a lewd treat or a wicked embrace. I have heard them, turning about, fetch a deep sigh and cry, "What a dog I am! Well, Betty, my dear, I'll drink thy health, though," meaning the honest wife, that perhaps had not a half-crown for herself and 3 or 4 children. The next morning they are at their penitentials again, and perhaps the poor weeping wife comes over to him, either brings him some account of what his creditors are doing, or how she and the children are turned out of doors, or some other dreadful news, and this adds to his self-reproaches. But when he has thought and pored on it till he is almost mad, having no principles to support him, nothing within him or above him to comfort him, but finding it all darkness on every side, he flies to the same relief again, to drink it away, debauch it away, and falling into company of men in just the same condition with himself, he repeats the crime, and thus he goes every day one step onward of his way to destruction. I was not wicked enough for such fellows as these yet. On the contrary, I began to consider here very seriously what I had to do, how things stood with me, and what course I ought to take. I knew I had no friends, no, not one friend or relation in the world, and that little I had left apparently wasted, which, when it was gone, I saw nothing but misery and starving was before me. Upon these considerations, I say, and filled with horror at the place I was in, and the dreadful objects which I had always before me, I resolved to be gone. I had made an acquaintance with a very sober, good sort of a woman, who was a widow too, like me, but in better circumstances. Her husband had been a captain of a merchant ship, and having had the misfortune to be cast away coming home on a voyage from the West Indies, which would have been very profitable if he had come safe, was so reduced by the loss that though he had saved his life then, it broke his heart, and killed him afterwards, and his widow, being pursued by the creditors, was forced to take shelter in the Mint. She soon made things up with the help of friends, and was at liberty again, and finding that I rather was there to be concealed than by any particular prosecutions, and finding also that I agreed with her, or rather she with me, in a just abhorrence of the place and of the company, she invited me to go home with her till I could put myself in some posture of settling in the world to my mind, withal telling me that it was 10 to 1 but some good captain of a ship might take a fancy to me and court me in that part of the town where she lived. I accepted her offer, and was with her half a year, and should have been longer, but in that interval what she proposed to me happened to herself, and she married very much to her advantage. But whose fortune soever was upon the increase, mine seemed to be upon the wane, and I found nothing present except 2 or 3 boatswain or such fellows. As for the commanders, they were generally of 2 sorts. 1. Such as, having good business, that is to say, a good ship, resolved not to marry but with advantage, that is, with a good fortune. 2. Such as, being out of employ, wanted a wife to help them to a ship. I mean, a wife who, having some money, could enable them to hold, as they call it, a good part of a ship themselves, so to encourage owners to come in. Or a wife who, if she had not money, had friends who were concerned in shipping, and so could help to put the young man into a good ship, which to them is as good as a portion, and neither of these was my case, so I looked like one that was to lie on hand. This knowledge I soon learned by experience, that the state of things was altered as to matrimony, and that I was not to expect at London what I had found in the country, that marriages were here the consequences of politic schemes for forming interests and carrying on business, and that love had no share, or but very little, in the matter. That, as my sister-in-law in Colchester had said, beauty, wit, manners, sense, good humor, good behavior, education, virtue, piety, or any other qualification, whether of body or mind, had no power to recommend, that money only made a woman agreeable, that men chose mistresses indeed by the gust of their affection, and it was requisite to a whore to be handsome, well shaped, have a good mien, and a graceful behavior, but that for a wife no deformity would shock the fancy, no ill qualities the judgment. The money was the thing. The portion was neither crooked nor monstrous, but the money was always agreeable, whatever the wife was. On the other hand, as the market ran very unhappily on the men's side, I found the woman had lost the privilege of saying no, that it was a favor now for a woman to have the question asked, and if any young lady had so much arrogance as to counterfeit a negative, she never had the opportunity given her denying twice, much less of recovering that false step, and accepting what she had but seemed to decline. The men had such choice everywhere, that the case of the women was very unhappy, for they seemed to ply at every door, and if the man was by great chance refused at one house, he was sure to be received at the next. Besides this, I observed that the men made no scruple to set themselves out, and to go a fortune-hunting, as they called it, when they really had no fortune themselves to demand it, or merit to deserve it, and that they carried it so high that a woman was scarce allowed to inquire after the character or estate of the person that pretended to her. This I had an example of in a young lady in the next house to me, and with whom I had contracted an intimacy. She was courted by a young captain, and though she had near 2000 pounds to her fortune, she did but inquire of some of his neighbours about his character, his morals, or substance. And he took occasion at the next visit to let her know truly that he took it very ill, and that he should not give her the trouble of his visits any more. I heard of it, and I had begun my acquaintance with her. I went to see her upon it. She entered into a close conversation with me about it, and unbosomed herself very freely. I perceived presently that though she thought herself very ill-used, yet she had no power to resent it, and was exceedingly piqued that she had lost him, and particularly that another of less fortune had gained him. I fortified her mind against such meanness, as I called it. I told her that as low as I was in the world, I would have despised a man that should think I ought to take him upon his own recommendation only, without having the liberty to inform myself of his fortune or of his character. Also I told her that as she had a good fortune, she had no need to stoop to the disaster of the time, that it was enough that the men could insult us that had but little money to recommend us. But if she suffered such an affront to pass upon her without resenting it, she would be rendered low-prized upon all occasions, and would be the contempt of all the women in that part of the town. That a woman can never want an opportunity to be revenged of a man that has used her ill, and that there were ways enough to humble such a fellow as that, or else certainly women were the most unhappy creatures in the world. I found that she was very well pleased with the discourse, and she told me seriously that she would be very glad to make him sensible of her just resentment, and either to bring him on again, or have the satisfaction of her revenge being as public as possible. I told her that if she would take my advice, I would tell her how she should obtain her wishes in both those things, and that I would bring the man to her door again, and make him beg to be let in. She smiled at that, and soon let me see that if he came to her door, her resentment was not so great as to give her leave to let him stand long there. However, she listened very willingly to my offer of advice. So I told her that the first thing she ought to do was a piece of justice to herself, namely, that whereas she had been told by several people that he had reported among the ladies that he had left her, and pretended to give the advantage of the negative to himself, she should take care to have it well spread among the women, which she could not fail of an opportunity to do in a neighborhood so addicted to family news as that she lived in, that she had inquired into his circumstances, and found he was not the man as to estate he pretended to be. "Let them be told, madam," said I, "that you had been well informed that he was not the man that you expected, and that you thought it was not safe to meddle with him, that you heard he was of an ill temper, and that he boasted how he had used the women ill upon many occasions, and that particularly he was debauched in his morals, etc. The last of which, indeed, had some truth in it, but at the same time I did not find that she seemed to like him much the worse for that part." As I had put this into her head, she came most readily into it. Immediately she went to work to find instruments, and she had very little difficulty in the search, for telling her story in general to a couple of gossips in the neighborhood, it was the chat of the tea-table all over that part of the town, and I met with it wherever I visited. Also, as it was known that I was acquainted with the young lady herself, my opinion was asked very often, and I confirmed it with all the necessary aggravations, and set out his character in the blackest colors. And then, as a piece of secret intelligence, I added, as what the other gossips knew nothing of, that I had learned he was in very bad circumstances, that he was under a necessity of a fortune to support his interest with the owners of the ship he commanded, that his own part was not paid for, and if it was not paid quickly, his owners would put him out of the ship, and his chief mate was likely to command it, who offered to buy that part which the captain had promised to take. I added, for I confess I was heartily piqued at the rogue, as I called him, that I had heard a rumor, too, that he had a wife alive at Plymouth, and another in the West Indies, a thing which they all knew was not very uncommon for such kind of gentlemen. This worked as we both desired it, for presently the young lady next door, who had a father and mother that governed both her and her fortune, was shut up, and her father forbid him the house. Also, in one place more where he went, the woman had the courage, however strange it was, to say no, and he could try nowhere but he was reproached with his pride, and that he pretended not to give the women leave to inquire into his character, and the like. Well, by this time he began to be sensible of his mistake, and having alarmed all the women on that side of the water, he went over to Ratcliffe, and got access to some of the ladies there. But though the young women there, too, were, according to the fate of the day, pretty willing to be asked, yet such was his ill luck that his character followed him over the water, and his good name was much the same there as it was on our side. So that though he might have had wives enough, yet it did not happen among the women that had good fortunes, which was what he wanted. But this was not all. She very ingeniously managed another thing herself, for she got a young gentleman, who as a relation, and was indeed a married man, to come and visit her 2 or 3 times a week, in a very fine chariot and good liveries, and her 2 agents, and I also, presently spread a report all over that this gentleman came to court her, that he was a gentleman of £1,000 a year, and that he had fallen in love with her, and that she was going to her aunt's in the city, because it was inconvenient for the gentleman to come to her with his coach and Redriff, the streets being so narrow and difficult. This took immediately. The captain was laughed at in all companies, and was ready to hang himself. He tried all the ways possible to come at her again, and wrote the most passionate letters to her in the world, excusing his former rashness, and, in short, by great application, obtained leave to wait on her again, as he said, to clear his reputation. At this meeting she had her full revenge of him, for she told him she wondered what he took her to be, that she should admit any man to a treaty of so much consequence as that to marriage, without inquiring very well into his circumstances, that if he thought she was to be huffed into wedlock, and that she was in the same circumstances which her neighbours might be in, to take up with the first good Christian that came, he was mistaken; that, in a word, his character was really bad, or he was very ill beholden to his neighbours, and that unless he could clear up some points in which she had justly been prejudiced, she had no more to say to him but to do herself justice, and give him the satisfaction of knowing that she was not afraid to say no, either to him or any man else. With that she told him what she had heard, or rather raised herself by my means, of his character, his not having paid for the part he pretended to own of the ship he commanded, of the resolution of his owners to put him out of the command, and to put his mate in his stead, and of the scandal raised on his morals, his having been reproached with such and such women, and having a wife at Plymouth and in the West Indies, and the like. And she asked him whether he could deny that she had good reason, if these things were not cleared up, to refuse him, and in the meantime to insist upon having satisfaction in points too significant as they were. He was so confounded at her discourse that he could not answer a word, and she almost began to believe that all was true by his disorder, though at the same time she knew that she had been the raiser of all these reports herself. After some time he recovered himself a little, and from that time became the most humble, the most modest, and most importunate man alive in his courtship. She carried her jest on a great way. She asked him if he thought she was so at her last shift that she could or ought to bear such treatment, and if he did not see that she did not want those who thought it worth their while to come farther to her than he did, meaning the gentleman whom she had brought to visit her by way of sham. She brought him by these tricks to submit to all possible measures to satisfy her, as well of his circumstances as of his behavior. He brought her undeniable evidence of his having paid for his part of the ship. He brought her certificates from his owners that the report of their intending to remove him from the command of the ship and put his chief mate in was false and groundless. In short, he was quite the reverse of what he was before. Thus I convinced her that if the men made their advantage of our sex in the affair of marriage, upon the supposition of there being such choice to be had, and of the women being so easy, it was only owing to this, that the women wanted courage to maintain their ground and to play their part, and that, according to my Lord Rochester, a woman's ne'er so ruined that she can revenge herself on her undoer man. After these things, this young lady played her part so well that though she resolved to have him, and that indeed having him was the main bent of her design, yet she made his obtaining her be to him the most difficult thing in the world, and this she did, not by a haughty reserved carriage, but by a just policy, turning the tables upon him and playing back upon him his own game. For as he pretended, by a kind of lofty carriage, to place himself above the occasion of a character, and to make inquiring into his character a kind of an affront to him, she broke with him upon that subject, and at the same time that she made him submit to all possible inquiry after his affairs, she apparently shut the door against his looking into her own. It was enough to him to obtain her for a wife. As to what she had, she told him plainly that as he knew her circumstances, it was but just that she should know his. And though at the same time he had only known her circumstances by common fame, yet he had made so many protestations of his passion for her that he could ask no more but her hand to his grand request, and the like ramble according to the custom of lovers. In short, he left himself no room to ask any more questions about her estate, and she took the advantage of it like a prudent woman, for she placed part of her fortune so in trustees, without letting him know anything of it, that it was quite out of his reach, and made him be very well content with the rest. It is true she was pretty well besides, that is to say, she had about £1,400 in money, which she gave him, and the other, after some time, she brought to light as a perquisite to herself, which he was to accept as a mighty favor, seeing though it was not to be his, it might ease him in the article of her particular expenses. And I must add that by this conduct the gentleman himself became not only the more humble in his applications to her to obtain her, but also was much the more an obliging husband to her when he had her. I cannot but remind the ladies here how much they place themselves below the common station of a wife, which, if I may be allowed not to be partial, is low enough already. I say, they place themselves below their common station, and prepare their own mortifications by their submitting so to be insulted by the men beforehand, which I confess I see no necessity of. This relation may serve, therefore, to let the ladies see that the advantage is not so much on the other side as the men think it is, and though it may be true that the men have but too much choice among us, and that some women may be found who will dishonor themselves, be cheap, and easy to come at, and will scarce wait to be asked, yet If they will have women, as I may say, worth having, they may find them as uncomfortable as ever, and that those that are otherwise are a sort of people that have such deficiencies when had as rather recommend the ladies that are difficult than encourage the men to go on with their easy courtship, and expect wives equally valuable that will come at first call. Nothing is more certain than that the ladies always gain of the men by keeping their ground, and letting their pretended lovers see they can resent being slighted, and that they are not afraid of saying no. They, I observe, insult us mightily with telling us of the number of women that the wars and the sea and trade and other incidents have carried the men so much away that there is no proportion between the numbers of the sexes, and therefore the women have the disadvantage. But I am far from granting that the number of women is so great, or the number of men so small. But if they will have me tell the truth, the disadvantage of the women is a terrible scandal upon the men, and it lies here, and here only, namely, that the age is so wicked, and the sex so debauched, that, in short, the number of such men as an honest woman ought to meddle with is small indeed, and it is but here and there that a man is to be found who is fit for a woman to venture upon. But the consequence even of that too amounts to no more than this, that women ought to be the more nice. For how do we know the just character of the man that makes the offer? To say that the woman should be the more easy on this occasion is to say we should be the forwarder to venture because of the greatness of the danger, which, in my way of reasoning, is very absurd. On the contrary, the women have 10,000 times the more reason to be wary and backward, by how much the hazard of being betrayed is the greater. And would the ladies consider this, and act the wary part, they would discover every cheat that offered. For, in short, the lives of very few men nowadays will bear a character, and if the ladies do but make a little inquiry, they will soon be able to distinguish the men and deliver themselves. As for women that do not think their own safety worth their thought, that, impatient of their perfect state, resolve, as they call it, to take the first good Christian that comes, that run into matrimony as a horse rushes into the battle, I can say nothing to them but this, that they are the sort of ladies that are to be prayed for among the rest of distempered people, and to me they look like people that venture their whole estates in a lottery where there's 100,000 blanks to one prize. No man of common sense will value a woman the less for not giving up herself at the first attack, or for accepting his proposal without inquiring into his person or character. On the contrary, he must think her the weakest of all creatures in the world, as the rate of men now goes. In short, he must have a very contemptible opinion of her capacities, nay, every of her understanding, that, having but one case of her life, shall call that life away at once, and make matrimony, like death, be a leap into the dark. I would fain have the conduct of my sex a little regulated in this particular, which is a thing in which, of all the parts of life, I think at this time we suffer most in. 'Tis nothing but lack of courage, the fear of not being married at all, and of that frightful state of life called an old maid, of which I have a story to tell by itself. This, I say, is the woman's snare, but would the ladies once but get above that fear and manage rightly, they would more certainly avoid it by standing their ground. In a case so absolutely necessary to their felicity, that by exposing themselves as they do, and if they did not marry so soon as they may do otherwise, they would make themselves amends by marrying safer. She is always married too soon who gets a bad husband, and she is never married too late who gets a good one. In a word, there is no woman, deformity or lost reputation excepted, but if she manages well, may be married safely one time or other. But if she precipitates herself, it is 10,000 to 1, but she is undone. End of section 6. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain, and for more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Luoma, greenkri.com. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. Section 7. But I come now to my own case, in which there was at this time no little nicety. The circumstances I was in made the offer of a good husband the most necessary thing in the world to me. But I found soon that to be made cheap and easy was not the way. It soon began to be found that the widow had no fortune, and to say this was to say all that was ill of me, for I began to be dropped in all the discourses of matrimony. Being well bred, handsome, witty, modest, and agreeable, all which I had allowed to my character, whether justly or no is not the purpose, I say, all these would not do without the dross, which way now become more valuable than virtue itself. In short, the widow, they said, had no money. I resolved, therefore, as to the state of my present circumstances, that it was absolutely necessary to change my station, and make a new appearance in some other place where I was not known, and even to pass by another name if I found occasion. I communicated my thoughts to my intimate friend, the captain's lady, whom I had so faithfully served in her case with the captain, and who was as ready to serve me in the same kind as I could desire. I made no scruple to lay my circumstances open to her. My stock was but low, for I had made but about 540 pounds at the close of my last affair, and I had wasted some of that. However, I had about 460 pounds left, a great many very rich clothes, a gold watch, and some jewels, though of no extraordinary value, and about 30 or 40 pounds left in linen not disposed of. My dear and faithful friend, the captain's wife, was so sensible of the service I had done her in the affair above, that she was not only a steady friend to me, but, knowing my circumstances, she frequently made me presents, as money came into her hands, such as fully amounted to a maintenance, so that I spent none of my own. And at last she made this unhappy proposal to me, viz. That as we had observed, as above, how the men made no scruple to set themselves out as persons meriting a woman of fortune, when they had really no fortune of their own, but it was just to deal with them in their own way, and if it was possible, to deceive the deceiver. The captain's lady, in short, put this project into my head, and told me if I would be ruled by her, I should certainly get a husband of fortune, without leaving him any room to reproach me with want of my own. I told her, as I had reason to do, that I would give up myself wholly to her directions, and that I would have neither tongue to speak nor feet to step in that affair but as she should direct me, depending that she would extricate me out of every difficulty she brought me into, which she said she would answer for. The first step she put me upon was to call her cousin, and go to a relation's house of hers in the country, where she directed me, and where she brought her husband to visit me, and calling me cousin, she worked matters so about that her husband and she together invited me most passionately to come to town and be with them, for they now live in a quite different place from where they were before. In the next place, she tells her husband that I had at least 1,500 pounds fortune, and that after some of my relations I was like to have a great deal more. It was enough to tell her husband this. There needed nothing on my side. I was but to sit still and wait the event, for it presently went all over the neighbourhood that the young widow at Captain something or other's was a fortune, that she had at least 1,500 pounds, and perhaps a great deal more, and that the captain said so. and if the captain was asked at any time about me, he made no scruple to affirm it, though he knew not one word of the matter, other than that his wife had told him so. And in this he thought no harm, for he really believed it to be so, because he had it from his wife. So slender a foundation will those fellows build upon, if they do but think there is a fortune in the game. With the reputation of this fortune I presently found myself blessed with admirers enough, and that I had my choice of men, as scarce as they said they were, which, by the way, confirms what I was saying before. This being my case, I, who had a subtle game to play, had nothing now to do but to single out from them all the properest man that might be for my purpose. That is to say, the man who was most likely to depend upon the hearsay of a fortune, and not inquire too far into the particulars. And unless I did this, I did nothing, for my case would not bear much inquiry. I picked out my man with much difficulty, by the judgment I made of his way of courting me. If I had let him run on with his protestations and oaths that he loved me above all the world, that if I would make him happy that was enough, all which I knew was upon supposition, nay, it was upon a full satisfaction that I was very rich, though I never told him a word of it myself. This was my man, but I was to try him to the bottom, and indeed in that consisted my safety, for if he balked, I knew I was undone, as surely as he was undone if he took me. And if I did not make some scruple about his fortune, it was the way to lead him to raise some about mine. And first, therefore, I pretended on all occasions to doubt his sincerity, and told him perhaps he only courted me for my fortune. He stopped my mouth in that part with the thunder of his protestations, as above, but I still pretended to doubt. One morning he pulls off his diamond ring, and writes upon the glass of the sash in my chamber this line: "You I love, and you alone." I read it, and asked him to lend me his ring, with which I wrote under it thus: "And so in love says everyone." He takes his ring again, and writes another line, thus: "Virtue alone is an estate." I borrowed it again, and I wrote under it: "But money's virtue, gold is fate." He coloured as red as fire to see me turn so quick upon him, and in a kind of rage he told me he would conquer me, and writes again thus: "I scorn your gold, and yet I love." I ventured all upon the last case of poetry, as you'll see, for I wrote boldly under his last: "I'm poor, let's see how kind you'll prove." This was a sad truth to me. Whether he believed me or no, I could not tell. I suppose then that he did not. However, he flew to me, took me in his arms, and kissing me very eagerly, and with the greatest passion imaginable, he held me fast till he called for a pen and ink, and then told me he could not wait the tedious writing on the glass, but, pulling out a piece of paper, he began and wrote again: "Be mine, with all your poverty." I took his pen and followed him immediately, thus: "Yet secretly you hope I lie." He told me that was unkind, because it was not just, and that I put upon him contradicting me, which did not consist with good manners, any more than with his affection; and therefore, since I had immensely drawn him into this poetical scribble, he begged I would not oblige him to break it off. So he writes again: "Let love alone be our debate." I wrote again: "She loves enough that does not hate." This he took for a favour, and so laid down the cudgels, that is to say, the pen. I say, he took it for a favour, and a mighty one it was, if he had known all. However, he took it as I meant it, that is, to let him think I was inclined to go on with him, as indeed I had all the reason in the world to do, for he was the best humoured, merry sort of fellow that I ever met with, and I often reflected on myself how doubly criminal it was to deceive such a man. But that necessity which pressed me to a settlement suitable to my condition was my authority for it, and certainly his affection to me, and the goodness of his temper, however they might argue against using him ill, yet they strongly argued to me that he would better take the disappointment than some fiery-tempered wretch who might have nothing to recommend him but those passions which would serve only to make a woman miserable all her days. Besides, though I jested with him, as he supposed it, so often about my poverty, yet, when he found it to be true, he had foreclosed all manner of objection, seeing, whether he was in jest or in earnest, he had declared he took me without any regard to my portion, and, whether I was in jest or in earnest, I had declared myself to be very poor, so that, in a word, I had him fast both ways. And though he might say afterwards he was cheated, yet he could never say that I had cheated him. He pursued me close after this, and I saw there was no need to fear losing him. I played the indifferent part with him longer than prudence might otherwise have dictated to me. But I considered how much this caution and indifference would give me the advantage over him, when I should come to be under the necessity of owning my own circumstances to him. And I managed it the more warily, because I found he inferred from thence, as indeed he ought to do, that I either had the more money or the more judgment, and would not venture at all. I took the freedom one day, after we had talked pretty close to the subject, to tell him that it was true I had received the compliment of a lover from him, namely, that he would take me without inquiring into my fortune, and I would make him a suitable return in this, viz. That I would make a little inquiry into his as consisted with reason, but I hoped he would allow me to ask a few questions, which he would answer or not as he thought fit, and that I would not be offended if he did not answer me at all. One of these questions related to our manner of living, and the place where, because I had heard he had a great plantation in Virginia, and that he had talked of going to live there, and I told him I did not care to be transported. He began from this discourse to let me voluntarily into all his affairs, and to tell me in a frank, open way all his circumstances, by which I found he was very well to pass in the world. But that great part of his estate consisted of 3 plantations, which he had in Virginia, which brought him in very good income, generally speaking, to the tune of £300 a year, but that if he was to live upon them would bring him in 4 times as much. Very well, thought I. You shall carry me thither as soon as you please, though I won't tell you so beforehand. I jested with him extremely about the figure he would make in Virginia, but I found he would do anything I desired, though he did not seem glad to have me undervalue his plantations, so I turned my tail. I told him I had good reason not to go there to live, because if his plantations were worth so much there, I had not a fortune suitable to a gentleman of £1,200 a year, as he said his estate would be. He replied generously. He did not ask what my fortune was. He had told me from the beginning he would not, and he would be as good as his word. But whatever it was, he assured me he would never desire me to go to Virginia with him, or go thither himself without me, unless I was perfectly willing and made it my choice. All this, you may be sure, was as I wished, and indeed nothing could have happened more perfectly agreeable. I carried it on as far as this, with a sort of indifferency that he often wondered at, more than at first, but which was the only support of his courtship. And I mention it the rather to intimate again to the ladies that nothing but want of courage for such an indifferency makes our sex so cheap, and prepares them to be ill used as they are. Would they venture the loss of a pretending fop now and then, who carries it high upon the point of his own merit, they would certainly be less slighted and courted more. Had I discovered really and truly what my great fortune was, and that in all I had not full £500, when he expected £1,500, yet I had hooked him so fast, and played him so long, that I was satisfied he would have had me in my worst circumstances. And indeed it was less a surprise to him when he learned the truth than it would have been, because having not the least blame to lay on me, who had carried it with an air of indifference to the last, he would not say one word, except that indeed he thought it had been more, but that if it had been less he did not repent his bargain, only that he should not be able to maintain me so well as he intended. In short, we were married, and very happily married on my side, I assure you, as to the man, for he was the best humoured man that every woman had, but his circumstances were not so good as I imagined, as on the other hand he had not bettered himself by marrying so much as he expected. When we were married, I was shrewdly put to it to bring him that little stock I had, and to let him see it was no more. But there was a necessity for it, so I took my opportunity one day, when we were alone, to enter into a short dialogue with him about it. "My dear," said I, "we have been married a fortnight. Is it not time to let you know whether you have got a wife with something or with nothing?" "Your own time for that, my dear," says he. "I am satisfied that I have got the wife I love. I have not troubled you much," says he, "with my inquiry after it." "That's true," says I, "but I have a great difficulty upon me about it, which I scarce know how to manage." "What's that, my dear?" says he. "Why," says I, "'tis a little hard upon me, and 'tis harder upon you. I am told that Captain something or other," meaning my friend's husband, "has told you I had a great deal more money than I ever pretended to have, and I am sure I never employed him to do so." "Well," says he, "Captain something or other may have told me so, but what then? If you have not so much, that may lie at his door, but you never told me what you had, so I have no reason to blame you if you have nothing at all." "That is so just," said I, "and so generous, that it makes my having but a double affliction to me." "The less you have, my dear," says he, "the worse for us both. But I hope your affliction you speak of is not caused for fear I should be unkind to you for want of a portion. No, no, if you have nothing, tell me plainly and at once. I may perhaps tell the captain he has cheated me, but I can never say you have cheated me, for did you not give it under your hand that you were poor? And so I ought to expect you to be." "Well," said I, "my dear, I am glad I have not been concerned in deceiving you before marriage. If I deceive you since, 'tis ne'er the worse. That I am poor is too true, but not so poor as to have nothing neither." So I pulled out some bank bills, and gave him about 160 pounds. "There's something, my dear," said I, "and not quite all neither." I had brought him so near to expecting nothing by what I had said before, that the money, though the sum was small in itself, was doubly welcome to him. He owned it was more than he looked for, and that he did not question by my discourse to him, but that my fine clothes, gold watch, and a diamond ring or two had been all my fortune. I let him please himself with that 160 pounds 2 or 3 days, and then, having been abroad that day, and as if I had been to fetch it, I brought him 100 pounds more home in gold, and told him there was a little more portion for him; and, in short, in about a week more I brought him 180 pounds more, and about 60 pounds in linen, which I made him believe I had been obliged to take with the 100 pounds which I gave him in gold, as a composition for a debt of 600 pounds, being little more than 5 shillings in the pound, and overvalued too. "And now, my dear," says I to him, "I am very sorry to tell you that there is all that I have given you my whole fortune." I added that if the person who had my 600 pounds had not abused me, I had been worth 1,000 pounds to him, but that as it was, I had been faithful to him and reserved nothing to myself, but if it had been more he should have had it. He was so obliged by the manner, and so pleased with the sum, for he had been in a terrible fright lest it had been nothing at all, that he accepted it very thankfully, and thus I got over the fraud of passing for a fortune without money, and cheating a man into marrying me on the pretence of a fortune, which, by the way, I take to be one of the most dangerous steps a woman can take, and in which she runs the most hazard of being ill-used afterwards. My husband, to give him his due, was a man of infinite good nature, but he was no fool, and finding his income not suited to the manner of living which he had intended, if I had brought him what he expected, and being under a disappointment in his return of his plantations in Virginia, he discovered many times his inclination of going over to Virginia to live upon his own, and often would be magnifying the way of living there, how cheap, how plentiful, how pleasant, and the like. I began presently to understand this meaning, and I took him up very plainly one morning, and told him that I did so; that I found his estate turned to no account at this distance, compared to what it would do if he lived upon the spot, and that I found he had a mind to go and live there; and I added, that I was sensible he had been disappointed in a wife, and that finding his expectations not answered that way, I could do no less to make him amends than tell him that I was very willing to go over to Virginia with him and live there. He said 1,000 kind things to me upon the subject of my making such a proposal to him. He told me that however he was disappointed in his expectations of a fortune, he was not disappointed in a wife, and that I was all to him that a wife could be, and he was more than satisfied on the whole when the particulars were put together, but that this offer was so kind that it was more than he could express. To bring the story short, we agreed to go. He told me that he had a very good house there, that it was well furnished, that his mother was alive and lived in it, and one sister, which was all the relations he had, that as soon as he came there, his mother would remove to another house, which was her own for life and his after her decease, so that I should have all the house to myself, and I found all this to be exactly as he had said. To make this part of the story short, we put on board the ship, which we went in, a large quantity of good furniture for our house, with stores of linen and other necessaries, and a good cargo for sale, and away we went. To give an account of the manner of our voyage, which was long and full of dangers, is out of my way. I kept no journal, neither did my husband. All that I can say is that after a terrible passage, frighted twice with dreadful storms, and once with what was still more terrible, I mean a pirate who came on board and took away almost all our provisions, and which would have been beyond all to me, they had once taken my husband to go along with them, but by entreaties were prevailed with to leave him. I say, after all these terrible things, we arrived in York River in Virginia, and coming to our plantation, we were received with all the demonstrations of tenderness and affection by my husband's mother that were possible to be expressed. We lived here all together, my mother-in-law, at my entreaty, continuing in the house, for she was too kind a mother to be parted with. My husband, likewise, continued the same as at first, and I thought myself the happiest creature alive, when an odd and surprising event put an end to all that felicity in a moment, and rendered my condition the most uncomfortable, if not the most miserable, in the world. My mother was a mighty cheerful, good-humoured old woman. I may call her old woman, for her son was above 30. I say she was very pleasant, good company, and used to entertain me, in particular with abundance of stories to divert me, as well as of the country we were in as of the people. Among the rest, she often told me how the greatest part of the inhabitants of the colony came thither in very indifferent circumstances from England; that, generally speaking, they were of two sorts: either, first, such as were brought over by masters of ships to be sold as servants. "Such as we call them, my dear," says she, "but they are more properly called slaves." Or secondly, such as are transported from Newgate and other prisons, after having been found guilty of felony and other crimes punishable with death. "When they come here," says she, We make no difference. The planters buy them, and they work together in the field till their time is out. When 'tis expired," said she, "they have encouragement given them to plant for themselves, for they have a certain number of acres of land allotted them by the country, and they go to their work to clear and cure the land, and then to plant it with tobacco and corn for their own use. And as the tradesmen and merchants will trust them with tools and clothes and other necessaries, upon the credit of their crop before it is grown, so they again plant every year a little more than the year before, and so buy whatever they want with the crop that is before them. Hence, child," says she, "a man a Newgate bird becomes a great man, and we have," continued she, "several justices of the peace, officers of the trained bands, and magistrates of the towns they live in, that have been burnt in the hand." She was going on with that part of the story when her own part in it interrupted her, and with a great deal of good-humoured confidence she told me she was one of the second sort of inhabitants herself, that she came away openly having ventured too far in a particular case, so that she was become a criminal. "And here's the mark of it, child," says she, and pulling off her glove. "Look ye here," says she, turning up the palm of her hand, and showed me a very fine white arm and hand, but branded in the inside of the hand, as in such cases it must be. This story was very moving to me, but my mother, smiling, said, "You need not think a thing strange, daughter, for as I told you, some of the best men in this country are burnt in the hand, and they are not ashamed to own it. There's Major So-and-so," says she. "He was an eminent pickpocket. There's Justice Ba-Mister. There's Justice Ba-something was a shoplifter, and both of them were burnt in the hand. And I could name you several such as they are." We had frequent discourses of this kind, and abundance of instances she gave me of the like. After some time, as she was telling some stories of one that was transported but a few weeks ago, I began in an intimate kind of way to ask her to tell me something of her own story, which she did with the utmost plainness and sincerity. How she had fallen into very ill company in London in her young days, occasioned by her mother sending her frequently to carry victuals and other relief to a kinswoman of hers, who was a prisoner in Newgate, and who lay in a miserable starving condition, was afterwards condemned to be hanged, but having got respite by pleading her belly, dies afterwards in the prison. Here my mother-in-law ran out in a long account of the wicked practices in that dreadful place, and how it ruined more young people than all the town besides. "And, child," says my mother, "perhaps you may know little of it, or, it may be, have heard nothing about it. But depend upon it," says she, "we all know here that there are more thieves and rogues made by that one prison of Newgate than by all the clubs and societies of villains in the nation. 'Tis that cursed place," says my mother, "that half peopled this colony." Here she went on with her own story so long and in so particular a manner that I began to be very uneasy, but coming to one particular that required telling her name, I thought I should have sunk down in the place. She perceived I was out of order, and asked me if I was not well, and what ailed me. I told her I was so affected with the melancholy story she had told, and the terrible things she had gone through, that it had overcome me, and I begged her to talk no more of it. "Why, my dear," she says very kindly, "what need these things trouble you? These passages were long before your time, and they give me no trouble at all now. Nay, I look back on them with a particular satisfaction, as they have been a means to bring me to this place." Then she went on to tell me how she very luckily fell into a good family, where, behaving herself well, and her mistress dying, her master married her, by whom she had my husband and his sister, and that by her diligence and good management after her husband's death, she had improved the plantations to such a degree as they then were, so that most of the estate was of her getting, not her husband's, for she had been a widow upwards of 16 years. I heard this part of the story with very little attention, because I wanted much to retire and give vent to my passions, which I did soon after. And let any one judge what must be the anguish of my mind when I came to reflect that this was certainly no more or less than my own mother, and I had now had 2 children, and was big with another by my own brother, and lay with him still every night. End of section 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida on March the 22nd, 2006. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. Section 8. I was now the most unhappy of all women in the world. Oh, had the story never been told me, had all been well. It had been no crime to have lain with my husband, since, as to his being my relation, I had known nothing of it. I had now such a load on my mind that it kept me perpetually waking. To reveal it, which would have been some ease to me, I could not find would be to any purpose, and yet to conceal it would be next to impossible. Nay, I did not doubt but I should talk of it in my sleep, and tell my husband of it, whether I would or no. If I discovered it, the least thing I could expect was to lose my husband, for he was too nice and too honest a man to have continued my husband after he had known I had been his sister, so that I was perplexed to the last degree. I leave it to any man to judge what difficulties presented to my view. I was away from my native country, at a distance prodigious, and the return to me unpassable. I lived very well, but in a circumstance insufferable in itself. If I had discovered myself to my mother, it might have been difficult to convince her of the particulars, and I had no way to prove them. On the other hand, if she had questioned or doubted me, I had been undone, for the bare suggestion would have immediately separated me from my husband, without gaining my mother or him, who would have been neither a husband nor a brother, so that between the surprises on one hand and the uncertainty on the other, I had been sure to be undone. In the meantime, as I was but too sure of the fact, I lived, therefore, in open, avowed incest and whoredom, and under all the appearance of an honest wife. And though I was not much touched with the crime of it, yet the action had something in it shocking to nature, and made my husband, as he thought himself, even more nauseous to me. However, upon the most sedate consideration, I resolved that it was absolutely necessary to conceal it all, and not make the least discovery of it either to my mother or husband, and thus I lived with the greatest pressure imaginable for 3 years more, but had no more children. During this time my mother used to be frequently telling me old stories of her former adventures, which, however, were no ways pleasant to me, for by it, though she did not tell it me in plain terms, yet I could easily understand, joined with what I had heard myself of my first tutors, that in her younger days she had been both whore and thief, but I verily believed she had lived to repent sincerely of both, and that she was then a very pious, sober, and religious woman. Well, let her life have been what it would then, it was certain that my life was very uneasy to me, for I lived, as I have said, but in the worst sort of whoredom, and as I could expect no good of it, so really no good issue came of it, and all my seeming prosperity wore off and ended in misery and destruction. It was some time indeed before it came to this, for but I know not by what ill fate guided, everything went wrong with us afterwards, and that which was worse, my husband grew strangely altered, forward, jealous, and unkind, and I was impatient of bearing his carriage, as the carriage was unreasonable and unjust. These things proceeded so far that we had come at last to be in such ill terms with one another that I claimed a promise of him, which he entered willingly into with me when I consented to come from England with him, viz., that if I found the country not to agree with me, or that I did not like to live there, I should come away to England again when I pleased, giving him a year's warning to settle his affairs. I say I now claimed this promise of him, and I must confess I did it not in the most obliging terms that could be in the world neither, but I insisted that he treated me ill, that I was remote from my friends, and could do myself no justice, and that he was jealous without cause, my conversation having been unblameable, and he having no pretence for it, and that to remove to England would take away all occasion from him. I insisted so peremptorily upon it that he could not avoid coming to a point, either to keep his word with me or to break it, and this notwithstanding he used all the skill he was master of, and employed his mother and other agents to prevail with me and to alter my resolutions. Indeed, the bottom of the thing lay at my heart, and that made all his endeavours fruitless, for my heart was alienated from him as a husband. I loathed the thoughts of bedding with him, and used 1,000 pretences of illness and humour to prevent his touching me, fearing nothing more than to be with child by him, which, to be sure, would have prevented, or at least delayed, my going over to England. However, at last I put him so out of humour that he took up a rash and fatal resolution. In short, I should not go to England, and though he had promised me, yet it was an unreasonable thing for me to desire it, that it would be ruinous to his affairs, would unhinge his whole family, and be next to an undoing him in the world, that therefore I ought not to desire it of him, and that no wife in the world that valued her family and her husband's prosperity would insist upon such a thing. This plunged me again, for when I considered the thing calmly, and took my husband as he really was, a diligent, careful man, in the main work of laying up an estate for his children, and that he knew nothing of the dreadful circumstances that he was in, I could not but confess to myself that my proposal was very unreasonable, and that no wife that had the good of her family at heart would have desired. But my discontents were of another nature. I looked upon him no longer as a husband, but as a near relation, the son of my own mother, and I resolved somehow or other to be clear of him, but which way I did not know, nor did it seem possible. It is said by the ill-natured world of our sex that if we are set on a thing, it is impossible to turn us from our resolutions. In short, I am never ceased poring upon the means to bring to pass my voyage, and came that length with my husband at last, as to propose going without him. This provoked him to the last degree, and he called me not only an unkind wife, but an unnatural mother, and asked me how I could entertain such a thought without horror, as that of leaving my 2 children, for one was dead, without a mother, and to be brought up by strangers, and never to see them more. It was true, had things been right, I should not have done it, but now it was my real desire never to see them, or him either, any more. And as to the charge of unnatural, I could easily answer it to myself, while I knew that the whole relation was unnatural in the highest degree in the world. However, it was plain that there was no bringing my husband to anything. He would neither go with me, nor let me go without him, and it was quite out of my power to stir without his consent, as any one that knows the constitution of the country I was in knows very well. We had many family quarrels about it, and they began in time to grow up to a dangerous height, for As I was quite estranged from my husband, as he was called in affection, so I took no heed to my words, but sometimes gave him language that was provoking, and, in short, strove all I could to bring him to a parting with me, which was what above all things in the world I desired most. He took my carriage very ill, and indeed might well do so, for at last I refused to bed with him, and carrying on the breach upon all occasions to extremity, he told me once he thought I was mad, and if I did not alter my conduct, he would put me under cure, that is to say, into a madhouse. I told him he should find I was far enough from mad, and that it was not within his power or any other villain's to murder me. I confess at the time I was heartily frightened at his thoughts of putting me into a madhouse, which would at once have destroyed all the possibility of breaking the truth out, whatever the occasion might be, for that then no one would have given credit to a word of it. This therefore brought me to a resolution, whatever came of it, to lay open my whole case, but which way to do it, or to whom, was an inextricable difficulty, and took me many months to resolve. In the meantime another quarrel with my husband happened, which came up to such a mad extreme as almost pushed me on to tell it him all to his face, but though I kept it in so as not to come to the particulars, I spoke so much as put him into the utmost confusion, and in the end brought out the whole story. He began with a calm expostulation upon my being so resolute to go to England. I defended it, and one hard word bringing on another, as is usual in all family strife, he told me I did not treat him as if he were my husband, or talk of my children as if I were a mother, and, in short, that I did not deserve to be used as a wife, that he had used all the fair means possible with me, that he had argued with all the kindnesses and calmness that a husband or a Christian ought to do, and that I made him such a vile return, that I treated him rather like a dog than a man, and rather like the most contemptible stranger than a husband, that he was very loath to use violence with me, but that, in short, he saw a necessity of it now, and that for the future he should be obliged to take such measures as should reduce me to my duty. My blood was now fired to the utmost. Though I knew that what he said was very true, and nothing could appear more provoked, I told him for his fair means and his foul they were equally contemned by me, that for my going to England I was resolved on it come what would, and that as to treating him not like a husband, and not showing myself a mother to my children, there might be something more in it than he understood at present, but for his further consideration I thought fit to tell him thus much, that he was neither my lawful husband, nor they lawful children, and that I had reason to regard neither of them more than I did. I confess I was moved to pity him when I spoke it, for he turned pale as death, and stood mute as one thunderstruck, and once or twice I thought he would have fainted. In short, it put him in a fit something like an apoplexy. He trembled, a sweat or dew ran off his face, and yet he was cold as a clod, so that I was forced to run and fetch something for him to keep life in him. When he recovered of that, he grew sick and vomited, and in a little after was put to bed, and the next morning was, as he had been indeed all night, in a violent fever. However, it went off again, and he recovered, though but slowly, and when he came to be a little better, he told me I had given him a mortal wound with my tongue, and he had only one thing to ask before he desired an explanation. I interrupted him, and told him I was sorry I had gone so far, since I saw what disorder it had put him into, but I desired him not to talk to me of explanations, for that would but make things worse. This heightened his impatience, and indeed perplexed him beyond all bearing, for now he began to suspect that there was some mystery yet unfolded, but could not make the least guess at the real particulars of it. All that ran in his brain was that I had another husband alive, which I could not say, in fact, might not be true. But I assured him, however, that there was not the least of that in it, and indeed, as to my other husband, he was effectually dead in law to me, and had told me I should look on him as such, so I had not the least uneasiness on that score. But now I felt the thing too far gone to conceal it much longer, and my husband himself gave me an opportunity to ease myself of the secret, much to my satisfaction. He had laboured with me 3 or 4 weeks, but to no purpose, only to tell him whether I had spoken these words only as the effect of my passion, to put him in a passion, or whether there was anything of truth in the bottom of them. But I continued inflexible, and would explain nothing, unless he would first consent to my going to England, which he would never do, he said, while he lived. On the other hand, I said it was in my power to make him willing when I pleased, nay, to make him entreat me to go, and this increased his curiosity, and made him importunate to the highest degree. But it was all to no purpose. At length he tells all this story to his mother, and sets her upon me to get the main secret out of me, and she used her utmost skill with me indeed, but I put her to a full stop at once, by telling her that the reason and mystery of the whole matter lay in herself, and that it was my respect to her that had made me conceal it, and that, in short, I could go no farther, and therefore conjured her not to insist upon it. She was struck dumb at this suggestion, and could not tell what to say or to think, but, laying aside the supposition as a policy of mine, continued her importunity on account of her son, and, if possible, to make up the breach between us two. As to that, I told her it was indeed a good design in her, but that it was impossible to be done, and that if I should reveal to her the truth of what she desired, she would grant it to be impossible, and cease to desire it. At least I seemed to be prevailed upon by her importunity, and I told her I dared trust her with a secret of the greatest importance, and she would soon see this was so, and why I would consent to lodge it in her breast, if she would engage solemnly not to acquaint her son with it without my consent. She was long in promising this part, but rather than not come at the main secret, she agreed to that too, and after a great many other preliminaries I began, and told her the whole story. First I told her how much she was concerned in all the unhappy breach which had happened between her son and me, by telling me her own story and her London name, and that the surprise she saw I was in was upon that occasion. Then I told her my own story and my name, and assured her by such other tokens as she could not deny that I was no other, nor more nor less, than her own child, her daughter born of her body in Newgate, the same that had saved her from the gallows by being in her belly, and the same that she left in such and such hands when she was transported. It is impossible to express the astonishment she was in. She was not inclined to believe the story, or to remember the particulars, for she immediately foresaw the confusion that must follow in the family upon it. But everything concurred so exactly with the stories she had told me of herself, and which, if she had not told me, she would perhaps have been content to have denied, that she had stopped her own mouth, and she had nothing to do but to take me about the neck and kiss me, and cry most vehemently over me, without speaking one word for a long time together. At last she broke out, "Unhappy child," says she, What miserable chance could bring thee hither, and in the arms of my own son too? Dreadful girl, said she, why, we are all undone, married to thine own brother, 3 children, and 2 alive, all of the same flesh and blood. My son and my daughter lying together as husband and wife, all confusion and distraction forever. Miserable family! What will become of us? What is to be said? What is to be done? And thus she ran on for a great while, nor had I any power to speak, or if I had, I did not know what to say, for every word wounded me to the soul. With this kind of amazement on our thoughts, we parted for the first time, though my mother was more surprised than I was, because it was more news to her than to me. However, she promised again to me at the parting that she would say nothing of it to her son, till we had talked of it again. It was not long, you may be sure, before we had a second conference upon the same subject, when, as if she had been willing to forget the story she had told me of herself, or to suppose that I had forgot some of the particulars, she began to tell them with alterations and omissions, but I refreshed her memory and set her to rights in many things which I supposed she had forgot, and then came in so opportunely with the whole history that it was impossible for her to go from it. And then she fell into her rhapsodies again, and exclamations at the severity of her misfortunes. When these things were a little over with her, we fell into a close debate about what should be first done before we gave an account of the matter to my husband. But to what purpose could be all our consultations? We could neither of us see our way through it, nor see how it could be safe to open such a scene to him. It was impossible to make any judgment, or to give any guess at what temper he would receive it in, or what measures he would take upon it, and if he should have so little government of himself as to make it public, we easily foresaw that it would be the ruin of the whole family, and expose my mother and me to the last degree, and if at last he should take the advantage that the law would give him, he might put me away with disdain, and leave me to sue for the little portion that I had, and perhaps waste it all in the suit, and then be a beggar. The children would be ruined too, having no legal claim to any of his effects, and thus I should see him, perhaps, in the arms of another wife in a few months, and be myself the most miserable creature alive. My mother was as sensible of this as I, and, upon the whole, we knew not what to do. After some time we came to more sober resolutions, but then it was with this misfortune too, that my mother's opinion and mine were quite different from one another, and indeed inconsistent with one another, for my mother's opinion was that I should bury the whole thing entirely, and continue to live with him as my husband, till some other event should make the discovery of it more convenient, and that in the meantime she would endeavour to reconcile us together again, and restore our mutual comfort and family peace, that we might lie, as we used to do, together, and so let the whole matter remain a secret as close as death. For, child, said she, we are both undone if it comes out. To encourage me to this, she promised to make me easy in my circumstances as far as she was able, and to leave me what she could at her death, secured for me separately from my husband, so that if it should come out afterwards I should not be left destitute, but be able to stand on my own feet and procure justice from him. The proposal did not agree at all with my judgment of the thing, though it was very fair and kind in my mother, but my thoughts ran quite another way. As to keeping the thing in our breasts, and letting it all remain as it was, I told her it was impossible, and I asked her how she could think I could bear the thoughts of lying next to my own brother. In the next place, I told her that her being alive was the only support of the discovery, and that while she owned me for the child, and saw reason to be satisfied that I was so, nobody else would doubt it, and that if she should die before the discovery, I should be taken for an impudent creature that had forged such a thing to go away from my husband, or should be counted crazed and distracted. Then I told her how he had threatened already to put me into a madhouse, and what concern I had been in about it, and how that was the thing that drove me to the necessity of discovering it to her, as I had done. From all which I told her, I had, on the most serious reflections I was able to make in the case, come to this resolution, which I hoped she would like, as a medium between both, viz., that she should use her endeavours with her son to give me leave to go to England, as I had desired, and to furnish me with a sufficient sum of money, either in goods along with me, or in bills for my support there, all along suggesting that he might one time or other think it proper to come over to me. That when I was gone, she should then, in cold blood, and after first obliging him in the solemnest manner possible to secrecy, discover the case to him, doing it gradually, and as her own discretion should guide her, so that he might not be surprised with it, and fly out into any passions and excesses, on my account or on hers, and that she should concern herself to prevent his slighting the children, or marrying again, unless he had a certain account of my being dead. This was my scheme, and my reasons were good. I was really alienated from him in all consequences of these things. Indeed, I mortally hated him as a husband, and it was impossible to remove that riveted aversion I had to him. At the same time, it being unlawful incestuous living added to that aversion, and, though I had no great concern about it, in a point of conscience, yet everything added to make cohabiting with him the most nauseous thing to me in the world, and I think verily it was to come to such a height that I could almost willingly have embraced a dog as have let him offer anything of that kind to me, for which reason I could not bear the thoughts of coming between the sheets with him. I cannot say that I was right in point of policy in carrying it at such a length, while at the same time I did not resolve to discover the thing to him, but I am giving an account of what was, not of what ought or ought not to be. In their directly opposite opinion to one another, my mother and I continued a long time, and it was impossible to reconcile our judgments. Many disputes we had about it, but we could never either of us yield our own, or bring over the other. I insisted on my aversion to lying with my own brother, and she insisted upon its being impossible to bring him to consent to my going from him to England. And in this uncertainty we continued, not differing so as to quarrel or anything like it, but so as not to be able to resolve what we should do to make up that terrible breach that was before us. At last I resolved on a desperate course, and told my mother of my resolution, viz., that, in short, I would tell him of it myself. My mother was frightened to the last degree at the very thoughts of it, but I bid her be easy. I told her I would do it gradually and softly, and with all the art of good humour I was mistress of, and time it also as well as I could, taking him in good humour too. I told her I did not question, but if I could be hypocrite enough to feign more affection to him than I really had, I should succeed in all my design, and we might part by consent, and with a good agreement, for I might love him well enough for a brother, though I could not for a husband. All this while he lay at my mother to find out, if possible, what was the meaning of that dreadful expression of mine, as he called it, which I had mentioned before, namely, that I was not his lawful wife, nor my children his legal children. My mother put him off, told him that she could bring me to no explanations, but found there was something that disturbed me very much, and that she hoped she could get it out of me in time, and that in the meantime she recommended to him earnestly to use me more tenderly, and win me with his usual good carriage. I told him of his terrifying and affrighting me with his threats of sending me to a madhouse and the like, and advised him not to make a woman desperate on any count whatsoever. He promised her to soften his behaviour, and bid her assure me that he loved me as well as ever, and that he had no such design as that of sending me to a madhouse, whatever he might say in his passion. Also, he desired my mother to use the same persuasions on me too, that our affections might be renewed, and we might lie together in a good understanding, as we used to do. I found the effects of this treaty presently. My husband's conduct was immediately altered, and he was quite another man to me. Nothing could be kinder and more obliging than he was to me upon all occasions, and I could do no less than make some return for it, which I did as well as I could, but it was in an awkward manner at best, for nothing was more frightful to me than his caresses, and the apprehensions of being with child again by him was ready to throw me into fits, and this made me see that there was an absolute necessity of breaking the case to him without any more delay, which, however, I did with all the caution and reserve imaginable. He had continued his altered carriage to me near a month, and we began to live a new kind of life with one another. And could I have satisfied myself to have gone on with it, I believe I might have continued as long as we had continued alive together. One evening, as we were sitting and talking very friendly together under a little awning which served as an arbour at the entrance from our house into the garden, he was in a very pleasant, agreeable humour, and said abundance of kind things to me relating to the pleasure of our present good agreement, and the disorders of our past breach, and what a satisfaction it was to him that we had room to hope that we should never have any more of it. I fetched a deep sigh, and told him there was nobody in the world could be more delighted than I was in the good agreement we had always kept up, or the more afflicted with the breach of it, and should be so still. But I was sorry to tell him that there was an unhappy circumstance in our case which lay too close to my heart, and which I knew not how to break to him, that rendered my part of it very miserable, and took me from all the comfort of the rest. He importuned me to tell him what it was. I told him I could not tell how to do it, but while it was concealed from him I alone was unhappy, but that if he knew it also, we should both be so, and that therefore to keep him in the dark about it was the kindest thing that I could do, and it was on that count alone that I kept a secret from him, the very keeping of which I thought would first or last be my destruction. It is impossible to express his surprise at this relation, and at the double importunity which he used with me to discover it to him. He told me I could not be called kind to him, nay, I could not be faithful to him if I concealed it from him. I told him I thought so too, and yet I could not do it. He went back to what I had said before to him, and told me he hoped it did not relate to what I had said in my passion, and that he had resolved to forget all of that as the effect of a rash, provoked spirit. I told him I wished I could forget it all too, but that it was not to be done. The impression was too deep, and I could not do it. It was impossible. He then told me he was resolved not to differ with me in anything, and that therefore he would importune me no more about it, resolving to acquiesce in whatever I did or said, only begged that I should then agree that whatever it was, it should no more interrupt our quiet and our mutual kindness. This was the most provoking thing he could have said to me, for I really wanted his further importunities, that I might be prevailed with to bring out what indeed it was like death to me to conceal. So I answered him plainly that I could not say I was glad not to be importuned, thought I could not tell how to comply. "But come, my dear," said I, "what conditions will you make with me upon the opening of this affair to you?" "Any conditions in the world," said he, "that you can in reason desire of me." "Well," said I, "come give it me under your hand, that if you do not find I am in any fault, or that I am willingly concerned in the causes of the misfortune that is to follow, you will not blame me, use me worse, or do me any injury, or make me be the sufferer for what is not my fault." "That," says he, "is the most reasonable demand in the world, not to blame you for what is not your fault. Give me pen and ink," he said. So I ran in and fetched pen, ink, and paper, and he wrote the condition down in the very words I proposed it, and signed it with his name. "Well," says he, "what is next, my dear?" "Why," says I, "the next is, that you will not blame me for not discovering the secret of it to you before I knew it." "Very just again," says he, "with all my heart." So he wrote down that also, and signed it. "Well, my dear," said I, "then I have but one condition more to make with you, and that is, that there is nobody concerned in it but you and I. You shall not discover it to any other person in the world except your own mother, and that in all the measures you shall take upon the discovery, as I am equally concerned in it with you, though as innocent as yourself, you shall do nothing in passion, nothing to my prejudice or your mother's prejudice, without my knowledge and consent." This a little amazed him, and he wrote down the words distinctly, but read them over and over before he signed them, hesitating at them several times, and repeating them. "My mother's prejudice? And your prejudice? What mysterious thing can this be?" However, he at last signed it. "Well," says I, "my dear, I'll ask you no more under your hand, but as you are to bear the most unexpected and surprising thing that perhaps ever befell any family in the world, I beg you to promise me you will receive it with composure and a presence of mind suitable to a man of sense." "I'll do my utmost," says he, "upon condition you will keep me no longer in suspense, for you terrify me with all these preliminaries." "Well then," says I, "it is this. As I told you before in a heat, that I was not your lawful wife, and that our children are not legal children, so I must tell you now in calmness and in kindness, but with affection enough, that I am your own sister, and that you my own brother, and that we are both the children of our mother, now alive, and in the house, who is convinced of the truth of it in a manner not to be denied or contradicted." I saw him turn pale and look wild, and I said, "Now remember your promise, and receive it with presence of mind, for who could have said more to prepare you for it than I have done?" However, I called a servant and got him a little glass of rum, which is the usual dram of that country, for he was just fainting away. When he was a little recovered, I said to him, "This story, you may be sure, requires a long explanation, and therefore have patience and compose your mind to hear it out, and I'll make it as short as I can." And with this I told him what I thought was needful of the fact, and particularly how my mother came to discover it to me as above. And now, my dear, says I, you will see the reason for my capitulations, and that I neither have been the cause of this matter, nor could be so, and that I could know nothing of it before now. I am fully satisfied of that, says he, but 'tis a dreadful surprise to me. However, I know a remedy for it all, and a remedy that shall put an end to your difficulties without your going to England. That would be strange, as all the rest. No, no, said he, I'll make it easy. There's nobody in the way of it but myself. He looked a little disordered when he said this, but I did not apprehend anything from it at the time, believing, as it used to be said, that they who do those things never talk of them, or they who talk of such things never do them. But things were not come to their height with him, and I observed he became passive and melancholy, and, in a word, as I thought, a little distempered in his head. I endeavoured to talk him into a temper, and to reason him into a kind of scheme for our government in the affair, and sometimes he would be well, and talk with some courage about it, but the weight of it lay too heavy upon his thoughts, and, in short, it went so far that he made attempts upon himself, and in one of them had actually strangled himself, and had not his mother come into the room in the very moment, he had died, but, with the help of a negro servant, she cut him down and recovered him. Things were now come to a lamentable height in the family. My pity for him now began to revive that affection which, at first, I really had for him, and I endeavoured sincerely, by all the kind carriage I could, to make up the breach, but, in short, it had gotten too great a head. It preyed upon his spirits, and it threw him into a long lingering consumption, though it happened not to be mortal. In the distress I did not know what to do, as his life was apparently declining, and I might perhaps have married again there, very much to my advantage. It had been certainly my business to have stayed in the country, but my mind was restless too, and uneasy. I hankered after coming to England, and nothing would satisfy me without it. In short, by an unwearied importunity, my husband, who was apparently decaying, as I observed, was at last prevailed with, and so, my own fate pushing me on, the way was made clear for me, and my mother concurring, I obtained a very good cargo for my coming to England. So ends section 8.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Palmer, Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. Section 9. When I parted with my brother, for such I am now to call him, we agreed that after I arrived he should pretend to have an account that I was dead in England, and so might marry again when he would. He promised and engaged to correspond with me as a sister, and to assist and support me as long as I lived, and that, if he died before me, he would leave sufficient to his mother to take care of me still, in the name of a sister, and he was in some respects careful of me, when he heard of me, but it was so oddly managed that I felt the disappointments very sensibly afterwards, as you shall hear in its time. I came away for England in the month of August, after I had been 8 years in that country, and now a new scene of misfortunes attended me, which perhaps few women have gone through the life of. We had an indifferent good voyage till we came just upon the coast of England, and where we arrived in 32 days, but were then ruffled with 2 or 3 storms, one of which drove us away to the coast of Ireland, and we put in at Kinsale. We remained there about 13 days, got some refreshment on shore, and put to sea again, though we met with very bad weather again, in which the ship sprung her mainmast, as they called it, for I knew not what they meant. But we got at last into Milford Haven, in Wales,
where, though it was remote from our port, yet having my foot safe upon firm ground of my native country, the Isle of Britain, I resolved to venture it no more upon the waters, which had been so terrible to me. So getting my clothes and money on shore, with my bills of loading and other papers, I resolved to come for London, and leave the ship to get her port as she could. The port whither she was bound was to Bristol, where my brother's chief correspondent lived. I got to London in about 3 weeks, where I heard a little while after that the ship was arrived in Bristol, but at the same time had the misfortune to know that by the violent weather she had been in, the breaking of her mainmast, she had great damage on board, and that a great part of her cargo was spoiled. I had now a new scene of life upon my hands, and a dreadful appearance it had. I was come away with a kind of final farewell. What I brought with me was indeed considerable, had it come safe, and by the help of it I might have married again tolerably well, but as it was, I was reduced to between 200 or 300 pounds in the whole, and this without any hope of recruit. I was entirely without friends, nay, even so much as without acquaintance, for I found it was absolutely necessary not to revive former acquaintances. As for my subtle friend that set me up formerly for a fortune, she was dead, and her husband also, as I was informed, upon sending a person unknown to inquire. The looking after my cargo of goods soon after obliged me to take a journey to Bristol, and during my attendance upon that affair I took the diversion of going to the bath, for as I was still far from being old, so my humour, which was always gay, continued so to an extreme, and being now, as it were, a woman of fortune, though I was a woman without a fortune, I expected something or other might happen my way that might mend my circumstances, as had been my case before. The bath is a place of gallantry enough, expensive, and full of snares. I went thither, indeed, in view of taking anything that might offer, but I must do myself justice as to protest I knew nothing amiss. I meant nothing but in an honest way, nor had I any thoughts about me at first that looked the way which afterwards I suffered them to be guided. Here I stayed the whole later season, as it is called there, and contracted some unhappy acquaintances, which rather prompted the follies I fell afterwards into than fortified me against them. I lived pleasantly enough, kept good company, that is to say gay, fine company, but had the discouragement to find this way of living sunk me exceedingly, and that, as I had no settled income, so spending upon the main stock was but a certain kind of bleeding to death, and this gave me many sad reflections in the interval of my other thoughts. However, I shook them off, and still flattered myself that something or other might offer my advantage. But I was in the wrong place for it. I was not now at Redriff, where, if I had set myself tolerably up, some honest sea-captain or other might have talked with me upon the honourable terms of matrimony, but I was at the Bath, where men find a mistress sometimes, but very rarely look for a wife, and consequently all the particular acquaintances a woman can expect to make there must have some tendency that way. I had spent the first season well enough, for though I had contracted some acquaintance with a gentleman who came to the Bath for his diversion, yet I had entered into no fallacious treaty, as it might be called. I had resisted some casual offers of gallantry, and had managed that way well enough. I was not wicked enough to come into the crime for the mere vice of it, and I had no extraordinary offers made me that tempted me with the main thing which I wanted. However, I went this length the first season, viz., I contracted an acquaintance with a woman in whose house I lodged, who, though she did not keep an ill house, as we call it, yet had none of the best principles in herself. I had on all occasions behaved myself so well as not to get the least slur upon my reputation, on any account whatever, and all the men that I had conversed with were of so good reputation that I had not given the least reflection by conversing with them, nor did any of them seem to think that there was room for a wicked correspondence, if they had any of them offered it. Yet there was one gentleman, as above, who always singled me out for the diversion of my company, as he called it, which, as he was pleased to say, was very agreeable to him, but at that time there was no more in it. I had many melancholy hours at the Bath, after the company was gone, for though I went to Bristol sometime for disposing of my effects, and for recruits of money, yet I chose to come back to Bath for my residence, because being on good terms with the woman in whose house I lodged in the summer, I found that during the winter I lived rather cheaper there than I could anywhere else. Here, I say, I passed the winter as heavily as I had passed the autumn cheerfully, but having contracted a nearer intimacy with the said woman in whose house I lodged, I could not avoid communicating to her something of what lay hardest upon my mind, and particularly the narrowness of my circumstances, and the loss of my fortune by the damage of my goods at sea. I told her also that I had a mother and a brother in Virginia in good circumstances, and as I had really written back to my mother in particular to represent my condition, and the great loss I had received, which indeed came to almost £500, so I did not fail to let my new friend know that I expected a supply from thence, and so indeed I did, and as the ships went from Bristol to York River in Virginia, and back again generally in less time from London, and that my brother corresponded chiefly at Bristol, I thought it was much better for me to wait here for my returns than to go to London, where also I had not the least acquaintance. My new friend appeared sensibly affected with my condition, and indeed was so very kind as to reduce the rate of my living with her to so low a price during the winter that she convinced me she got nothing by me, and as for lodging, during the winter I paid nothing at all. When the spring season came on, she continued to be as kind to me as she could, and I lodged with her for a time, till it was found necessary to do otherwise. She had some persons of character that frequently lodged in her house, and in particular the gentleman who, as I said, singled me out for his companion the winter before, and he came down again with another gentleman in his company and 2 servants, and lodged in the same house. I suspected that my landlady had invited him thither, letting him know that I was still with her, but she denied it, and protested to me that she did not, and he said the same. In a word, this gentleman came down and continued to single me out for his peculiar confidence as well as conversation. He was a complete gentleman, that must be confessed, and his company was very agreeable to me, as mine, if I might believe him, was to him. He made no professions to be but an extraordinary respect, and he had such an opinion of my virtue that, as he often professed, he believed if he should offer anything else I should reject him with contempt. He soon understood from me that I was a widow, that I had arrived at Bristol from Virginia by the last ships, and that I awaited at Bath till the next Virginia fleet should arrive, by which I expected considerable effects. I understood by him, and by others of him, that he had a wife, but that the lady was distempered in her head, and was under the conduct of her own relations, which he consented to avoid any reflections that might, as was not unusual in such cases, be cast on him for mismanaging her cure, and in the meantime he came to the Bath to divert his thoughts from the disturbance of such a melancholy circumstance as that was. My landlady, who of her own accord encouraged the correspondence on all occasions, gave me an advantageous character of him as a man of honour and of virtue, as well as of great estate. And indeed I had a great deal of reason to say so of him too, for though we lodged both on a floor, and he had frequently come into my chamber, even when I was in bed, and I also into his when he was in bed, yet he never offered anything to me further than a kiss, or so much as solicited me to anything till long after, as you shall hear. I frequently took notice to my landlady of his exceeding modesty, and she again used to tell me she believed it was so from the beginning. However, she used to tell me that she thought I ought to expect some gratification from him for my company, for indeed he did, as it were, engross me, and I was seldom from him. I told her I had not given him the least occasion to think I wanted it, or that I would accept it from him. She told me that she would take that part upon her, and she did so, and managed it so dexterously that the first time we were together alone, after she had talked with him, he began to inquire a little into my circumstances, as how I had subsisted myself since I came on shore, and whether I did not want money. I stood off very boldly. I told him that the merchant that I had been co-signed to had so honestly managed for me that I had not wanted, and that I hoped, with frugal management, I should make it hold out till more would come, which I expected by the next fleet, that in the meantime I had entrenched my expenses, and whereas I kept a maid last season, now I lived without, and whereas I had a chamber and a dining room then on the first floor, as he knew, I now had but one room, 2 pair of stairs, and the like. But I live, said I, as well satisfied now as I did then, adding that his company had been a means to make me live much more cheerfully than otherwise I should have done, for which I was much obliged to him, and so I put off all room for any offer for the present. However, it was not long before he attacked me again, and told me he found that I was backward to trust him with the secret of my circumstances, which he was sorry for, assuring me that he inquired into it with no design to satisfy his own curiosity, but merely to assist me, if there was any occasion. But since I would not own myself to stand in need of any assistance, he had but one thing more to desire of me, and that was that I would promise him that when I was any way straitened, or like it to be so, I would frankly tell him of it, and that I would make use of him with the same freedom that he made the offer, adding that I should always find I had a true friend, though perhaps I was afraid to trust him. I admitted nothing that was fit to be said by one indefinitely obliged, to let him know that I had a due sense of his kindness, and indeed from that time I did not appear so much reserved to him as I had done before, though still within the bounds of the strictest virtue on both sides. But how free soever our conversation was, I could not arrive to that sort of freedom which he desired, to tell him I wanted money, though I was secretly very glad of his offer. Some weeks passed after this, and still I never asked him for money, when my landlady, a cunning creature, who had often pressed me to it, but found that I could not do it, makes a story of her own inventing, and comes in bluntly to me when we were together. "Oh, widow," says she, "I have bad news to tell you this morning." "What is that?" said I. "Are the Virginia ships taken by the French?" For that was my fear. "No, no," says she, "but the man you sent to Bristol yesterday for money is come back, and says he has brought none." Now I could by no means like her project. I thought it looked too much like prompting him, which indeed he did not want, and I clearly saw that I should lose nothing by being backward to ask, so I took her up short. "I can't imagine why he should say so to you," said I, "for I assure you he brought me all the money I sent him for, and here it is," said I, pulling out my purse with about 12 guineas in it, and added, "I intend you shall have most of it by and by." He seemed distasted a little at her talking as she did at first, as well as I, taking it, as I fancied he would, as something forward of her. But when he saw me give such an answer, he came immediately to himself again. The next morning we talked of it again, when I found he was fully satisfied, and smiling, said he hoped I would not want money, and not tell him of it, and that I had promised him otherwise. I told him I had been very much dissatisfied at my landlady's talking so publicly the day before of what she had nothing to do with, but I supposed she wanted what I owed her, which was about 8 guineas, which I had resolved to give her, and had, accordingly, given it to her the same night she talked so foolishly. He was in might good humour when he heard me say I had paid her, and it went off into some other discourse at that time. But the next morning, he having heard me up about my room before him, he called to me, and I, answering, he asked me to come into his chamber. He was in bed when I came in, and he made me come and sit down on his bedside, for he said he had something to say to me which was of some moment. After some very kind expressions, he asked me if I would be very honest to him, and give a sincere answer to one thing he would desire of me. After some cavil at the word sincere, and asking him if I had ever given him any answers which were not sincere, I promised him I would. Why, then, his request was, he said, to let him see my purse. I immediately put my hand into my pocket, and, laughing to him, pulled it out, and there was in it 3 guineas and a half. Then he asked me if there was all the money I had. I told him no, laughing again, not by a great deal. Well then, he said, he would have me promise to go and fetch him all the money I had, every farthing. I told him I would, and I went into my chamber and fetched him a little private drawer, where I had about 6 guineas more, and some silver, and threw it all down upon the bed, and I told him there was all my wealth, honestly, to a shilling. He looked a little at it, but did not tell it, and huddled it into the drawer again, and then, reaching his pocket, pulled out a key, and bade me open a little walnut tree box he had upon the table, and bring him such a drawer, which I did, in which drawer there was a great deal of money in gold, I believe near 200 guineas, but I knew not how much. He took the drawer, and, taking my hand, made me put it in, and take a whole handful. I was backward at that, but he held my hand hard in his hand, and put it in the drawer, and made me take out as many guineas almost as I could take up at once. When I had done so, he made me put them into my lap, and took my little drawer, and poured out all my money among his, and bade me to get me gone, and carry it all home into my own chamber. I related this story the more particularly because of the good humour there was in it, and to show the temper with which we conversed. It was not long after this, but he began every day to find fault with my clothes, and my laces, and head-dresses, and, in a word, pressed me to buy better, in which, by the way, I was willing enough to do, though I did not seem to be so, for I loved nothing in the world better than fine clothes. I told him I must housewife the money he had lent me, or else I should not be able to pay him again. He then told me, in a few words, that as he had a sincere respect for me, and knew my circumstances, he had not lent me that money, but given it to me, and that he thought I had merited it from him by giving him my company so entirely as I had done. After this, he made me take a maid, and keep house, and his friend that came with him to Bath being gone, he obliged me to diet him, which I did very willingly, believing, as it appeared, that I should lose nothing by it, nor did the woman of the house fail to find her account in it too. We had lived thus near 3 months, when, the company beginning to wear away at the Bath, he talked of going away, and fain he would have me go to London with him. I was not very easy in that proposal, not knowing what posture I was to live in there, or how he might use me. But while this was in debate, he fell very sick. He had gone out to a place in Somersetshire, called Shepton, where he had some business, and was there taken very ill, and so ill that he could not travel. So he sent his men back to Bath, to beg me that I would hire a coach and come over to him. Before he went, he had left all his money and other things of value with me, and what to do with them I did not know, but I secured them as well as I could, and locked up the lodgings, and went to him, where I found him very ill indeed. However, I persuaded him to be carried in a litter to the Bath, where there was more help and better advice to be had. He consented, and I brought him to the Bath, which was about 15 miles, as I remember. Here he continued very ill of a fever, and kept his bed 5 weeks, all which time I nursed him and tended him myself, as much and as carefully as I had been his wife. Indeed, if I had been his wife, I could not have done more. I sat up with him so much and so often that at last, indeed, he would not let me sit up any longer, and then I got a pallet bed into his room, and lay in it just at his bed's feet. I was indeed sensibly affected with his condition, and with the apprehension of losing such a friend as he was, and was like to be to me, and I used to sit and cry by him many hours together. However, at last he grew better, and gave hopes that he would recover, as indeed he did, though very slowly. Were it otherwise than what I am going to say, I should not be backward to disclose it, as it is apparent that I have done in other cases in this account. But I affirm that through all of this conversation, abating the freedom of coming into the chamber when I or he was in bed, and abating the necessary offices of attending him night and day when he was sick, there had not passed the least immodest word or action between us. Oh, that it had been so to the last! After some time he gathered strength and grew well apace, and I would have removed my pallet bed, but he would not let me, till he was able to venture himself without anybody to sit up with him, and then I removed to my own chamber. He took many occasions to express his sense of tenderness and concern for him, and when he grew quite well, he made me a present of 50 guineas for my care and, as he called it, for hazarding my life to save his. And now he made deep protestations of a sincere, inviolable affection for me, but all along attested it to be with the utmost reserve for my virtue and his own. I told him I was fully satisfied of it. He carried it that length that he protested to me that if he was naked in bed with me, he was as sacredly preserved my virtue as he would defend it if I was assaulted by a ravisher. I believed him, and told him I did so, but this did not satisfy him. He would, he said, wait for some opportunity to give me an undoubted testimony of it. It was a great while after this that I had occasion, on my own business, to go to Bristol, upon which he hired me a coach, and would go with me, and did so. And now indeed our intimacy increased. From Bristol he carried me to Gloucester, which was merely a journey of pleasure, to take the air, and here it was our hap to have no lodging in the inn, but in one large chamber with 2 beds in it. The master of the house going up with us to show his rooms, and coming into that room, said very frankly to him, "Sir, it is none of my business to inquire whether the lady be your spouse or no, but if not, you may lie as honestly as these 2 beds as if you were in 2 chambers." And with that he pulls a great curtain, which drew quite across the room, and effectually divided the beds. "Well," says my friend, very readily, "these beds will do, and as for the rest, we are too near akin to lie together, though we may lodge near one another." And this put an honest face on the thing too. When we came to go to bed, he decently went out of the room till I was in bed, and then went to bed in the bed on his own side of the room, but lay there talking to me a great while. At last, repeating his usual saying that he could lie naked in the bed with me and not offer me the least injury, he starts out of his bed. "And now, my dear," says he, "you shall see how just I will be to you, and that I can keep my word." And away he comes to my bed. I resisted a little, but I must confess I should not have resisted him much if he had not made those promises at all, so after a little struggle, as I said, I lay still and let him come to bed. When he was there he took me in his arms, and so I lay all night with him, but he had no more to do with me, or offered anything to me, other than embracing me, as I say, in his arms, no, not the whole night, but rose up and dressed him in the morning, and left me as innocent for him as I was the day I was born. This was a surprising thing to me, and perhaps may be so to others, who know how the laws of nature work, for he was a strong, vigorous, brisk person, nor did he act thus on a principle of religion at all, but of mere affection, insisting on it, that though I was to him the most agreeable woman in the world, yet, because he loved me, he could not injure me. I own it was a noble principle, but as it was that I was never understood before, so it was to me perfectly amazing. We travelled the rest of the journey as we did before, and came back to the Bath, where, as he had opportunity to come to me when he would, he often repeated the moderation, and I frequently lay with him, and he with me, and although all the familiarities between man and wife were common to us, yet he never once offered to go any further, and he valued himself much upon it. I do not say that I was so wholly pleased with it as he thought I was, for I own much wickeder than he, as you shall hear presently. End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. Section 10. We lived thus near 2 years, only with this exception, that he went 3 times to London in that time, and once he continued there 4 months. But, to do him justice, he always supplied me with money to subsist me very handsomely. Had we continued thus, I confess we had had much to boast of. But, as wise men say, it is ill venturing too near the brink of a command, so we found it. And here again I must do him the justice to own that the first breach was not on his part. It was one night that we were in bed together, warm and merry, and having drunk, I think, a little more wine that night, both of us than usual, although not in the least to disorder either of us, when, after some other follies which I cannot name, and being clasped close in his arms, I told him, I repeat it with shame and horror of soul, that I could find in my heart to discharge him of his engagement for one night, and no more. He took me at my word immediately, and after that there was no resisting him, neither indeed had I any mind to resist him any more, let what would come of it. Thus the government of our virtue was broken, and I exchanged the place of friend for that unmusical, harsh-sounding title of whore. In the morning we were both at our penitentials. I cried very heartily. He expressed himself very sorry. But that was all either of us could do at the time, and the way being thus cleared, and the bars of virtue and conscience thus removed, we had the less difficult afterwards to struggle with. It was but a dull kind of conversation that we had together for all the rest of the week. I looked on him with blushes, and every now and then started that melancholy objection, what if I should be with child now? What will become of me then? He encouraged me by telling me that as long as I was true to him, he would be so to me, and since it was gone such a length, which indeed he never intended, yet if I was with child, he would take care of that, and of me too. This hardened us both. I assured him that if I was with child, I would die for want of a midwife rather than name him as the father of it, and he assured me I should never want if I should be with child. These mutual assurances hardened us in the thing, and after this we repeated the crime as often as we pleased, till at length, as I had feared, so it came to pass, and I was indeed with child. After I was sure it was so, and I had satisfied him of it too, we began to think of taking measures for the managing it, and I proposed trusting the secret to my landlady and asking her advice, which he agreed to. My landlady, a woman, as I found, used to such things, made light of it. She said she knew it would come to that at last, and made us very merry about it. As I said above, we found her an experienced old lady at such work. She undertook everything, engaged to procure a midwife and a nurse, to satisfy all inquiries, and bring us off with reputation, and she did so very dexterously indeed. When I grew near my time, she desired my gentleman to go away to London, or make as if he did so. When he was gone, she acquainted the parish officers that there was a lady ready to lie in at her house, but that she knew her husband very well, and gave them, as she pretended, an account of his name, which she called Sir Walter Cleave, telling them he was a very worthy gentleman, and that she would answer for all inquiries, and the like. This satisfied the parish officers presently, and I lay in with as much credit as I could have done if I had really been my Lady Cleave, and was assisted in my travail by 3 or 4 of the best citizens' wives of Bath, who lived in the neighbourhood, which, however, made me a little more expensive to him. I often expressed my concern about it, but he bid me not to be concerned about it. As he had furnished me very sufficiently with money for the extraordinary expenses of my lying in, I had everything very handsome about me, but did not affect to be gay or extravagant neither. Besides, knowing my own circumstances, and knowing the world as I had done, and that such kind of things do not often last long, I took care to lay up as much money as I could for a wet day, as I called it, making him believe it was all spent upon the extraordinary appearance of things in my lying in. By this means, and including what he had given me above, I had, at the end of my lying in, about 200 guineas by me, including also what was left of my own. I was brought to bed of a fine boy indeed, and a charming child it was. And when he heard of it, he wrote me a very kind, obliging letter about it, and then told me he thought it would look better for me to come away for London as soon as I was up and well, that he had provided apartments for me at Hammersmith, and if I came thither only from London, and then after a little while I should go back to the Bath, and he would go with me. I liked this offer very well, and accordingly hired a coach on purpose, and taking my child and a wet nurse to tend and suckle it, and a maidservant with me, away I went for London. He met me at Reading in his own chariot, and taking me into that, left the servant and the child in the hired coach, and so he brought me to my new lodgings at Hammersmith, with which I had abundance of reason to be very well pleased, for they were very handsome rooms, and I was very well accommodated. And now I was indeed in the height of what I might call my prosperity, and I wanted nothing but to be a wife, which, however, could not be in this case. There was no room for it, and therefore on all occasions I studied to save what I could, as I have said above, against a time of scarcity, knowing well enough that such things as these do not always continue, that men that keep mistresses often change them, grow weary of them, or jealous of them, or something or other happens to make them withdraw their bounty, and sometimes the ladies that are thus well used are not careful by a prudent conduct to preserve the esteem of their persons, or the nice article of their fidelity, and then they are justly cast off with contempt. But I was secured in this point, for as I had no inclination to change, so I had no manner of acquaintance in the whole house, and so no temptation to look any farther. I kept no company but in the family when I lodged, and with the clergyman's lady at next door, so that when he was absent I visited nobody, nor did he ever find me out of my chamber or parlour. When he came down, if I went anywhere to take the air, it was always with him. The living in this manner with him, and his with me, was certainly the most undesigned thing in the world. He often protested to me that when he first became acquainted with me, and even to the very night when we first broke in upon our rules, he never had the least design of lying with me, that he always had a sincere affection for me, but not the least real inclination to do what he had done. I assured him I never suspected him, that if I had I should not so easily have yielded to the freedom which brought it on, but that it was all a surprise, and was owing to the accident of our having yielded too far to our mutual inclinations that night. And indeed I have often observed since, and leave it as a caution to the readers of this story, that we ought to be cautious of gratifying our inclinations in loose and lewd freedoms, lest we find our resolutions of virtue fail us in this junction when their assistance should be most necessary. It is true, and I have confessed it before, that from the first hour I began to converse with him, I resolved to let him lie with me if he offered it. But it was because I wanted his help and assistance, and I knew no other way of securing him than that. But when were that night together, and, as I have said, had gone such a length, I found my weakness. The inclination was not to be resisted, but I was obliged to yield up all even before he asked it. However, he was so just to me that he never upbraided me with that, nor did he ever express the least dislike of my conduct on any other occasion, but always protested he was as much delighted with my company as he was the first hour we came together. Came together as bedfellows. It is true that he had no wife, that is to say, she was as no wife to him, and so I was in no danger that way, but the just reflections of conscience oftentimes snatch a man, especially a man of sense, from the arms of a mistress, as it did him at last, though on another occasion. On the other hand, though I was not without secret reproaches of my own conscience for the life I led, and that even in the greatest height of the satisfaction I ever took, yet I had the terrible prospect of poverty and starving, which lay on me as a frightful spectre, so that there was no looking behind me. But as poverty brought me into it, so fear of poverty kept me in it, and I frequently resolved to leave it quite off if I could, but come to lay up money enough to maintain me. But these were thoughts of no weight, and whenever he came to me they vanished, for his company was so delightful that there was no being melancholy when he was there. The reflections were all the subject of those hours when I was alone. I lived 6 years in this happy but unhappy condition, in which time I brought him 3 children. But only the first of them lived, and though I removed twice in those 6 years, yet I came back in the 6th year to my first lodgings at Hammersmith. Here it was that I was one morning surprised with a kind but melancholy letter from my gentleman, intimating that he was very ill, and was afraid he should have another fit of sickness, but that his wife's relations being in the house with him, it would not be practicable to have me with him, which, however, he expressed his great satisfaction in, and that he wished I could be allowed to tend and nurse him as I did before. I was very much concerned at this account, and was very impatient to know how it was with him. I waited a fortnight or thereabouts, and heard nothing, which surprised me, and I began to be very uneasy indeed. I think I may say that for the next fortnight I was near to distracted. It was my particular difficulty that I did not know directly where he was, for I understood at first he was in the lodgings of his wife's mother, but having removed myself to London, I soon found, by the help of the direction I had for writing my letters to him, how to inquire after him, and there I found that he was at a house in Bloomsbury, whither he had, a little before he fell sick, removed his whole family, and that his wife and wife's mother were in the same house, though the wife was not suffered to know that she was in the same house with her husband. Here I also soon understood that he was at the last extremity, which made me almost at the last extremity too, to have a true account. One night I had the curiosity to disguise myself like a servant maid, in a round cap and straw hat, and went to the door as sent by a lady of its neighbourhood, where he lived before, and giving master and mistress's service, I said I was sent to know how Mr. did, and how he had rested that night. In delivering this message I got the opportunity I desired, for, speaking with one of the maids, I held a long gossip's tale with her, and had all the particulars of his illness, which I found was a pleurisy, attended with a cough and a fever. She told me also who was in the house, and how his wife was, who by her relation they were in some hopes might recover her understanding. But as to the gentleman himself, in short, she told me the doctors said there was very little hopes of him, that in the morning they thought he had been dying, and that he was but little better then, for they did not expect that he could live over the next night. This was heavy news for me, and I began now to see an end of my prosperity, and to see also that it was very well I had played a good housewife and secured or saved something while he was alive, for that now I had no view of my own living before me. It lay very heavy upon my mind too that I had a son, a fine lovely boy about 5 years old, and no provision made for it, at least that I knew of. With these considerations, and a sad heart, I went home for that evening, and began to cast with myself how I should live, and in what manner to bestow myself for the residue of my life. You may be sure that I could not rest without inquiring again very quickly what was become of him, and not venturing to go myself, I sent several sham messengers, until after a fortnight's waiting longer, I found that there was hopes of his life, though he was still very ill. Then I abated my sending any more to the house, and in some time after I learned in the neighbourhood that he was about house, and then that he was abroad again. I made no doubt then but that I should hear soon of him, and began to comfort myself with my circumstances, being, as I thought, recovered. I waited a week and 2 weeks, and with much surprise and amazement I waited near 2 months and heard nothing, but that, being recovered, he was gone into the country for the air, and for the better recovery after his distemper. After this it was yet 2 more months, and then I understood he was come to his city house again, but still I heard nothing from him. I had written several letters for him, and directed them as usual, and found 2 or 3 of them had been called for, but not the rest. I wrote again in a more pressing manner than ever, and in one of them let him know that I must be forced to wait on him myself, representing my circumstances, the rent of lodgings to pay, and the provision for the child wanting, and my own deplorable condition destitute of subsistence, for his most solemn engagement to take care of and provide for me. I took a copy of this letter, and finding it lay at the house near a month, and was not called for, I found means to have the copy of it put into his own hands at a coffee-house, where I had by inquiry found he used to go. This letter forced an answer from him, by which, though I found I was to be abandoned, yet I found he had sent a letter to me some time before, desiring me to go down to the bath again. Its contents I shall come to presently. It is true that sick-beds are the time when such correspondencies as these are looked on with different countenances, as seen with other eyes than we saw them with, or than they appeared with before. My lover had been at the gates of death, and at the very brink of eternity, and, it seems, had been struck with a due remorse, and with sad reflections upon his past life of gallantry and levity, and among the rest criminal correspondence with me, which was neither more nor less than a long-continued life of adultery, and represented itself as it really was, not as it had been formerly thought by him to be, and he looked upon it now with a just and religious abhorrence. I cannot but observe also, and leave it for the direction of my sex in such cases of pleasure, that whenever sincere repentance succeeds such a crime as this, there never fails to attend a hatred of the object, and the more the affection might seem to be before, the hatred will be more in proportion. It will always be so. Indeed, it can be no otherwise, for there cannot be a true and sincere abhorrence of the offence, and the love to the cause of it remain. There will, with an abhorrence of the sin, be found a detestation of the fellow sinner. You can expect no other. I found it so here, through good manners and justice in this gentleman, kept him from carrying it on to the extreme, but the short history of his part in this affair was thus. He perceived by my last letter, and by all the rest which he went for after, that I was not gone to Bath, that his first letter had not come to my hand, upon which he writes to me this following. Madam, I am surprised that my letter dated the 8th of last month did not come to your hand. I give you my word it was delivered at your lodgings and to the hands of your maid. I need not acquaint you with what has been my condition for some time past, and how, having been at the edge of the grave, I am, by the unexpected and undeserved mercy of heaven, restored again. In the condition I have been in, it cannot be strange to you that our unhappy correspondence had not been the least of the burdens which lay upon my conscience. I need say no more. Those things that must be repented of must also be reformed. I wish you would think of going back to the Bath. I enclose you here a bill for £50 for clearing yourself at your lodgings and carrying you down, and hope it will be no surprise to you to add that on this account only, and not for any offence given me on your side, I can see you no more. I will take due care of the child, leave him where he is, or take him with you, as you please. I wish you like the reflections, and that they may be to your advantage. I am, etc. I was struck with this letter as with 1,000 wounds, such as I cannot describe. The reproaches of my own conscience were such as I cannot express, for I was not blind to my own crime, and I reflected that I might, with less offence, have continued with my brother and lived with him as a wife, since there was no crime in our marriage on that score, neither of us knowing it. But I never once reflected that I was all this while a married woman, a wife to Mr. the linen-draper, who, though he had left me by the necessity of his circumstances, had no power to discharge me from the marriage contract which was between us, or to give me a legal liberty to marry again, so that I had been no less than a whore and an adulteress all this while. I then reproached myself for the liberties I had taken, and how I had been a snare to this gentleman, and that indeed I was principal in the crime. That now he was mercifully snatched out of the gulf by a convincing work upon his mind, but that I was left as if I was forsaken of God's grace, and abandoned by heaven to a continuing in my wickedness. Under these reflections I continued very pensive and sad for near a month, and did not go down to the Bath, having no inclination to be with the woman whom I was with before, lest, as I thought, she should prompt me to some wicked course of life again, as she had done, and besides I was very loath that she should know I was cast off as above. And now I was greatly perplexed about my little boy. It was death to me to part with a child, and yet when I considered the danger of being one time or other left with him to keep without a maintenance to support him, I then resolved to leave him where he was. But then I concluded also to be near him myself too, that I then might have the satisfaction of seeing him without the care of providing for him. I sent my gentleman a short letter, therefore, that I had obeyed his orders in all things but that of going back to the Bath, which I could not think of for many reasons, that however parting from him was a wound to me that I could never recover, yet I was fully satisfied his reflections were just, and would be very far from desiring to obstruct his reformation or repentance. Then I represented my own circumstances to him in the most moving terms that I was able. I told him that those unhappy distresses which first moved him to a generous and honest friendship for me would, I hope, move him to a little concern for me now, though the criminal part of our correspondence, which I believed neither of us intended to fall into at the time, was broken off. That I desired to repent as sincerely as he had done, but entreated him to put me in some condition that I might not be exposed to the temptations which the devil never fails to excite us to from the frightful prospect of poverty and distress. And if he had the least apprehensions of my being troublesome to him, I begged he would put me in a posture to go back to my mother in Virginia, from which he knew I came, and that would put an end to all his fears on that account. I concluded that if he would send me £50 more to facilitate my going away, I would send him back a general release, and would promise never to disturb him with any more importunities, unless it was to hear of the well-doing of the child, whom, if I found my mother living and my circumstances able, I would send for to come over with me, and take him also effectually off his hands. This was indeed all a cheat thus far, viz. That I had no intention to go to Virginia, as the account of my former affairs there may convince anybody of, but the business was to get this last £50 off him if possible, knowing well enough that it would be the last penny I was ever to expect. However, the argument I used, namely, of giving him a general release and never troubling him any more, prevailed effectually with him, and he sent me a bill for the money by a person who brought with him a general release for me to sign, and which I frankly signed, and received the money, and thus, though full sore against my will, a final end was put to this affair. And here I cannot but reflect upon the unhappy consequence of two great freedoms between persons stated as we were, upon the pretence of innocent intentions, love or friendship, and the like, for the flesh has generally so great a share in these friendships that is great odds but inclination prevails at last over the most solemn resolutions, and that vice breaks in at the breaches of decency, which really innocent friendships ought to preserve with the greatest strictness. But I leave the readers of these things to their own just reflections, which they will be more able to make effectual than I, who soon forgot myself, and am therefore but a very indifferent monitor. End of section 10.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nicole Doolin. On the web at NicoleDoolin.com. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. Section 11. I was now a single person again, as I may call myself. I was loosed from all the obligations either of wedlock or mistressship in the world, except my husband the linen-draper, whom I having not now heard from in almost 15 years, nobody could blame me for thinking myself entirely freed from, seeing also he had at his going away told me that if I did not hear frequently from him, I should conclude he was dead, and I might freely marry again to whom I pleased. I now began to cast up my accounts. I had by many letters and much importunity, and with the intercession of my mother too, had a second return of some goods from my brother, as I now call him, in Virginia, to make up the damage of the cargo I brought away with me, and this too was upon the condition of my sealing a general release to him, and to send it him by his correspondent at Bristol, which, though I thought hard of, yet I was obliged to promise to do. However, I managed so well in this case that I got my goods away before the release was signed, and then I always found something or other to say to evade the thing, and to put off the signing it at all, till at length I pretended I must write to my brother, and have his answer before I could do it. Including this recruit, and before I got the last £50, I found my strength to amount, put all together, to about £400, so that with that I had about £450. I had saved above £100 more, but I met with a disaster with that, which was this, that a goldsmith in whose hands I had trusted it broke. So I lost £70 of my money, the man's composition not making above £30 out of his £100. I had a little plate, but not much, and was well enough stocked with clothes and linen. With this stock I had the world to begin again. But you are to consider that I was not now the same woman as when I lived at Redriff, for, first of all, I was near 20 years older, and did not look the better for my age, nor for my rambles to Virginia and back again. And though I omitted nothing that might set me out to advantage, except painting, for that I never stooped to, and had pride enough to think I did not want it, yet there would always be some difference seen between 25 and 42. I cast about innumerable ways for my future state of life, and began to consider very seriously what I should do. But nothing offered. I took care to make the world take me for something more than I was, and had it given out that I was a fortune, and that my estate was in my own hands, the last of which was very true, the first of it was as above. I had no acquaintance, which was one of my worst misfortunes, and the consequence of that was, I had no adviser, at least one who could assist and advise together, and, above all, I had nobody to whom I could in confidence commit the secret of my circumstances to, and could depend upon for their secrecy and fidelity. And I found by experience that to be friendless in the worst condition, next to being in want that a woman can be reduced to, I say a woman, because 'tis evident men can be their own advisers, and their own directors, and know how to work themselves out of difficulties and into business better than women. But if a woman has no friend to communicate her affairs to, and to advise and assist her, 'tis 10 to 1 but she is undone. Nay, and the more money she has, the more danger she is in of being wronged and deceived. And this was my case in the affair of the £100 which I left in the hands of the goldsmith, as above, whose credit, it seems, was upon the ebb before. But I, that had no knowledge of things and nobody to consult with, knew nothing of it, and so lost my money. In the next place, when a woman is thus left desolate and void of counsel, she is just like a bag of money or a jewel dropped on the highway, which is a prey to the next comer. If a man of virtue and upright principles happens to find it, he will have it cried, and the owner may come to hear of it again. But how many times shall such a thing fall into hands that will make no scruple of seizing it for their own, to once that it shall come into good hands? This was evidently my case, for I was now a loose, unguided creature, and had no help, no assistance, no guide for my conduct. I knew what I aimed at, and what I wanted, but knew nothing how to pursue the end by direct means. I wanted to be placed in a settled state of living, and had I happened to meet with a sober, good husband, I should have been as faithful and true a wife to him as virtue itself could have formed. If I had been otherwise, the vice came in always at the door of necessity, not at the door of inclination, and I understood too well by the want of it what the value of a settled life was, to do anything to forfeit the felicity of it. Nay, I should have made the better wife for all the difficulties I had passed through, by a great deal. Nor did I, in any of the time that I had been a wife, given my husbands the least uneasiness on account of my behaviour. But all this was nothing. I found no encouraging prospect. I waited, I lived regularly, and with as much frugality as became my circumstances, but nothing offered, nothing presented, and the main stock wasted apace. What to do I knew not. The terror of approaching poverty lay hard upon my spirits. I had some money, but where to place it I knew not, nor would the interest of it maintain me, at least not in London. At length a new scene opened. There was in the house where I lodged a north country woman that went for a gentlewoman, and nothing was more frequent in her discourse than her account of the cheapness of provisions and the easy way of living in her country, how plentiful and how cheap everything was, what good company they kept, and the like, till at last I told her she almost tempted me to go and live in her country, for I that was a widow, though I had sufficient to live on, yet had no way of increasing it, and that I found I could not live here under £100 a year, unless I kept no company, no servant, made no appearance, and buried myself in privacy, as if I was obliged to it by necessity. I should have observed that she was always made to believe, as everybody else was, that I was a great fortune, or at least that I had 3,000 or 4,000 pounds, if not more, and all in my own hands. And she was mighty sweet upon me, when she thought me inclined in the least to go into her country. She said she had a sister lived near Liverpool, that her brother was a considerable gentleman there, and had a great estate also in Ireland, that she would go down there in about 2 months, and if I would give her my company thither, I should be as welcome as herself for a month or more as I pleased, till I should see how I liked the country, and if I thought fit to live there, she would undertake they would take care, though they did not entertain lodgers themselves. They would recommend me to some agreeable family, where I should be placed to my content. If this woman had known my real circumstances, she would never have laid so many snares, and taken so many weary steps to catch a poor desolate creature, that was good for little when it was caught. And indeed I, whose case was almost desperate, and thought I could not be much worse, was not very anxious about what might befall me, provided they did me no personal injury. So I suffered myself, though not without a great deal of invitation and great professions of sincere friendship and real kindness. I say I suffered myself to be prevailed upon to go with her, and accordingly I packed up my baggage, and put myself in a posture for a journey, though I did not absolutely know whither I was to go. And now I found myself in great distress. What little I had in the world was all in money, except as before, a little plate, some linen, and my clothes. As for my household stuff, I had little or none, for I had lived always in lodgings, but I had not one friend in the world with whom to trust that little I had, or to direct me how to dispose of it, and this perplexed me night and day. I thought of the bank, and of the other companies in London, but I had no friend to commit the management of it to, and keep and carry about with me bank bills, tallies, orders, and such things. I looked upon it as unsafe, that if they were lost, my money was lost, and then I was undone, and, on the other hand, I might be robbed and perhaps murdered in a strange place for them. This perplexed me strangely, and what to do I knew not. It came in my thoughts one morning that I would go to the bank myself, where I had often been to receive the interest of some bills I had, which had interest payable on them, and where I found a clerk to whom I applied myself, very honest and just to me, and particularly so fair one time that when I had mistold my money, and taken less than my due, and was coming away, he set me to rights, and gave me the rest, which he might have put into his own pocket. I went to him and represented my case very plainly, and asked if he would trouble himself to be my adviser, who was a poor friendless widow, and knew not what to do. He told me if I desired his opinion of anything within the reach of his business, he would do his endeavour that I should not be wronged, but that he would also help me to a good sober person, who was a grave man of his acquaintance, who was a clerk in such business too, though not in their house, whose judgment was good, and whose honesty I might depend upon. For, added he, I will answer for him, and for every step he takes. If he wrongs you, madam, of 1 farthing, it shall lie at my door. I will make it good. And he delights to assist people in such cases. He does it as an act of charity. I was a little at a stand in this discourse, but after some pause I told him I had rather have depended upon him, because I had found him honest, but if that could not be, I would take his recommendation sooner than any one else's. I dare say, madam, says he, that you will be as well satisfied with my friend as with me, and he is thoroughly able to assist you, which I am not. It seems he had his hands full of the business of the bank, and had engaged to meddle with no other business than that of his office, which I heard afterwards, but did not understand then. He added that his friend should take nothing of me for his advice or assistance, and this indeed encouraged me very much. He appointed the same evening, after the bank was shut and business over, for me to meet him and his friend, and indeed as soon as I saw his friend, and he began but to talk of the affair, I was fully satisfied that I had a very honest man to deal with. His countenance spoke it, and his character, as I heard afterwards, was everywhere so good that I had no room for any more doubts upon me. After the first meeting, in which I only said what I had said before, we parted, and he appointed me to come the next day to him, telling me I might in the meantime satisfy myself of him by inquiry, which, however, I knew not how well to do, having no acquaintance myself. Accordingly I met him the next day, when I entered more freely with him into my case. I told him my circumstances at large, that I was a widow come over from America, perfectly desolate and friendless, that I had a little money, and but a little, and was almost distracted for fear of losing it, having no friend in the world to trust with the management of it, that I was going into the north of England to live cheap, that my stock might not waste, that I would willingly lodge my money in the bank, but that I durst not carry the bills about me, and the like, as above, and how to correspond with it, or with whom, I knew not. He told me I might lodge the money in the bank as an account, and its being entered into the books would entitle me to the money at any time, and if I was in the north, I might draw bills on the cashier, and receive it when I would, but that then it would be esteemed as running cash, and the bank would give no interest for it, that I might buy stock with it, and so it would lie in store for me, but that then if I wanted to dispose of it, I must come up to town on purpose to transfer it, and even it would be with some difficulty I should receive the half-yearly dividend, unless I was here in person, or had some friend I could trust with having the stock in his name to do it for me, and that would have the same difficulty in it as before. And with that he looked hard at me and smiled a little. At last says he, "Why do you not get a head steward, madam, that may take you and your money together into keeping, and then you would have the trouble taken off your hands?" "Ay, sir, and the money too, it may be," said I, "for truly I find the hazard that way is as much as 'tis t'other way." But I remember I said secretly to myself, "I wish he would ask me the question fairly. I would consider very seriously on it before I said no." He went on a good way with me, and I thought once or twice he was in earnest, but to my real affliction I found at last he had a wife. But when he owned he had a wife, he shook his head and said with some concern that indeed he had a wife and no wife. I began to think he had been in the condition of my late lover, and that his wife had been distempered or lunatic, or some such thing. However, we had not much more discourse at that time, but he told me he was in too much hurry of business then, but that if I would come home to his house after their business was over, he would by that time consider what might be done for me, to put my affairs in a posture of security. I told him I would come, and desired to know where he lived. He gave me a direction in writing, and when he gave it me, he read it to me and said, "There 'tis, madam, if you dare trust yourself with me." "Yes, sir," said I. "I believe I may venture to trust you with myself, for you have a wife, you say, and I don't want a husband. Besides, I dare trust you with my money, which is all I have in the world, and if that were gone, I may trust myself anywhere." He said some things in jest that were very handsome and mannerly, and would have pleased me very well if they had been in earnest, but that passed over. I took the directions, and appointed to attend him at his house at 7 o'clock the same evening. When I came, he made several proposals for my placing my money in the bank, in order to my having interest for it, but still some difficulty or other came in the way, which he objected as not safe, and I found such a sincere, disinterested honesty in him, that I began to muse with myself that I had certainly found the honest man I wanted, and that I could never put myself into better hands. So I told him with a great deal of frankness that I had never met with a man or woman yet that I could trust, or in whom I could think myself safe, but that I saw he was so disinterestedly concerned for my safety that I said I would freely trust him with the management of that little I had, if he would accept to be steward for a poor widow that could give him no salary. He smiled, and, standing up with great respect, saluted me. He told me he could not but take it very kindly that I had so good an opinion of him, that he would not deceive me, that he would do anything in his power to serve me, and expect no salary, but that he could not by any means accept of a trust, that it might bring him to be suspected of self-interest, and that if I should die he might have disputes with my executors, which he should be very loath to encumber himself with. I told him if those were all his objections, I would soon remove them, and convince him that there was not the least room for any difficulty, for that first, as for suspecting him, if ever I should do it, now is the time to suspect him, and not put the trust into his hands, and whenever I did suspect him, he could but throw it up then, and refuse to go any further. Then as to executors, I assured him I had no heirs, nor any relations in England, and I should alter my condition before I died, and then his trust and trouble should cease together, which, however, I had no prospect of yet. But I told him if I died as I was, it should be all his own, and he would deserve it by being so faithful to me as I was satisfied he would be. He changed his countenance at this discourse, and asked me how I came to have so much good will for him, and, looking very much pleased, said he might very lawfully wish he was a single man for my sake. I smiled, and told him, as he was not, my offer could have no design upon him in it, and to wish, as he did, was not to be allowed. 'Twas criminal to his wife. He told me I was wrong, for, says he, madam, as I said before, I have a wife and no wife, and 'twould be no sin to me to wish her hanged, if that were all. I know nothing of your circumstances that way, sir, said I, but it cannot be innocent to wish your wife dead. I tell you, says he again, she is a wife and no wife. You don't know what I am, or what she is. That's true, said I, sir, I do not know what you are, but I believe you to be an honest man, and that's the cause of all my confidence in you. Well, well, says he, and so I am, I hope, too. But I am something else, too, madam, for, says he, to be plain with you, I am a cuckold, and she is a whore. He spoke it in a kind of jest, but it was with such an awkward smile that I perceived it was what struck very close to him, and he looked dismally when he said it. That alters the case indeed, sir, said I, as to that part you were speaking of. But a cuckold, you know, may be an honest man. It does not alter that case at all. Besides, I think, said I, since your wife is so dishonest to you, you are too honest to her to own her for your wife. But that, said I, is what I have nothing to do with. Nay, says he, I do not think to clear my hands of her, for, to be plain with you, madam, added he, I am no contented cuckold neither. On the other hand, I assure you it provokes me the highest degree, but I can't help myself. She that will be a whore will be a whore. I waived the discourse, and began to talk of my business, but I found he could not have done with it, so I let him alone, and he went on to tell me all the circumstances of his case, too long to relate here, particularly that, having been out of England some time before he came to the post he was in, she had had 2 children in the meantime by an officer of the army, and that when he came to England, and upon her submission, took her again, and maintained her very well, yet she ran away from him with a linen-draper's apprentice, robbed him of what she could come at, and continued to live from him still. So that, madam, says he, she is a whore, not by necessity, which is the common bait of your sex, but by inclination, and for the sake of the vice. Well, I pitied him, and wished him well rid of her, and still would have talked of my business, but it would not do. At last he looked steadily at me. "Look you, madam," says he, "you came to ask advice of me, and I will serve you as faithfully as if you were my own sister. But I must turn the tables, since you oblige me to do it, and are so friendly to me, and I think I must ask advice of you. Tell me, what must a poor abused fellow do with a whore? What can I do to do myself justice upon her?" "Alas, sir," says I, "'tis a case too nice for me to advise in, but it seems she has run away from you, so you are rid of her fairly. What can you desire more?" "Ay, she is gone indeed," said he, "but I am not clear of her for all that." "That's true," says I, "she may indeed run you into debt, but the law has furnished you with methods to prevent that also. You may cry her down, as they call it." "No, no," says he, "that is not the case neither. I have taken care of all that. 'Tis not that part that I speak of, but I would be rid of her so that I might marry again." "Well, sir," says I, "then you must divorce her. If you can prove what you say, you may certainly get that done, and then I suppose you are free." "That's very tedious and expensive," says he. "Why," says I, "if you can get any woman you like to take your word, I suppose your wife would not dispute the liberty with you that she takes herself." "Ay," says he, "but 'twould be hard to bring an honest woman to do that. And for the other sort," says he, "I have had enough of her to meddle with any more whores." It occurred to me presently, I would have taken your word with all my heart if you had but asked me the question, but that was to myself. To him I replied, "Why, you shut the door against any honest woman excepting you, for you condemn all that should venture upon you at once, and conclude that really a woman that takes you now can't be honest." "Why," says he, "I wish it would satisfy me that an honest woman would take me. I'd venture it." And then he turned short upon me. "Will you take me, madam?" "That's not a fair question," says I. "After what you have said, however, lest you should think I wait only for a recantation of it, I shall answer you plainly. No, not I. My business is of another kind with you, and I did not expect you would have turned my serious application to you, in my own distracted case, into a comedy." "Why, madam," says he, "my case is as distracted as yours can be, and I stand in as much need of advice as you do, for I think, if I have not relief somewhere, I shall be made myself, and I know not what course to take, I protest to you." "Why, sir," says I, "'tis easy to give advice in your case, much easier than it is in mine." "Speak, then," says he, "I beg of you, for now you encourage me." "Why," says I, "if your case is so plain as you say it is, you may be legally divorced, and then you may find honest women enough to ask the question of fairly. The sex is not so scarce that you can want a wife." "Well, then," said he, "I am in earnest. I'll take your advice. But shall I ask you one question seriously beforehand?" "Any question," said I, "but that you did before." "No, that answer will not do," said he, "for, in short, that is the question I shall ask." "You may ask what questions you please, but you have my answer to that already," said I. "Besides, sir," said I, "can you think so ill of me that as I would give any answer to such a question beforehand? Can any woman alive believe you in earnest, or think you design anything but to banter her?" "Well, well," says he, "I do not banter you. I am in earnest. Consider of it." "But, sir," says I, a little gravely, "I came to you about my own business. Beg of you to let me know what you will advise me to do." "I will be prepared," says he, "against you come again." "Nay," says I, "you have forbid my coming any more." "Why so?" said he, and looked a little surprised. "Because," said I, "you can't expect I should visit you on the account you talk of." "Well," says he, "you shall promise me to come again, however, and I will not say any more of it till I have gotten the divorce. But I desire you will prepare to be better conditioned when that's done, for you shall be the woman, or I will not be divorced at all. Why, I owe it to your unlooked-for kindness, if it were to nothing else. But I have other reasons too. He could not have said anything in the world that pleased me better. However, I knew that the way to secure him was to stand off while the thing was so remote, as it appeared to be, and that it was time enough to accept of it when he was able to perform it. So I said very respectfully to him, it was time enough to consider of these things when he was in a condition to talk of them. In the meantime I told him I was going a great way from him, and he would find objects enough to please him better. We broke off here for the present, and he made me promise him to come again the next day. For his resolutions upon my own business, which after some pressing I did, though had he seen farther into me, I wanted no pressing on that account. End of Section 11. Recorded by Nicole Doolin. On the web at NicoleDoolin.com.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nicole Doolin on the web at NicoleDoolin.com. Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe. Section 12. I came the next evening, accordingly, and brought my maid with me, to let him see that I kept a maid. But I sent her away as soon as I was gone in. He would have had me let my maid have stayed, but I would not, but ordered her aloud to come for me again about 9 o'clock. But he forbade me that, and told me he would see me safe home, which, by the way, I was not very well pleased with, supposing he might do that to know where I lived, and inquire into my character and circumstances. However, I ventured that, for all that the people there or thereabout knew of me was to my advantage, and all the character he had of me, after he had inquired, was that I was a woman of fortune, and that I was a very modest, sober body, which, whether true or not in the main, yet you may see how necessary it is for all women who expect anything in the world, to preserve the character of their virtue, even when perhaps they may have sacrificed the thing itself. I found, and was not a little pleased with it, that he had provided a supper for me. I found also he lived very handsomely, and had a house very handsomely furnished, all of which I was rejoiced at indeed, for I looked upon it as all my own. We had now a second conference upon the subject matter of the last conference. He laid his business very home indeed. He protested his affection to me, and indeed I had no room to doubt it. He declared that it began from the first moment I talked with him, and long before I had mentioned leaving my effects with him. "'Tis no matter when it began," thought I. "If it will but hold, 'twill be well enough." He then told me how much the offer I had made of trusting him with my effects, and leaving them to him, had engaged him. "So I intended it should," thought I. "But then I thought you had been a single man too." After we had supped, I observed he pressed me very hard to drink 2 or 3 glasses of wine, which, however, I declined, but drank 1 glass or 2. He then told me he had a proposal to make me, which I should promise him I would not take ill if I should not grant it. I told him I hoped he would make no dishonorable proposal to me, especially in his own house, and that if it was such, I desired he would not propose it, that I might not be obliged to offer any resentment to him that did not become the respect I professed for him, and the trust I had placed in him in coming to his house, and begged of him he would give me leave to go away, and accordingly began to put on my gloves and prepare to be gone, though at the same time I no more intended it than he intended to let me. Well, he importuned me not to talk of going. He assured me he had no dishonorable thing in his thoughts about me, and was very far from offering anything to me that was dishonorable, and if I thought so, he would choose to say no more of it. That part I did not relish at all. I told him I was ready to hear anything that he had to say, depending that he would say nothing unworthy of himself, or unfit for me to hear. Upon this, he told me his proposal was this, that I would marry him, though he had not yet obtained the divorce from the whore his wife. And to satisfy me that he meant honourably, he would promise not to desire me to live with him, or go to bed with him till the divorce was obtained. My heart said yes to this offer at first word, but it was necessary to play the hypocrite a little more with him, so I seemed to decline the motion with some warmth, and besides, a little condemning the thing as unfair, told him that such a proposal could be of no signification but to entangle us both in great difficulties, for if he should not at last obtain the divorce, yet we could not dissolve the marriage, neither could we proceed in it, so that if he was disappointed in the divorce, I left him to consider what a condition we should both be in. In short, I carried on the argument against this so far, that I convinced him it was not a proposal that had any sense in it. Well, then he went from it to another, and that was, that I would sign and seal a contract with him, conditioning to marry him as soon as the divorce was obtained, and to be void if he could not obtain it. I told him such a thing was more rational than the other, but as this was the first time that ever I could imagine him weak enough to be in earnest in this affair, I did not use to say yes at first asking. I would consider of it. I played with this lover as an angler does with a trout. I found I had him fast on the hook, so I jested with his new proposal, and put him off. I told him he knew little of me, and bade him inquire about me. I let him also go home with me to my lodging, though I would not ask him to go in, for I told him it was not decent. In short, I ventured to avoid signing a contract of marriage, and the reason why I did it was because the lady that had invited me so earnestly to go with her into Lancashire insisted so positively upon it, and promised me such great fortunes and such fine things there, that I was tempted to go and try. Perhaps, said I may mend myself very much, and then I made no scruple in my thoughts of quitting my honest citizen, whom I was not so much in love with as not to leave him for a richer. In a word, I avoided a contract, but told him I would go into the north, that he should know where to write to me by the consequence of the business I had entrusted with him, that I would give him a sufficient pledge of my respect for him, for I would leave almost all I had in the world in his hands, and I would thus far give him my word, that as soon as he had sued out a divorce from his first wife, he would send me an account of it. I would come up to London, and that then we would talk seriously of the matter. It was a base design I went with, that I must confess, though I was invited thither with a design much worse than mine was, as the sequel will discover. Well, I went with my friend, as I called her, into Lancashire. All the way we went she caressed me with the utmost appearance of a sincere, undissembled affection, treated me, except my coach hire, all the way, and her brother brought a gentleman's couch to Warrington to receive us, and we were carried from thence to Liverpool with as much ceremony as I could desire. We were also entertained at a merchant's house in Liverpool 3 or 4 days very handsomely. I forbear to tell his name because of what followed. Then she told me she would carry me to an uncle's house of hers, where we should be nobly entertained. She did so. Her uncle, as she called him, sent a coach and 4 horses for us, and we were carried near 40 miles I know not whither. We came, however, to a gentleman's seat, where was a numerous family, a large park, extraordinary company indeed, and where she was called cousin. I told her if she had resolved to bring me into such company as this, she should have let me have prepared myself, and have furnished myself with better clothes. The ladies took no notice of that, and told me very genteelly they did not value people in their country so much by their clothes as they did in London, that their cousin had fully informed them of my quality, and that I did not want clothes to set me off. In short, they entertained me, not like what I was, but like what they thought I had been, namely, a widow lady of great fortune. The first discovery I made here was that the family were all Roman Catholics, and the cousin, too, whom I called my friend. However, I must say that nobody in the world could have behaved better to me, and I had all the civility shown me that I could have had if I had been of their opinion. The truth is, I had not so much principle of any kind as to be nice in point of religion, and I presently learned to speak favourably of the Romish Church. Particularly, I told them I saw little but the prejudice of education in all the difference that were among Christians about religion, and if it had so happened that my father had been a Roman Catholic, I doubted not but I should have been as well pleased with their religion as my own. This obliged them in the highest degree, and as I was besieged day and night with good company and pleasant discourse, so I had 2 or 3 old ladies that lay at me upon the subject of religion too. I was so complacent, that though I would not completely engage, yet I made no scruple to be present at their mass, and to conform to all their gestures as they showed me the pattern. But I would not come too cheap, so that I only in the main encouraged them to expect that I would turn Roman Catholic, if I was instructed in the Catholic doctrine, as they called it, and so the matter rested. I stayed here about 6 weeks, and then my conductor led me back to a country village, about 6 miles from Liverpool, where her brother, as she called him, came to visit me in his own chariot, and in a very good figure, with 2 footmen in a good livery, and the next thing was to make love to me. As it had happened to me, one would think I could not have been cheated, and indeed I thought so myself, having a safe card at home which I resolved not to quit unless I could mend myself very much. However, in all appearance, this brother was a match worth my listening to, and the least his estate was valued at was £1,000 a year. But the sister said it was worth £1,500 a year, and lay most of it in Ireland. I, that was a great fortune, and passed for such, was above being asked how much my estate was. And my false friend, taking it upon a foolish hearsay, had raised it from £500 to £5,000, and by the time she came into the country, she called it £15,000. The Irishman, for such I understood him to be, was stark mad at this bait. In short, he courted me, made me presents, and ran in debt like a madman for the expenses of his equipage and of his courtship. He had, to give him his due, the appearance of an extraordinary fine gentleman. He was tall, well-shaped, and had an extraordinary address, talked as naturally of his park and his stables, of his horses, his gamekeepers, his woods, his tenants, and his servants, as if we had been in the mansion house, and I had seen them all about me. He never so much as asked me about my fortune or estate, but assured me that when we came to Dublin he would jointure me in £600 a year good land, and that we could enter into a deed of settlement or contract here for the performance of it. This was such language indeed as I had not been used to, and I was here beaten out of all my measures. I had a she-devil in my bosom, every hour telling me how great her brother lived. One time she would come for my orders, how I would have my coaches painted, and how lined, and another time what clothes my page should wear. In short, my eyes were dazzled. I had now lost my power of saying no, and, to cut the story short, I consented to be married. But to be the more private, we were carried farther into the country, and married by a Romish clergyman, who I was assured would marry us as effectually as a Church of England parson. I cannot say but I had some reflections in this affair upon the dishonourable forsaking my faithful citizen, who loved me sincerely, and who was endeavouring to quit himself of a scandalous whore by whom he had been indeed barbarously used, and promised himself infinite happiness in his new choice, which choice was now giving up herself to another in a manner almost as scandalous as hers could be. But the glittering shoe of a great estate, and of fine things, which the deceived creature that was now my deceiver represented every hour to my imagination, hurried me away, and gave me no time to think of London, or of anything there, much less of the obligation I had to a person of infinitely more real merit than what was now before me. But the thing was done. I was now in the arms of my new spouse, who appeared still the same as before, great even to magnificence, and nothing less than £1,000 a year could support the ordinary equipage he appeared in. After we had been married about a month, he began to talk of my going to Westchester in order to embark for Ireland. However, he did not hurry me, for we stayed there near 3 weeks longer, and then he sent to Chester for a coach to meet us at the Black Rock, as they call it, over against Liverpool. Thither we went in a fine boat they call a pinnace, with 6 oars, his servants and horses and baggage going in the ferry boat. He made his excuse to me that he had no acquaintance in Chester, but he would go before and get some handsome apartment for me at a private house. I asked him now how long we should stay at Chester. He said not at all, any longer than 1 night or 2, but he would immediately hire a coach to go to Holyhead. Then I told him he should by no means give himself the trouble to get private lodgings, for 1 night or 2, for that Chester being a great place, I made no doubt but that there would be very good inns and accommodation enough. So we lodged at an inn in the West Street, not far from the cathedral. I forgot what sign it was at. Here my spouse, talking of my going to Ireland, asked me if I had no affairs to settle at London before we went off. I told him no, not of any great consequence, but what might be done as well by letter from Dublin. "Madam," says he, very respectfully, "I suppose the greatest part of your estate, which my sister tells me is most of it in money in the Bank of England, lies secure enough, but in case it required transferring, or any way altering its property, it might be necessary to go up to London and settle those things before we went over." I seemed to look strange at it, and told him I knew not what he meant, that I had no effects in the Bank of England that I knew of, and I hoped he could not say that I had ever told him I had. No, he said, I had not told him so, but his sister had said the greatest part of my estate lay there. "And I only mentioned it, me dear," said he, "that if there was any occasion to settle it, or order anything about it, we might not be obliged to the hazard and trouble of another voyage back again, for," he added, "that he did not care to venture me too much upon the sea." I was surprised at this talk, and began to consider very seriously what the meaning of it must be, and it presently occurred to me that my friend, who called him brother, had represented me in colours which were not my due, and I thought, since it was come to that pitch, that I would know the bottom of it before I went out of England, and before I should put myself into I knew not whose hands in a strange country. Upon this I called his sister into my chamber the next morning, and letting her know the discourse her brother and I had been upon the evening before, I conjured her to tell me what she had said to him, and upon what foot it was that she had made this marriage. She owned that she had told him that I was a great fortune, and said that she was told so at London. "Told so?" says I warmly. "Did I ever tell you so?" "No," she said. "It was true I did not tell her so, but I had said several times that what I had was in my own disposal." "I did so," returned I very quickly and hastily, "but I never told you I had anything called a fortune. No, not that I had 100 pounds, or the value of 100 pounds in the world." "And how did it consist with my being a fortune," said I, "that I should come here into the north of England with you, only upon the account of living cheap?" At these words, which I spoke warm and high, my husband, her brother, as she called him, came into the room, and I desired him to come and sit down, for I had something of moment to say before them both, which it was absolutely necessary he should hear. He looked a little disturbed at the assurance with which I seemed to speak it, and came and sat down by me, having first shut the door, upon which I began, for I was very much provoked, and turning myself to him, "I am afraid," says I, "my dear," for I spoke with kindness on his side, "that you have a very great abuse put upon you, and an injury done you never to be repaired in your marrying me, which, however, as I have had no hand in it, I desire I may be fairly acquitted of it, and that the blame may lie where it ought to lie, and nowhere else, for I wash my hands of every part of it." "What injury can be done me, my dear?" says he. "In marrying you, I hope it is to my honour and advantage every way." "I will soon explain it to you," says I. and I fear you will have no reason to think yourself well used. But I will convince you, my dear, says I again, that I have had no hand in it. And there I stopped a while. He looked now scared and wild, and began, I believe, to suspect what followed. However, looking towards me and saying only, "Go on," he sat silent, as if to hear what I had more to say. So I went on. "I asked you last night," said I, speaking to him, "if ever I made any boast to you of my estate, or ever told you I had any estate in the Bank of England, or anywhere else, and you owned I had not, as is most true, and I desire you will tell me here, before your sister, if ever I gave you any reason from me to think so, or that ever we had any discourse about it." And he owned again I had not, but said I had appeared always as a woman of fortune, and he depended on it that I was so, and hoped he was not deceived. "I am not inquiring yet whether you have been deceived or not," said I. "I fear you have, and I too. But I am clearing myself from the unjust charge of being concerned in deceiving you. I have been now asking your sister if ever I told her of any fortune or estate I had, or gave her any particulars of it, and she owns I never did." "And pray, madam," said I, turning myself to her, "be so just to me before your brother, to charge me, if you can, if ever I pretended to you that I had an estate. And why, if I had, should I come down into this country with you on purpose to spare that little I had, and live cheap?" She could not deny one word, but said she had been told in London that I had a very great fortune, and that it lay in the Bank of England. "And now, dear sir," said I, turning myself to my new spouse again, "be so just to me as to tell me who has abused both you and me so much as to make you believe I was a fortune, and prompt you to court me to this marriage." He could not speak a word, but pointed to her, and after some more pause, flew out in the most furious passion that ever I saw a man in my life, cursing her and calling her all the whores and hard names he could think of, and that she had ruined him, declaring that she had told him I had 15,000 pounds, and that she was to have 500 pounds of him for procuring this match for him. He then added, directing his speech to me, that she was none of his sister, but had been his whore for 2 years before, that she had had 100 pounds of him in part of this bargain, and that he was utterly undone if things were as I said, and in his ravings he swore he would let her heart's blood out immediately, which frightened her and me too. She cried, said she had been told so in the house where I lodged, but this aggravated him more than before, that she should put so far upon him, and run things such a length upon no other authority than a hearsay, and then, turning to me again, said very honestly, he was afraid we were both undone. "For, to be plain, my dear, I have no estate," says he. "What little I had, this devil has made me run out in waiting on you, and putting me into this equipage." She took the opportunity of his being earnest in talking with me, and got out of the room, and I never saw her more. I was confounded now as much as he, and knew not what to say. I thought many ways that I had the worst of it, but his saying he was undone, and that he had no estate neither, put me into a mere distraction. "Why," says I to him, "this has been a hellish juggle, for we are married here upon the foot of a double fraud. You were undone by the disappointment, it seems, and if I had had a fortune, I had been cheated too, for you say you have nothing." "You would indeed have been cheated, my dear," says he, "but you would not have been undone, for 15,000 pounds would have maintained us both very handsomely in this country, and I assure you," added he, "I had resolved to have dedicated every groat of it to you. I would not have wronged you of a shilling, and the rest I would have made up in my affection to you, and tenderness of you, as long as I lived." This was very honest indeed, and I really believe he spoke as he intended, and that he was a man that was as well qualified to make me happy, as to his temper and behaviour, as any man ever was. But his having no estate, and being run into debt on this ridiculous account in the country, made all the prospect dismal and dreadful, and I knew not what to say, or what to think of myself. I told him it was very unhappy that so much love, and so much good nature as I discovered in him, should be thus precipitated into misery, that I saw nothing before us but ruin, for as to me, it was my unhappiness that what little I had was not able to relieve us weak. And with that I pulled out a bank bill of 20 pounds and 11 guineas, which I told him I had saved out of my little income, and that by the account that creature had given me of the way of living in that country, I expected it would maintain me 3 or 4 years, that if it was taken from me, I was left destitute, and he knew what the condition of a woman amongst strangers must be, if she had no money in her pocket. However, I told him, if he would take it, there it was. He told me with a great concern, and I thought I saw tears stand in his eyes, that he would not touch it, that he abhorred the thoughts of stripping me and making me miserable, that, on the contrary, he had 50 guineas left, which was all he had in the world, and he pulled it out and threw it down on the table, bidding me take it, though he were to starve for want of it. I returned with the same concern for him, that I could not bear to hear him talk so, that, on the contrary, if he could propose any probable method of living, I would do anything that became me on my part, and that I would live as close and as narrow as he could desire. He begged of me to talk no more at that rate, for it would make him distracted. He said he was bred a gentleman, though he was reduced to a low fortune, and that there was but one way left which he could think of, and that would not do, unless I could answer him one question, which, however, he said he would not press me to. I told him I would answer it honestly, whether it would be to his satisfaction or not. That I could not tell. "Why then, my dear, tell me plainly," says he. "Will the little you have keep us together in any figure, or in any station or place, or will it not?" It was my happiness hitherto that I had not discovered myself or my circumstances at all. No, not so much as my name, and seeing there was nothing to be expected from him, however good-humoured and however honest he seemed to be, but to live on what I knew would soon be wasted, I resolved to conceal everything but the bank bill and the 11 guineas, which I had owned, and I would have been very glad to have lost that, and have been set down where he took me up. I had indeed another bank bill about me of 30 pounds, which was the whole of what I brought with me, as well to subsist on in the country, as not knowing what might offer, because this creature, the go-between that had thus betrayed us both, had made me believe strange things of my marrying to my advantage in the country, and I was not willing to be without money, whatever might happen. This bill I concealed, and that made me the freer of the rest, in consideration of his circumstances, for I really pitied him heartily. But to return to his question, I told him I never willingly deceived him, and I never would. I was very sorry to tell him that the little I had would not subsist us, that it was not sufficient to subsist me alone in the south country, and that this was the reason that made me put myself into the hands of that woman who called him brother, she having assured me that I might board very handsomely at a town called Manchester, where I had not yet been, for about 6 pounds a year, and my whole income not being about 15 pounds a year. I thought I might live easy upon it, and wait for better things. He shook his head and remained silent, and a very melancholy evening we had. However, we supped together, and lay together that night, and when we had almost supped he looked a little better and more cheerful, and called for a bottle of wine. "Come, my dear," says he, "though the case is bad, it is to no purpose to be dejected. Come, be as easy as you can. I will endeavour to find out some way or other to live. If you can but subsist yourself, that is better than nothing. I must try the world again. A man ought to think like a man. To be discouraged is to yield to the misfortune." With this he filled a glass and drank to me, holding my hand and pressing it hard in his hand all the while the wine went down, and protesting afterwards his main concern was for me. It was really a true gallant spirit he was of, and it was the more grievous to me. 'Tis something of relief even to be undone by a man of honour, rather than by a scoundrel. But here the greatest disappointment was on his side, for he had really spent a great deal of money, deluded by this madam the procuress. And it was very remarkable on what poor terms he proceeded. First, the baseness of the creature herself is to be observed, who, for the getting £100 herself, could be content to let him spend 3 or 4 more, though perhaps it was all he had in the world, and more than all, when she had not the least ground, more than a little tea-table chat, to say that I had any estate, or was a fortune, or the like. It is true the design of deluding a woman of fortune, if I had been so, was base enough. The putting the face of great things upon poor circumstances was a fraud, and bad enough, but the case a little differed too, and that in his favour, for he was not a rake that made a trade to delude women, and, as some have done, get 6 or 7 fortunes after one another, and then rifle and run away from them. But he was really a gentleman, unfortunate and low, but had lived well, and though, if I had had a fortune, I should have been enraged at the slut for betraying me, yet really for the man, a fortune would not have been ill bestowed on him, for he was a lovely person indeed, of generous principles, good sense, and of abundance of good humour. We had a great deal of close conversation that night, for we neither of us slept much. He was as penitent for having put all those cheats upon me as if it had been felony, and that he was going to execution. He offered me again every shilling of the money he had about him, and said he would go into the army and seek the world for more. I asked him why he would be so unkind to carry me into Ireland, when I might suppose he could not have subsisted me there. He took me in his arms. "My dear," said he, "depend upon it, I never designed to go to Ireland at all, much less to have carried you thither, but came hither to be out of the observation of the people, who had heard what I pretended to, and withal, that nobody might ask me for the money before I was furnished to supply them." "But where, then," said I, "were we to have gone next?" "Why, my dear," said he, "I'll confess the whole scheme to you as I had laid it. I purposed here to ask you something about your estate, as you see I did, and when you, as I expected you would, had entered into some account with me of the particulars, I would have made an excuse to you to have put off our voyage to Ireland for some time, and to have gone first towards London. Then, my dear," said he, "I resolved to have confessed all the circumstances of my own affairs to you, and let you know I had indeed made use of these artifices to obtain your consent to marry me, but had now nothing to do but ask to your pardon, and to tell you how abundantly, as I have said above, I would endeavour to make you forget what was past, by the felicity of the days to come." "Truly," said I to him, "I find you would have soon conquered me, and it is my affliction now, that I am not in a condition to let you see how easily I should have been reconciled to you, and have passed by all the tricks you had put upon me, in recompense of so much good humour. But, my dear," said I, "what can we do now? We are both undone, and what better are we for our being reconciled together, seeing we have nothing to live on?" We proposed a great many things, but nothing could offer where there was nothing to begin with. He begged me at last to talk no more of it, for he said I would break his heart. So we talked of other things a little, till at last he took a husband's leave of me, and so we went to sleep. End of Section 12. Recorded by Nicole Doolin on the web at nicoledoolin.com.